This is what Janet did. 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 I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I'm so hurt. This is what Janet did. 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 I'm Mr. Unknown. Nobody knows my phone number. I don't know if you really know. I might not even been in the military. This is what Janet did. 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 I'm Mr. Unknown. I'm so hurt. I had a mask over my face and I wore a shirt claiming that I work out, but you ain't got guns like this. Mr. Unknown, you can suck on my dick. This is what Janet did. 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 With your weak ass. With your weak ass. Alhamdulillah, Allah Akbar. You don't believe in Jesus Christ. You fronting. Go back to your wife, Mr. Unknown. This is what Janet did. 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 I'm a crying ass weakling tender ass BK. My name is Mr. Unknown. My name is Mr. Unknown. This is what Janet did.
Sing it again. Who wants to hear it again?
And we'll save that for another time. Welcome, guys. It's your host, Empress Janet, and I have my new co-host, Zero, with me.
Yo.
Guys, we're going to be talking about a lot of things today. It's going to be fun. The reason that, I know I'm turning mine on too. The reason that I want to get started early is because I got a lot of good things I want to share. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Apple's in the building. Lady Smith's in the building. He's in the building. Nigel's in the building. The link is posted at the top, guys. Big ups to Zero. We will be talking about, wait for it. Third is a charm. Bring down the beast. So we deal with
get him, Nightbot.
I know that's right. He already shout out to Nightbot. He's on his job.
Gort, bro,
like
just bing.
He needs to go
Gort Joe, just bing that fucking shit, bro.
Like Mr. Unknown, you need to go suck a dick, okay?
Yeah, this is why we live in peace. Because we are forced to live in peace. Because Gort just walks around and zings your ass. The fate is so worse, you don't even want to mention it. So we just live in peace.
So we just shout out to him. Shout out to Nightbot, my man. So I think we're going to go into the Matrix. Do you like that, Apple? Tell me if that bothers the sensors. If it bothers the sensors, I'll make it more calmer. Maybe that's a lot more calmer, maybe. Let me know what you guys like in the back. So today, again, third is a charm. Sometimes you have 3 disabilities and it becomes a beast. So I made chicken liver, mashed potatoes, and spinach.
You asked Nightbot to shoot you again. He shot you again, buddy. Well, and he got shot by 600 seconds. Nightbot said no.
Oh, you like the Matrix, girl? Because I feel like we're going into the Matrix. So I kind of like my Matrix sign. So yeah, I have a video. We're going to start out with the video. Zero, I do need to send out notifications so DQ can come and everybody. So I'm going to turn my camera off for a second, but I do have a video. Okay.
She just sent me a message that she's trying to help out an older individual with technology.
Okay. Awesome. I still need to send it out to other people too. So
yep.
Thank you guys for coming. Kara's in the building. Welcome, welcome. Kara, today we're going to be talking about a lot of good things. We're going to start off because you know how I like to play on words. So third is a charm, bring down the beast. Third is the charm to me, meaning I got like 3 disabilities and probably more. But the third one is the beast for me. So if we can bring down one of them, lower them so that we can have understanding, you tend to be able to deal with situations better. So-called normals is what we're going to call them. When they react and they use their emotion to react and then they break down things, they're bringing their beast out. So they say they don't have a disability, but if you get mad and you instantly just rip up stuff and start doxing people, right there, you got a disability, okay? Because your emotions controlled every event that you did. And with that said, destructive behavior does occur. Yes, your mic's on mute. Thank you, darling. So shout out to the chat room, guys. I will drop the link, but I will ask that we do not talk in the videos. I will talk through the video if I feel like I need to say something, but we will generalize the information. Thank you for coming today, guys. I hope you guys are feeling well. I hope you drank your water. I hope you got your medicine. I smoked the weed. I will tell you, I went to the doctor's today to do my old lady. Somebody called me an old lady because our old lady, how are you almost in your 40s? And we're already in our 40s, but you had a nerve to say old people. So old people, walk, go get your checkups. Make sure everybody's getting that check. Get your coochie checked, get your mind checked, get everything checked, honey. We got a guest, my favorite guest. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Blessings.
Blessings.
Yes, thank you for coming. So
You're welcome.
this video is about autism. It's very dear to me. Apple has autism. King has autism. And if anybody else does, you will know that there are levels of autism. There is high levels and low levels. Apple will be able to iterate anything that she wants because she is the doctor in the house with this one. But I just want to run through this video. Now, guys, the video is, very sensitive. It's 5 minutes. I don't want anyone to get, upset. I just want you to have an understanding. If you don't know something, the best way to learn about it is to understand. So if you have any questions at the end, please, I will answer them. If we have any questions in the middle, Apple, just hit me in the private chat. I'll stop it, and then we can do our talking through it, okay?
Okie dokie.
So autism spectrum disorder causes, signs, symptoms, diagnosis, and treatment, guys. So this is a whole in one, but we're breaking down those beasts because, again, a beast inside, meaning it will enrage you, it will control you, and it can malfunction your whole day of what you're doing. I have OCD really bad. It takes a lot to get outside. It takes a lot to do everything that I have to do. I literally have to write down everything that I'm going to do when I'm outside. I have to prepare to get outside. I prepare like it's basically the end of the world. And then when I go to the end of the world and I'm fighting that battle, so to speak, I have to reward myself to come home. So I rewarded myself with chicken, liver, and spinach, and some mashed potatoes, and again, some Coke. So again, guys, thinking about the beast inside of us, whether you don't have a disability, because I believe we all do, or you think you don't, pay attention to what autism is for us today. Thank you, guys.
Basic skills and functions. Today's topic is autism spectrum disorder. Autism spectrum disorder is a range of neurodevelopmental disorders that involves delays in the development of many basic skills and functions, including the ability to socialize and to communicate. Autism spectrum disorder includes conditions such as autism, Asperger's syndrome, childhood disintegrative disorder, and an unspecified form of pervasive developmental disorder. The American Psychiatric Association reclassified pervasive developmental disorder to autism spectrum disorder. The name change came in 2013. Doctors don't use the term PDDs anymore. The condition begins early in childhood and lasts throughout a person's life. It causes problems with functioning in society. Autism spectrum is estimated to affect about 62.2 million globally as of 2015. Males are more often diagnosed than females. Causes. The exact cause of the condition is unknown. The research suggests that genes can act together with influences from the environment to affect a child's development in a way that brings about autism spectrum disorder. Some certain factors that may make a person be at a higher risk of developing autism spectrum disorder may include a family history of the condition, being male, having certain genetic conditions such as Down syndrome, Fragile X syndrome, and Rett syndrome, having older parents, extremely preterm babies. Babies born before 26 weeks of gestation may be at a greater risk. Other disorders, such as tuberous sclerosis. Symptoms. Symptoms usually are seen by the age of 2 years. Children with this condition can display a unique pattern of behavior and severity, ranging from mild to disabling. People with autism spectrum disorder generally have problems with social communication and interaction, and patterns of behavior.
I do want to stop it right there because I do want you guys to remember social disorder is an anxiety. So if you have social anxiety disorder and then autism, whenever you're connecting with people, talking with people, getting on the panel with people, that is what's hitting them. They're getting hit with that social anxiety. But if they have like the autism where these things are occurring, it's making it worse. That's why they're snapping and jumping and carrying on, creating lies, narratives to believe that what they're saying is real. Yeah.
Social communication and interaction symptoms are having poor eye contact and a lack of facial expression, failing to or being slow to respond to someone, calling their names, resists cuddling and holding, and seems to prefer playing alone, retreating into his or her own world, having difficulty with verbal communication, including problems using and understanding language, having difficulty with nonverbal communication, such as interpreting other people's gestures and facial expressions, having difficulty sleeping, having an aggressive behavior, difficulty expressing emotions or feelings and may be unaware of others' feelings, having an unusual tone of voice that may sound sing-song or robot-like.
Okay, I have to stop it there because some people talk in a high octane. I talk in a high octane. I'm highly advanced. So I'm thinking thousands of things at one time. I have to come down out of there to like pull the statement out and give it to you. So it's almost like I'm microphoning it. Some people talk like this because they don't want someone to make them upset. Some people need a monetary voice where you sound like a robot. Either way, tones matter. And we will talk about that, guys, because tones can trigger us as well, even children. But adults, it's important.
Patterns of behavior are usually limited and repetitive. They may include performs repetitive movements, such as rocking, spinning, or hand flapping. Have an over-interest or fixating on an object or an activity. Performs activities that can cause self-harm, such as headbanging. Being more or less sensitive than others to sensory input, such as light, noise. Develops specific routine or rituals and becomes disturbed at the slightest change. Has food preference, such as eating only a few foods or refusing foods with a certain texture. Diagnosis. There is no specific medical test to diagnose the condition. To make a diagnosis, a specialist may recommend genetic testing to identify a genetic disorder, such as fragile.
So I will say that testing does help. It's just that if you get tested and you're not for the medicine, I would definitely try to get another, doctor to help you with that. There are holistic doctors. There are other doctors that will give you like meditation, help and therapy. But again, I would advise everyone to see a doctor. And again, I went today and I'll tell my story. But yes, I do believe in that.
Fragile X syndrome, Down syndrome, or Rett syndrome. Observe the child and ask the parents or guardians how the child's social skills and behavior have developed and changed with time. Give the child tests that cover hearing, speech, language, developmental level, and behavioral issues. Use and follow the criteria written in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or DSM, published by the American Psychological Association. Treatment. There is no cure for this disorder, but intensive, early treatment can make a big difference in the lives of many children. The goal of treatment is to improve the ability of the child to function by reducing symptoms and supporting development and learning. Treatment options include therapy, such as behavioral and communication therapy, educational therapy, family therapy, speech therapy, and occupational therapy. The type of therapy depends on the child's need. The core symptoms of autism cannot be improved with medications, although medications such as antidepressants can help to control anxiety or antipsychotics for severe behavioral problems. Thank you for watching our video. Please do not forget to like and share the video. Also, please subscribe to the channel to stay updated on our latest videos.
I will put the channel in the link description box below. Give me a second, guys. So what did you guys think? You want to start, Zero?
It's informative and it explains more or less the basic standpoint of how autism affects the brain, not the more scientific standpoint where it's the chemicals that go around and how the chemicals flow through the brain. And yes, there's no cure for your brain flowing chemicals differently than what they consider normal people, because honestly, normal doesn't exist. Let's just point this out real quick. Normal does not exist. If Jacko Radio is normal, what does that make Janet? If Janet is normal, what does that make Lady Smith? If Lady Smith is normal, what does that make Kara? If Kara is normal, what does that make me? If I'm normal, what does that make Queen? Do you see how all this rolls around? There is no such thing as normal. That's my perception on this, and I'm stating every individual has an individuality.
Right.
And some people just choose not to interact with people. Some people choose to interact with people. And some people, choose to ignore the idiots because you're paid not to kill them.
I like that. So I did drop the link of the video in the description, in the chat room. Did you have something you wanted to elaborate with that, Apple?
I think it was a good entry video into the sort of basics of autism. I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't mention the I don't know if it was just due to the fact that it was a short video, but they didn't mention like the women and the not necessarily the statistics regarding women and autism, but a lot of a lot of women can go undiagnosed for many years and receive several different diagnoses before they are finally diagnosed with autism. So it's it was a good video. It was a good start. It was a good entry video into autism. I've never really investigated the genetic side of it, as in how they were mentioning the Fragile X syndrome and the other genetic factors. But yeah, it was a good video. I kind of agree with Zero. it is a chemical. There are chemical imbalances, but the brain, and I can only speak for autism because this is the research that I've done, but the brain of someone with autism is physiologically different. It's like the way that it's been evolved, like in the womb, it happens in the second trimester. The shape of the brain's different. So like your prefrontal cortex is a different shape, whether it's larger or smaller, I can't remember, but your amygdala, for example, those are different. You have more neural pathways. I think it's like 67%. So there are physiological like changes along with chemical changes as well. And I think that's why I'm not sure, well, I'm not sure if that's why, but like because it's incurable, because your brain is literally built differently. It's like you're, you know, but then
Definitely.
you hear about people that lose like part of their brain in an accident, or maybe they have you know, a horrible illness, and the brain is very malleable. It's very, you know, it's quite it will build new neural pathways. So there's, I think I watched a documentary once about a little girl who'd lost half her brain,
Yeah.
and all of the parts of the left hand side were able to you know, it's so, like I say, it's so malleable that they were able to eventually develop the skills using only half the brain. It's like it compensated. So I don't know if but I do agree with the serotonin. For me personally, the serotonin reuptake inhibitors have been helpful. I know a lot of people hate them. I have had bad experiences with some of them. I don't necessarily advocate for them, but unfortunately, fortunately for me, the SSRI that I'm on now has helped dim my anxiety levels. So because they did mention that in the you know, some about the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and I know a lot of people are like, you know, against it, and I understand that, but for me it's helped. So that's all I can really say. That's me. Sorry.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Sure.
Yes, the brain has the ability to regenerate at the highest level, as well as it has the ability to compensate, as
Yeah.
long as the spirit and drive of the individual does so. Like I briefly stated in chat, there's a difference between disabled and sheeple. I've come across many disabled that I acknowledge that has a stronger spirit than I do, because I'd not be able to live that way, honestly.
But don't you think that people that have got obstacles such as mental health issues or physical disabilities, because of the problems presented, you have to look at it as in, do you have a choice? Like, you can either sit down to it and lay down to it, which isn't a choice, or you can fight it. You can be determined to, you know, work with it and better yourself, and try and help yourself find different ways of managing and coping with it. Whereas people without disabilities, you know, they don't necessarily, is it that they're sheeple, or is it just that they don't necessarily have to think about these things that we do, that people with disabilities do have to, they take, because I think some people, they don't take it for granted, but like, for example, you know, if you're walking down the stairs and you're fully able-bodied, we I guess you take that for granted. If you lose a limb, or you develop some kind of like physical disability which impairs your ability to move, then you're having to you're going to have to learn how to move and handle stuff better. You're going to have to maybe use implements or aids. You might have to take medication. You might have to attend physio or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you have to really like Zero, I totally agree. You have to, unless you're if you don't work with it, it won't work for you.
It'll become what? You're beast.
I've been diagnosed with everything under the sun. Recently, in 2008, they finally settled upon schizoaffective, and I actually agreed with the term.
Mm-hmm.
And behind all that, they screwed me up. They screwed me up and I'm just going to get down to the basis of it. They pumped me full of pseudoscience pharmaceuticals and caused me to have the permanent side effect, whether I'm on pseudoscience pharmaceuticals or I am sober from smoking marijuana.
Right.
I will literally have a full body tardive dyskinesia attack where I look like the Exorcist and I'm a vegetable because of pseudoscience pharmaceuticals. This is why I'm actually against pharmaceuticals, because pharmaceuticals destroyed me. I now require marijuana on a constant level, because between 9 to 12 days of not smoking, my body will begin to lock up. And I'm talking head to toe tardive dyskinesia, not minor, super major.
Yeah, that's incredibly interesting. Because unfortunately, I have tried marijuana, and personally, it doesn't agree with me. I don't know if it was the specific type that I tried, but it made me like physically unwell, as in like vomiting and stuff. It was not a pleasant experience, and whether it means that I have a sensitivity to it, or it was just, as I say, that particular strain didn't agree with me. I don't know what strain it was. I'm not like a connoisseur, I'm not very clued up when it comes to marijuana, but I do agree with you regarding Big Pharma. In Scotland, for example, they are very keen. I've noticed this because I'm in England at the moment, but they're very keen to dish out medications in Scotland. Just my personal experience in the area that I live in Scotland, rather than actually referring you to a consultant or a specialist who could get to the root of the problem, they will hand you a script for a drug, and you'll go and collect it. And 10 years later, you'll still be on that drug. You'll still probably have the problem, but you know what I mean. So I do agree with you regarding taking a lot of like pharmaceuticals, as in chemically synthesized medicines, in opposed to natural medicines that are on the earth. Like, I genuinely believe that there probably is somewhere in the rainforest a cure for different cancers. It's just that we haven't discovered it yet. Like, I believe that
Honestly, you said cure for cancer, so I actually had to interject instead of hold. There's patents for the cure for cancer. There's patents for the cure for AIDS, but there's no money in cure. There's money in treatment. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. As well as to backdrop, there's 3 different types of marijuana, and each type has a different grade level of intensity. Please continue.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
Okay, so that was good, because I will tell you guys that phone call was my head doctor. I called it. She started laughing. But I went to the regular doctor today to do my old lady checkup. My coochie's good, y'all. It don't stink and it ain't got no diseases. I did get my liver checked and I got my kidneys checked. And they drew a lot of freaking blood, man. That shit was irkable.
Because it's like if you had all that checked, they would have had to take about 7 Vacutainers for.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'd like to address the blood issue quite quick. I accidentally remuted myself. The reason why they take so much blood, even though they only need a few drops, and this is not a joke, and this I'm being completely serious.
Yeah, it's all white around here, by the way. This is called whitey community.
So some of it is actually sent to the wooden owl in the woods for Bohemian Grove to pour upon it. Some is sent to the elite to drink because of the adrenaline in it.
Right.
This is why you have so much blood taken from you, and like maybe like I said, 2 or 3 physical drops of it is actually spun around into stuff. The other vials are put onto a truck and shipped somewhere.
Damn it! I knew it, because people keep telling me they see my twin. They're taking my blood. They making other Janets. Damn it!
Yeah,
Damn it, Janet.
I'm very aware, like Bohemian Grove and the whole cremation care ceremony and stuff like
Well,
that.
well, guys, I do topics. That is one of my topics. So, rare. Let's keep that to where that one is. Let's stay on topic, sexies.
Yeah.
As I like that one. We will be talking about that one because we're going to be talking about secret societies. So when we do secret society, we will do that. So I guess we're going to have Apple
I
as our guest.
apologize.
No
I
worries.
apologize for pointing at a side branch. We do need to get back to disabilities. That's where we were.
It's important. So I have ADHD too. So I have OCD, ADHD, anxiety, panic. But the anxiety is causing me not to sleep. So I admitted it today at the doctor. So she got me a psychologist, I guess that's what it was called. They were really nice about it. They just called me, scheduled an appointment. And it's not even in the office. It's online. So it's like right here, like what we're doing here. So I kind of feel good that I don't have to like go somewhere and sit in a room and like look at this bitch. Because that's what irks me the most. Like because I have OCD, I hate sitting in tiny spaces and then you're just sitting there staring at me. Like it irks me and I'll just, I'll start picking with her or I'll like start making everybody laugh. Because that's too much anxiety in itself just to be in this little tiny box. I'd rather see a psychologist like outside, like in the park or something. Does that make sense? I don't know. I might be weird. I mean, I already know I'm weird, but oh well. But anywho, I'm very excited about that. And I definitely think that therapy does help when you do need it. People keep saying I'm ugly. They keep saying that I'm this and I'm that. And, I know it's not true. But like when people keep saying, like, Real said that I was ugly. Like, really? Really? That monkey motherfucker? But you know what? They do that to hurt you. So I feel like sometimes when you talk to people, they give you that understanding. So, Apple mentioned, which was a great point, that autism is more into the men's spectrum. So they're doing a lot of testing for men. They're saying that like men have autism, but women have it too. So I'm glad she brought up that point. This video that we're going to look at is from Dr. Kathy Colgan. She's a doctor from the Intervention of Girls and Women with ASD, Associate Research Scientist, and she went to Yale. Okay. So girls and women on a spectrum. So the challenges, diagnoses, and interventions. If you have any questions or you want to say something, Apple, we will stop it as well. Okay. Thank you guys
Daniels,
for
project
watching.
manager for Spark. Today we are privileged to have.
I didn't mean to cut
I'm Amy Daniels, project manager for Spark. Today we are privileged to have Kathy Koenig with us to speak about challenges with diagnosis and intervention for girls and women. Kathy is an associate research scientist at the Yale Child Study Center. She has been involved in research and clinical work in children with autism for 20 years. She has lectured and published on gender differences in autism spectrum disorder and also on the growth trajectory of girls who are diagnosed with ASD. In 2013, Kathy founded the Initiative for Girls and Women with Autism Spectrum Disorder at Yale. This program is designed to address communication and socialization differences between males and females with autism. It achieves its goal through recreational and communal activities. These activities allow girls and women to pursue their interests and leisure activities in a safe and supportive environment. It is our extreme pleasure to have Kathy with us today. So without further ado, Kathy, please take it away.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Vincent, for that introduction. I am really excited to be able to speak today. I'm honored to speak, actually, and I'm eager to understand what questions you have and to respond to those questions. I hope that this information is going to be helpful to everybody. So for today's webinar, what I was hoping is that I would be able to convey to you what I think the complexities have been and continue to be with regard to diagnosing girls and women on the spectrum. I will talk a little bit about biological differences.
I will stop right there because I kind of hear her stuttering. I kind of feel like, like sometimes when everyone's nervous, we stutter. Did you notice that? But I definitely want to read.
My
'cause
speech actually speeds way up. Like it's like 2 times speed and it goes really, really fast.
Yeah, people say I talk too fast and I need to slow down. So, but I just want to read these as we're learning them. Understand the complexity of diagnosing girls and women with ASD. Understand the biological difference between typical developing girls and girls with ASD and how these translate to behavior. Learn what challenges are specific to girls and women and consider the availability intervention and think about how those may be customized to better fit girls and women with ASD. Okay? So we're going to learn about them, guys. Here we go.
Differences, but more behavioral differences between girls, typically developing girls, and girls with autism spectrum disorder, and how these behavioral differences translated to the kinds of things that we see when we're working with these girls. I'll talk about challenges that I think are specific to girls and women, and I'll talk about available interventions and try to describe how we might be able to customize those interventions to better fit girls and women on the spectrum. So just to review, autism spectrum disorders, currently the diagnosis is made when an individual has impairment in social communication and also restricted and repetitive behaviors. So when I think of impairment in social communication, what I think about is not just maybe a delay in language or deviant language, but what I think about is children who don't understand the power of social communication, the reasons why it makes sense to communicate, the reasons why communicating with other people will make your life easier, and that individuals with impairment in social communication, often they don't understand how the social world works, and that makes it difficult for them to function in the world. I also think of restricted and repetitive behavior.
Apple, can I bring you in on that one? Do you feel like that?
Yeah, I've done it all my life. I just didn't know that's what I was actually doing. I've mimicked and I've masked all my life, and I've tried to repress the behaviors that, well, actually, no, when I was younger, I was kind of off the wall because I do have ADHD as well. And I had a lot of behavioral problems at high school, and all the other kids just thought I was off the wall, like wacky, you know.
Yeah.
I was not, when it came to social boundaries and that kind of thing, I didn't have them, basically.
Me either.
It's only as I've got to an adult that you know, I've realized more, like through being in work placements, for example, what's acceptable and what's not acceptable.
Correct.
But women will tend to mask or mimic, and the way that they do it is because, like, socially, women are more adept at it than men. And I don't know why that is, the psychology behind it. I just know that women are more inclined to be able to pick up from their friends and their peers. So, you know, that's what a lot of girls do. We look around and we see how other people are behaving or reacting. And it's not that you're being fake or false or putting on an act. You don't think that way. There's no conscious thought about it, really. Right. It's just you're observing, and you become a product of, like, your, I guess,
environment.
Yeah. And
like autism can be that environment.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of women go undiagnosed, because they present as neurotypical because they've not trained themselves, but they've learned to behave as a neurotypical because they've realized that they'll be shunned or outcast, which has happened to me a lot in work, in high school, in schools, in social groups out with school as well. And I always just had this innate sort of like core, like in my core, like I always just had this feeling that I was a bit odd, and I didn't quite understand. And I just finally accepted as I got a bit older in my teenage years, oh, you're just a bit odd. That's just you. That's just the way you are. Because sadly, in the area where I live, there aren't very many diagnostics centres, or it's very difficult to get an autism diagnosis. And with women especially, if you're able to behave like a neurotypical, they will miss it. So, like, when I was a kid, that there was a lot of things, like, I didn't speak until I was failed by the system, basically, in my eyes, because I didn't actually speak properly and coherently until I was 4.
Okay. Because my oldest, a second to the oldest, he couldn't talk until he was 2. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've never, and some people say, yeah, and you've never stopped since, but that's a different matter. But
I can't stop talking sometimes.
It's your energy. It's because you're so full of energy. You're a big energy person, which I love about you. I just wish I had it. I used to be like that before. I don't know. I think I'm just life. Life gets. I don't know. Obviously I have other disabilities, but yeah. So like the psychiatrists, and I have seen like several, and I know what Zero put in the chat earlier. I got that. I know what he was meaning when he broke down a word. There was a word he wrote, and I know what he meant.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, I was quite like, I didn't really want to speak to the psychiatrist because I felt like I knew the script. It's like, I know what you're going to ask me, so I can give you the answer before you ask me it. But over the years, there have been people that I've been able to develop a rapport with, who have been able to gain my trust and my respect. And it wasn't until, like, with women, what will happen is you'll get diagnosed with several different anxiety disorders, and usually depression, or it might be personality disorders, or a mixture of both or all.
Right. Okay.
And every single thing they tried with me, whether it was exposure, whether it was CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, whether it was certain drugs, everything that they tried, there was no improvement per se. And at one point, I think they just believed that I don't know what they felt, but I got the impression from some of the specialists that they just felt I was obstinate to getting better, or to working with them. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until I was like basically almost 30 where I saw a guy, an Indian doctor called Pujit, who looked through all my notes, looked through everything, went back my history, and he said, I see you were diagnosed back with ADHD when you were 15. And I says, yeah. He said, did they ever assess you for autism? And I went, no. And that's where it started for me.
Wow.
So I feel like in one way, yeah, well, it's a difficult thing to say, right? Because in one way, I was brought up in a mainstream school around mainstream people. Mm-hmm. But I've had a lot of struggles and a lot of anxieties and a lot of stresses because of that. Because I haven't been, because I wasn't equipped with the tools and the coping strategies and the information from an early age.
Right.
But on the flip side,
sure.
I've had to live as a neurotypical, so I don't know to what advantage that has. How advantageous has that been for me, and how much has it disadvantaged me, basically.
Gotcha.
And, yeah, so I'm now seeking, basically, I'm still in the process of seeking like understanding and trying to learn more about how I can like incorporate things into my daily life, so that certain things that I should have had help with when I was a kid.
Yep, me too.
Yeah.
That's why I built this community, because we're going to do just that. We're going to take time. We're going to listen. Someone has that answer, Apple. So we just have to go down that rabbit hole until we jump into that room that's going to be the right one, honey.
It's sad because with my mum being a single, well, she wasn't. She divorced my dad, but she technically was a single parent. And back in the early 80s, autism was considered just a male thing, really. There was no sort of like, with my mum being a single parent and having 2 kids, I think a lot of the old school doctors, and I'm talking about like the old school doctors, I believe that they just thought that my mum was being a neurotic parent. Because she was constantly at them. She was constantly going to social, to like health visitors, and because I wouldn't eat, I wouldn't sleep, I wouldn't, and she couldn't understand what was wrong. And the more she went, the more sort of pushback she got. It was like, oh, you're just being an overly neurotic parent. And so I was then just the problem child, and that's how I was treated. So then when I had meltdowns, they weren't meltdowns. I was just being bad.
So is Curse Zero in the chat room. He is too funny.
Sorry.
He's in there cutting up like he got...
Hold on, I'm multitasking. Calm down. I'm listening to the conversation. I'm just muted so that my comments don't overdrain the knowledge that's being fueled to the audience right now. I don't want to interrupt the show, but we're down here chatting back and forth.
That's good. That's good.
Love you.
That's good because I can't multitask.
I love him. He's too funny though. Because I got ADHD, so I'm listening to her, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, a hatchet. Not a shovel. I was like, not a shovel? Like, see, that's what my ADHD will do, sister. Well, I appreciate that. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to jump right back in here, and we'll just get right back to what they were saying.
As possibly being related to individuals trying to sue themselves or establish a secure world for themselves. Sometimes our individuals with autism spectrum disorders feel very disorganized when they deal with novelty, and they adapt rigidity and routines and sometimes stereotypic behavior to help them feel more secure. So we can talk more about impairment in social communication and restricted and repetitive behaviors in girls. But just to take us back a little bit, in 2013, the Interagency Autism Coordinating Committee, which is an NIH committee made up of experts from different institutes within the NIH who are concerned with autism, issued this statement. Basically, they were describing that we need to really be much more careful about diagnosing autism spectrum disorders in girls and women, potentially because there might be differences in the way girls present. Perhaps girls are less disruptive, for example, at school or at home, and maybe girls have a better ability to mask their symptoms. This was exciting to me because it was.
Would you agree, Apple?
100%. Absolutely. Okay. It's interesting because I sometimes find that there's something called alexithymia, which is I'll be very quick. I won't go off.
No worries. Take your time.
Yeah, there's a thing called alexithymia, which is right. It's not knowing. It's in the moment. You don't quite understand your emotions or how you're feeling until afterwards. Then you reflect back, like you sort of like introspectively sort of.
I do that.
Retrospectively, have to. Then you understand. Like I could be behaving a certain way, and I don't quite understand what my emotion is.
I left from over there, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I didn't want to have to explain it again. The first time I wanted to leave that place, I had to explain it, and then I was convinced to stay. This time I bailed out because of just that. Because of that sensory, I just had to go. I had to run, and I didn't care who didn't care, like who got mad. I didn't care because I need peace of mind. Remember I kept telling you? I got so much peace of mind, girl. Like to me, it never even happened. Does that make sense? Like I could block it out to where I don't even know nothing. Like I don't remember any of that.
That's it. It's like you said, like having alexithymia, difficulties identifying and describing your own and other people's emotions. It's more difficult to regulate your emotions if you cannot identify what you're feeling. So that's like what you say. Yeah. But I don't know if that's specific to autism. I think that's like, people with ADHD, it's pretty much, it's not, I wouldn't say it's it's pretty much, is it on the spectrum? Is it part of the spectrum? The majority of people with the majority of people that have autism also have ADHD.
Okay.
It's almost like they go hand in hand.
So I might have a low spectrum of autism, and I'm going to ask them when I go.
You would be high functioning.
Oh, I'd be high functioning.
you might be high functioning, but yeah, you might be very, like, it's not.
Because I'm just
hasn't
crazy.
appeared-
Loud. I'm eccentric. I'm all in the moment. I'll have us in a movie. I was in a rock star band last night. Like, so I already know that I teleport and I do certain things in a dimensional realm. But because my mind is broken, she tends to go like Luku Loco sometimes with
I don't
normal
think your mind's
things.
broken.
Well,
I wouldn't use that word for describing you. Not at all. You're unique.
I appreciate that.
You're unique.
I'm unique.
You are. Zero, do you not agree? I think so anyway. I've never met anybody like you. Do you know what I mean?
Thank
and
you.
I like the fact that you actually don't give a F about, like, you know, how others maybe
Nope.
perceive you. You just are who you are, and you do it with like the gusto, and I really respect that.
That's what I am.
There's a lot of people that are scared to be as well. It's not that you're bold or brash in a sort of, not like in a. I'm not using that in a negative way. I'm using that in like a positive
you're fine.
way.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I don't get too many compliments. Remember, I told you, like, I don't get compliments.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's why it hurt when asshole didn't even say thank you over there.
Yeah.
He like assumed he said thank you. He never fucking said thank you.
I think,
and that's what I was saying. Like, you can't even fucking show gratitude. You act like that shit was like supposed to happen. And even if the motherfucker, see how I'm getting triggered?
Yeah.
Because it's the fact of, like, you're not grateful. You inconsiderate motherfucker.
Uncle Sam's hat does not have stripes.
Period. Thank you, brother.
No, I just presented one of my triggers. You want to trigger me? Talk about Mandela effects.
What is it? The Steins?
Yeah,
that is the most popular one. That is the one that caused the Mandela effect to become popularized, because Berenstein, Bloodstained Bears was like, holy fuck, how do you spell that again? But my Oscar Mayer was spelt differently.
My Oscar Mayer.
Anyway, I see that we're going on a tangent and did, so I apologize.
No, I love it. This is why, because we have disabilities and we're allowed to. I don't like the word sorry. Sorry is for sorry ass motherfuckers who don't want to change. Just being yourself. You don't have to apologize ever around me. You hear me, guys? I don't want no
sorry
one
and
using
apologies
that
are different.
Yeah,
sorry and apologies are different. You're calling yourself something whenever you say I'm sorry. If you're apologizing, you're trying to make up for an action that you've done.
Correct. And again, you can't do nothing wrong here. Go ahead, Apple.
That's weird, because I remember going through behavioral therapy, and they said that you should never say I apologize, because it's you should always say I'm sorry, because apologizing is less personal.
What?
Like saying I apologize is it's less.
See, this is why I don't listen to The Rapist.
Yeah. Okay. Be careful of that word.
Wait, I said therapist. Hold on. I said the rapist. Yeah. I just put a little space in the word. That's all.
Yeah. But no. Nope. I will not allow.
They do it to your mind, though.
I will not allow that. You hear me, Apple? Yeah. Because sorry, let's just say the word. Let's just say sorry. What does it sound like for real when you say it like that? Sorry.
It kind of sounds condescending. It kind of sounds
condescending.
Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know why? Because it is. It's a way to get away from doing and showing responsibility. Let me tell you. Let me say if I step on your foot. Sorry.
Yeah, I see what you mean now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. You can't get out of that shit. No. That was like, yeah, I did it, and it happened, and oops. And I don't even care.
So what you gonna do about it?
Right. So what you gonna do about it? condescending. When I say I apologize for stepping on your foot, isn't that a little bit more personal?
Yep. And
Didn't
it's
I
a lot.
just address what I did to you?
Yeah. And it's
then
a
I
lot.
asked.
That makes
Sorry.
the high heel mark in my foot feel better.
Yeah. Go ahead, Apple. What were you gonna say?
No. I was just gonna say, and it's a lot. It's much harder to make that sound sarcastic, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Good
Without
one.
sounding angry,
It didn't.
sounding angry at the same time.
Exactly. Exactly. Because there's no way in hell that sorry sounds good to anybody. It does not sound good to me at all. It irks me.
Yeah.
It's like as soon as I hear it, I'm like, "Argh." Like here you
hear
go.
it so often as well. I think that maybe it's, I don't know, maybe that's just my opinion, but
well, think about it. Yes, because they're not really sorry. They're just
like it's like a knee-jerk reaction, isn't it? But it doesn't necessarily that some people don't mean it. It's just, or they're not aware. Like I wasn't aware of thinking from that like that.
Yeah, because let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If I doxed your fucking house, I doxed your damn cell phone number. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, you're not. You knew you did it. You know you did it.
Yeah.
You knew you fucking did it. You ain't looking at the goddamn screen even when the shit's up there.
I call BS.
Yeah, you're fucking not sorry, okay?
Yeah.
But if you say I apologize because I was angry and then I took upon myself to be an asshole. Yeah. See the difference? I can't be an asshole with the apology because you should never say I apologize. You should say why. I apologize for shouting at you. See?
Yeah, you should.
It needs another word to go with it.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm sorry. It's just like, oh my God, shut up, Sharon. I'm sorry. Sharon, you get on my fucking nerves running around the internet talking shit on Brittany after he was over here acting like he was my friend. Then she'll be like, you're talking about me. I'm not sorry. That's why I like sorry, not sorry. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like sorry, not sorry, because I'm not sorry. I'm just saying that word just to fuck you off. Like, fuck off. So again, here we go. We'll go back in.
Finally, a recognition that yes, there are girls out there who are underdiagnosed, and these girls need intervention, sort of course, every bit as much as boys. And this means that the NIH will direct money towards research into girls and women with autism spectrum disorders. And in fact, that has happened. When NIH is now requesting proposals for research, they often are highlighting the need for researchers to consider girls. In addition to the NIH statement, the DSM-5, which is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition, put this caveat within their narrative description of autism spectrum disorders, suggesting that girls without intellectual impairments or language delays who are on the spectrum might go unrecognized because of subtler manifestations of social and communication difficulties. This to me was also very exciting. I was glad to see this kind of recognition because it will highlight this diagnostic challenge for clinicians and researchers. So the next thing I wanted to basically speak about is whether diagnostic criteria right now are based on a male prototype. So often in the media, we see portrayals of individuals with autism or what used to be called Asperger's syndrome or high-functioning autism. And these folks are men. And so basically, when clinicians are learning how to diagnose autism, they gain a knowledge base, but then they also have to gain an experience base. They have to figure out how to diagnose autism based on what they know and what they've seen before. If most portrayals in the media are based on a male prototype, and in fact, if most clinics see more boys than girls, a lot of clinicians end up perhaps looking at the diagnosis of autism through the lens of how boys appear. So that, I think that becomes complicated for clinicians who are trying to understand how to diagnose girls who may be on the spectrum. In addition, I think an important point for clinicians and for families to understand is that it's less important to compare a girl suspected of having autism to what boys with autism look like. I would rather see a clinician compare a girl suspected of having autism or an affected girl to that girl's same age peers. And this is because boys and girls, men and women act differently. And I think we all know that from day-to-day life. And in fact, this is borne out by research as well. Men and women act differently. They behave differently in response to different environmental issues or in terms of family issues. And what the research
and
tells
love.
us is that
We're going to stop right there. And love. Because again, and we're not going to bring up no names, but somebody was acting very butthurt yesterday. Wasn't they, sister? You would think they was in love or something, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because that behavior was not irate on a level of somebody did something to you. Nobody did nothing to you. And again, Curse Zero, for the record, was not rude to that person that came to my show. The name we never speak of, nor do we bring it any energy. So again, the way you conduct yourself, and if someone's always saying, it's not me, it was them. It's not me, it's them. 9 times out of 10, it's them. Just saying. So relationships, all types of spectrums. If you are quick to jump, quick to have an attitude, quick to not diagnose the issue, this is what they're talking about. And this can ruin your life. This can ruin relationships. And this can make people look at you differently because we hella look differently now. Because again, I will never pay for a membership on a YouTube if I'm not getting something for it. Amen? Everybody in agreement? Hallelujah. I'm not paying a content creator for no fucking membership if I ain't getting shit for that membership. That's a whole fucking scam. That's called panhandling.
I'm not paying you to. If I want to pay the content creator, I'll figure out how to directly pay the content creator.
Exactly. Hit my Cash App. Hit my Cash App. Period. Boom. Hit my Cash App. But at the end of the day, I don't put that up there because that's not the objective. The objective is to get people together and speak amongst each other and have good thought and understanding. Welcome, Polly. So again, if you pay for a membership on the YouTube, you should get perks, membership perks. So let me tell you about a content creator that I paid for because I basically got rid of all my subscription. I'm not giving a near nigga shit. They can suck on a dick. Yeah. But before, because somebody ruined that, by the way. Like, so I had like 5 people that I had memberships to, and I support them. They let me come up on their panel. They let me do whatever I wanted. I got a wrench in the chat room. So I'm paying for something. I'm not just giving a content creator $2.99, $5.99, $6.99, $14.99 a month, and I'm not getting shit for it. Suck a dick, because that's panhandling. Get it? Got it? Good. So again, my emotions will cause me to start to eradicate when, again, someone has the audacity to insult my intelligence. You don't pay no goddamn content creator to do nothing. You get membership stuff. You get a membership page. Only the members are allowed to go on that page. There should be content on that page, and there should definitely be some rewards for the members, okay? And especially when the content creator says, hey, if you're a member, you can come up on the panel and basically kind of control the show. Oh, hell yeah, we want that shit. Because when I get the super chat, just and believe shit's going to get real, real crazy around here. Folks is going to pay to play.
All right. The other thing as well is that there's graded memberships. And what you pay, like there's tiers, there's levels.
Yep.
And there was no distinction between, you could literally pay, for example, £2 something. You're going to get the same as someone that's paying
14.
Exactly.
And matter of fact, it was 1602 to be technical, because a bitch looks at her goddamn receipts, okay, and her statements.
That's not.
That's some fucking scamming ass shit.
Yes,
so somebody hurt my heart last night when they said, Empress Janet, I was going to get that membership because of you. I know. That's why I got used, okay? I got used and abused, and when a bitch walked away, they tried to beat me the fuck up on the way out. I left that motherfucker, took my subs back, and canceled my membership right away, right on the front page, right on the little wheel, right up in the right-hand corner, because you're not getting anything to give that person money. And I want to give that broke-ass bitch some money. I would give that broke-ass bitch some money, but on some real shit for what? I don't even fucking know you like that. So you built a story for us. We had a whole story, because over here in Empress Janet's world, we all got disabilities. You're not allowed to be in this community if you don't have a disability, okay? And when people pay for the membership, when shit starts to get cracking around here, people will have whatever they want. It won't be about me. It'll be all about y'all, because it is all about y'all. It is all about the chat room. It is all about the panel. It is about giving out good ciphering and receiving handing out and giving good information. Even if the information is negative, I want us always to know that a negative and a positive have to go together. So if someone says something negative, I want a positive with it. If someone says something positive, give us a negative with it. It's just how life is. You can't take the shit. Why are you fucking still here? Life is fucking shitty. Like, put the fucking shit boots on and stomp through the shit instead of crying all the goddamn time.
I got ass-kicking boots. I got fucking steel-heeled, steel-toe, heavy as fucking ass-kicking boots, bro. You'll know if this shit hits you.
Period. Because you're not going to take my $2.99, $6.99, or $14.99 and tell me that everybody gets the same shit. And that there was basically nothing but a fucking video and some goddamn fucking, some shit at the end of the month. Some punk-ass money that got thrown away, and somebody donated $20. I never said this, but I'll say it now. Someone gave me $20 to give to Sky. I sent it to that fucking weirdo on the PayPal. He never confirmed if he sent it to Sky. So he took that $20 that was given. Just saying. Prove that you gave it to Sky, you lying ass dick sucker.
Exist in socialization, communication, and behavior, starting with babies and going all the way up through the developmental stages: toddler, preschooler, school-age child, teenager, young adult, older adult. Sex differences exist. So just to give you a couple of examples, and this is well researched. For babies, on average, boy babies are harder to soothe than girl babies. Male babies have a harder time learning how to soothe themselves than girl babies. And I don't mean one baby in comparison to one other baby. I mean on average in terms of groups. Another difference that's noted in toddlers, preschoolers, and even school-age children is that boys are much more likely to engage in rough and tumble play compared to girls. Not to say that girls aren't interested in kind of that rough and tumble physical contact, just simply to say that boys do it more. And these behavior differences are rooted in brain and biology. And I think that's important to stress. So for example, in the past, people would always think, well, you know, boys act like boys, they like rough and tumble play because that's kind of what they learn from their family and other boys. True to some degree, but actually that kind of propensity for rough and tumble play, that's biologically rooted. So anyway, I'm going to take you through some sex differences that exist in typically developing children, and then I'm going to talk about how this might make a difference for girls who have an autism spectrum disorder. So for example, with regard to socialization, girls show an early advantage in face recognition skills. The ability to recognize somebody's identity. Girls show an early advantage in emotion recognition. They're better able to recognize and read emotions than boys. And girls show a better ability early on to recognize other people's distress. This isn't to say that boys don't develop these skills, they do, but girls are a little bit better at it early on. Now, if you think
girls are better than boys. Okay, that's not what she said, but I will say shout out to Miss Lycan. She's in the building. Y'all, Miss Lycan, put your channel, girl, because when you go live, Miss Lycan's going live, guys. That's her little cartoon. But shout out to Miss Lycan and shout out to Mr. Lycan. And matter of fact, girl, you know he still got his wrench, girl. You know I was playing the other day, girl. You know how he take his wrench. He ain't been here forever. But like I was going to kick all the guys out, girl. But like I woke up today and I went to the doctor, girl, got my cuckoo checked. Everything's good. You know, got my blood pressure checked. You know what I mean? I just said, you know what? I'm going to go back to Brittany. Because again, it's Brittany Janet, bitches. So yeah. I'm letting everybody in. Except for Skits, the King, Shines, fucking Brian Earl, fucking Esau. Ain't no Tommy Guns allowed around here. Ain't no fucking Mr. Unknown. Everybody else is welcome. Oh, and Sharon, she's out. Fuck that bitch. And Emily, fuck that whore. They're the only ones. And you can't be in here unless you have a disability though. So Lycan might not want to be in here because he ain't got no disability. He can't be in here triggering my people. But shout out to Lycan Legion, Lycan Theory. Get your t-shirts from Lycan. That's right, lady. Fuck them all, girl. Everything is energy vibrating. Exactly. On vibration. So I came in hot, but I have ADHD, so I kind of forgot where I was going. Do you know where I was going, Apple? Actually, I want Zero to talk. What do you think? What do you think, brother?
What do I think? About what?
Yeah, what like women and this autism. Have you ever come across a woman that has like autism, or do you find like it's more in men? Do you think they're statistically talking truth, or what? Or are you just out here having fun in the chat room?
Honestly, I did leave my opinion. Let me roll it back up here. So, okay, so on topic, I hear we are figuring out how to diagnose humans with autism. Then I do the action of shaking my head. When none understand real equality. Oops, time to be quiet again.
No. You got to come back down so that everybody can understand, darling.
So, more or less, whenever you break down the basics of everything, men are logical, women are emotional, and this is why we react differently. This is one of the things that kind of set me off, where they're using The Simpsons as the model for males and females. That just struck a chord with me for a second, and I went furious type real quick, and that came out real fast. It came out before I even think it was on the YouTube side. I furious type whenever I saw Marge and Homer. I'm like, what the hell? But the point behind being is that we are all humans, even though we are binary creatures, because there are two different distinct types of us, even though there is the rare chance of legitimate hermaphrodites. Continuing forward.
I like women male, right? I like a woman that's a man, and a man that's a woman. So if you have a vagina and a penis, I like you.
Okay. Hermaphrodites are cool. There's less than like 2 or 3% of the population that actually become hermaphrodites. If we're talking about the other spectrum, in my opinion, dudes with clits are a lot better than chicks with dicks.
Oh shit! Are you serious? Well, I mean, because a man, but like
you see the opposite here, right?
Yeah, I do, but like, I understand. No, I don't know. See, I want a female look, like, so I like you, not you. Forgive me, Zero. I like a male to dress up as a woman, so I want to see the image of the woman, then I want to hump him.
Because you like girls.
I know.
You're one of them 70-30s. I like girls.
I like boys too.
That's why I said you're a 70-30.
Oh, but I
you
just
see
like
where that works?
Girls that like to play with boys, because we don't really want the boy. The boy's an asshole. The boy shows all his emotions, runs around YouTube, butthurt, but you're not butthurt. But then you dox a motherfucker because you butthurt.
But then you have to realize whether or not you're working with a human, a mundane, or a sheeple, or
a
something
fat,
else,
or a gay
or
boy.
something else,
Gay
or
boy.
something else.
I can smell
Oh.
gay. I can smell it. Ain't that crazy? I can
Your
smell
gaydar
it.
works, doesn't it?
Yes, honey. It be on. As soon as I come up on him, I'm like, yeah, he's gay. Because again, everybody attracts to me. Female, male. I got gay people that be like, yo,
Four days after I turned 18, I came to move up with my blood uncle who wound up being married to another male for nearly 30 years till about 5 years ago. My blood uncle technically passed away.
Peter, welcome.
So yeah, I learned how to cook, I learned how to clean, and then I learned respect for individuals' points of view. Because I'm not gay, but I lived with my gay uncle from the time I was 18 till he passed away 5 years ago.
Oh, that's so nice, though. And I love that you say it like that because, again, because somebody's gay, it doesn't mean it's going to rub off on you.
Welcome, he was married Peter. To his husband for nearly 30 years.
Oh, wow. Your mic's off, Peter. Are you okay? We just need you to respond because of the trolls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
hey, sorry.
No,
sorry.
Fine. So
I was saying thank you before, but
I don't want the evil fucking the clown from The Simpsons is chasing me now. So we gotta watch. I gotta make sure that everybody's who they are. But no, you can put it back on mute unless you wanted to iterate on what we were saying. But I want to get back to our autism, guys, because my OCD, I will get like a little distracted. So if we can go on mute just for a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm just listening and so on. So
thank you for your support, Peter.
Yeah. About these three issues, face recognition, emotion recognition, and recognition of others' distress, you may know that in children with autism, we see difficulties with face recognition. We see difficulties with emotion recognition. And children with autism are less likely to recognize another's distress and respond to it. So you may have the experience of working with a child with autism, or you may have a child with autism who, as a young child, might laugh when another child was crying. And this isn't because necessarily that's so funny, but the child with autism doesn't truly recognize the distress of the crying child. So the question that's outstanding here is that if typically developing girls have a little bit of an advantage than typically developing boys, do girls who have some autism features have a little bit of advantage compared to boys with autism features? Are they less impaired in these particular realms, still impaired but less impaired? And the question is, what is the gap in terms of socialization skills between girls diagnosed with autism and typically developing girls? In terms of communication, there are also gender differences. So, for example, what we call display rules for emotion are the rules that society conveys to us about how people can display emotion. So in our society, in this particular society, anger is much more accepted if boys and men express it. It is much less accepted if girls and women express it. So girls and women very early on learn not to show anger when they feel it. And studies have been done to show that girls and women show anger at the same levels of intensity as boys and men, but they actually are better at containing how they feel. Girls actually show early on more pro-social behavior than boys. They're more likely to reach out and to help other kids than boys early on. Girls are better at recognizing nonverbal cues. So I'm not saying that these things like pro-social behavior are necessarily biologically determined. I think they are to some degree, but some of these things are also imposed by our environment. So again, if you're thinking about children with autism it may be the case that a boy with autism is more likely to act out behaviorally if he is angry. It is conceivable that a girl with autism, particularly a young girl with autism, has learned that although she's angry, she better contain her behavior. So there are these complex interplays between, to me, because
Sorry, I hit my big old fat finger on the screen. So I wanted to stop right there. Apple, do you feel like that with the behavior? Because I feel like that's where my masculine comes in, and I fight like a boy. I don't fight like a girl.
Yeah,
do you feel like girls are more calmer with the autism than?
I don't know about other women with autism or girls with autism, but that's one thing that I couldn't relate to what she was saying there, because when I was a kid, I would act out, whether it was in anger or whether it was what they call a meltdown, which can be a combination of anger and then crying. Sort of, if I look at photos of when I was a toddler, young kid, like 4 or 5 sort of age, I'm crying, but my face looks like I'm like screaming and crying. So me personally, like the whole I don't know if it's they do see certain people with autism have a more male leaning brain, which could be me, because I'm the one that would cause. I've always been the one that's been disruptive. I've always been the one that's done the inappropriate thing, and that's what's caused a lot of the people, whether it's other kids, sort of like, but not bullying. Obviously, I have been bullied. I wouldn't.
Well, in the video, I apologize.
No. I'm just thinking, because she said something about like someone would laugh if like something happened to someone or if they started crying. That's the kind of my reactions would be what's the word? Inappropriate. Like my reactions were inappropriate to the actual situation.
And I was going back to what Empress said earlier in the video about the chick sounds like she has something, and then suddenly I'm sitting here listening to it, and I'm realizing quite simply what she's saying. Boys are physical, and girls are verbal. And then suddenly I hear her laugh under her breath while she's close enough to the microphone while she's talking, and I'm like, and then you see me in the chat. I got a little like, what is she laughing about?
Yeah, that was a bit odd.
And at the point that she laughed, it was like she was making fun of them. That's why I kind of it was kind of like the moment that the laugh started to occur while she was in her speech. It was like she was making fun of what she had just previously said.
Or she had some kind of reminiscence and of an example of her working with.
Yes, because like Empress stated, she may have it herself, and that's what's driving her to find answers for it, which is the drive for some individuals. They just don't self-diagnose them. They just start working with it because they have the brain capacity to do so.
Yeah.
Because I'll admit, I've ran into some super high functioning autistics that leave my IQ in the fucking water, like treading water.
Right? And this is why we have to work together, guys, because I have ADHD really bad. So look at these. Do you have these, Apple?
Yes.
I love these, girl. I'll be sticking these in the couch. You can stuff these down your couch. And then your couch be smelling like you just washed it in the laundry, honey. And if you sprinkle them on the floor, you can vacuum them up.
No more plastic on furniture.
Aww.
So
again, let me get the video, guys. I'm washing clothes. I baked some chicken. I'm out here multitasking.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I kind of did out of all of those things. Mimicry of salient gender normative behaviors. Okay. Yeah, I kind of did that.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Yeah, adopting social scripts, definitely.
What does that mean, though? What's mimicry? What is that, Zero? Do you know that word? I'm not.
Mimicry.
Mimicry.
It's like mimicry. It's like if you
Mimicry. It's the ability to mimic exactly what you've seen between 1 and 3 times on a mastered level. It takes 1 to 3 times of seeing something before you can do it yourself.
Oh my
But
God, I can see it once and copy it. Oh my God. Yes, okay.
This comes under socialalia. They're probably also going to, I'm assuming because this is under socialalia, they're also going to speak about echolalia, which is the auditory part. And I sometimes have echolalia, so that means that if somebody around me says something, sometimes I'll just repeat it. Like if I don't know, it could be anything. It sounds bizarre and a bit off the wall, but like say my partner says he's going to Tesco, I'll go Tesco. Like that's echolalia. So echolalia is just basically the verbalization of mimicry. But it doesn't require like more than one. With autism, with neurotypicals potentially, but not people that are not neurodivergent. And I think you wrote something in the chat earlier, Zero, about everybody like self-diagnosing. That is one of my that's something that really, really angers me so much. At the moment I've noticed that there is a collective of people online who apparently it's trendy now apparently to be autistic. I don't see how or why because it's every day's got obstacles and challenges. But you've got all these people self-diagnosing as autistic, and when you challenge their narrative, they'll say, but it's too hard to try and get a professional diagnosis. And I said, well, I had to wait 30 years. Yeah, but then this, they've got excuses. I said, look, you cannot diagnose because there's so many other complex neurological conditions that could be similar to autism. It doesn't necessarily mean you are autistic. And then there's groups on Facebook which I joined, naively thinking that the admins or the people that had created the groups were officially diagnosed autistics. And I quickly found out through being banned from said 3 groups that they weren't necessarily like professionally diagnosed. And then I'd get a lot of grief in the comments because I'd be like, you're not the same as me. Like, it's not that I'm a gatekeeper. It's not that I'm trying to be a gatekeeper on autism, but
I'm the gatekeeper of the disability, so you can be the lieutenant or general of us because again, every one of us are our own bosses. Go ahead, Peter.
It's absolutely true. If I can say something,
please.
Because it's like popular. Sometimes it's popular. It has been for a few years to say that because they feel like they are a little bit different, and they say okay, I have autism, and many people in my age, 40, 50 years old, they say they have how do you HD wait
ADHD sorry ADHD
I know it in Swedish.
I have it but I just want to give your background. You want to give your background because Z up above, he's my new co-host, so he's like the boss of the show. So you just want to kind of introduce ourselves to everybody. His name is Zero. This is Peter. He's actually straight Dane in the chat. He's from Sweden.
Hi, Zero. Good to hear you.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, but people are starting telling me that, I have this, let's say, HD.
Yeah.
And
well, you mentioned bipolar before.
Yeah, but I say, what? How do you know that? Oh, I realized that because I had.
Because I've read it.
I was different. I was a bit different at school. So I say, did you go to any doctor or? No, but I'm sure I have it, and
Oh, guess what, Peter? I've self-diagnosed myself, and I'm going to the doctor on September 30th. So brace for impact, because I want to see what they say I legally have.
Yeah, but I think, Janet, I think you can do it, but there are lots of thousands and thousands of people that don't understand it. I think you understand it better. So
Absolutely. And
yeah,
it's because
I
there's
embrace it, Peter, because I'm not afraid of it.
no.
It's kept me from having real people in my life for a long time. And I'm tired of that. And if the world's ending, Peter, we need to gather. Go ahead, Z.
Okay, to quickly point out, DID is dissociative identity disorder. Yeah, that's the right acronym. It's something like they physically become another consciousness
Yeah.
and
I might have all this
self-diagnose
shit.
and self-diagnose DIDs. And you know me, I'm the kind of person that goes into magical
Tangerines?
things.
Where
I'm
I'll
the
go
kind of
like this
person
and be
that
like
goes
I'm
into.
screaming Pantalones. Rocking out with my peacock out. I took
But what I'm talking about is that technically, this is Western medicine.
Yes.
And remember, Western medicine is set here and was also recently stopped diagnosing those who were of the LGBTQ USIA community. Um, they were diagnosing them as something. And they just recently stopped in the late 50s or somewhere around there, the late 40s, early 50s, mid 50s. And this is whenever it started the movement, because the segregation movement was already in act and that was already role playing through. And all this is more reasons to divide us. But back to the point of Western medicine versus Eastern medicine. And like I stated, I'm more of a magical individual. And from what I perceive from the actual DIDs that are out there,
right.
These are channels. These are channels. And see, there's a difference between a lot of abilities, and there's a lot of similarities that you can accidentally state somebody as something because they are very similar to this.
Exactly.
Just like oracles are very close to empaths. Just like empaths are very close to psionics. It's that you have to know definitively exactly what they're reading in order to figure out which classification they are. Whereas some people can have spirits inhabit their body, multiple entities inhabit their body, and there is a switch going on between the entities inside of the mind. And what I try to convey to the actual controller of the entire host meat suit
us,
yeah, is that you have to become the television set.
Right.
First and foremost, you must learn how to become the television set. You are not a channel. You must become the television set.
Right.
Now, once you become the television set, you learn how to control which channel you are on.
You see that? Did you see that, Apple?
Yep.
And that's what I like about her, Z, is because some reason I feel like she's like me. But we're like mirroring each other, but she's missing something. So if she stands with me, she's going to mirror me. She's going to do that mimic thing that
mimic
she does.
Cry.
Yeah. But I'm going to do it with her too because I like her. Like I like her softness of her voice. She's so calming. I feel like she's like a mom or a sister to me.
That's fair.
Peter too. So Peter's like a brother or friend. Yeah, I know he liked the lover thing, but he's so calm. I love the way Peter talks. Like I talk all that, and then here comes Peter, and he's like,
it's like yin and yang, isn't it?
I love it. Look, I love his laugh. I would kiss you right now, Peter, because you're just like. You're like baby powder on a good day that smells so amazing.
Voice. I hate my voice. So
I love it. Me and Z, we got the microphone check 1, 2. What is this voices? So I would ask you, Z, do you like Apple's calming voice?
I won't be offended,
I
but
don't understand the question. Like this is where Queen will step in and translate to me what
No
you just
worries.
asked me.
I will
This
say
this
to
is
you.
where you get what I just stated,
Yep.
right?
Yes. So I will state to you, when you hear her talk, do you feel her vibes? Do they calm you down a little?
Oh, they're not negative towards me. They
I
don't impact me negatively.
Yes, I like that. Same thing with Peter. So Peter could tell me to shut up and I will not react. But
yeah.
if
I don't do
Z told
that.
me to shut
And
up, I would have to
it
remember that
depends. It
he's
depends. Yeah.
helping me. It would click that he's helping me because his loudness, Apple, will do what?
I didn't technically flip the coin yesterday. I just showed you the third side of it, which is the edge of the coin. You remember yesterday whenever I was talking about Medea and I said you treat children this way, then you can treat some children this way?
Right.
Yeah, and you notice how the tone changed for the other side. Like I'm just stating, that was the edge of the coin. That wasn't even the other side.
Right. But I also like to talk like we're all five, if that makes sense.
Right, and what I was also talking about this DID earlier is there's this another thing that's coming out in America, and I understand a lot of our audience is in UK, that they have these littles, and I don't understand the concept. Please don't ask me to explain it. But whenever I notice there's a little around me and they're in little form, I'm like, okay, you see me, I'm a big, and there's a bigger big behind me. So
You're
you don't
talking
want
about
me to
little
switch.
people.
I'm not talking about little people. I'm talking about littles. There are individuals who will revert back. This is why I
Yeah,
asked you
yeah.
not.
No. That's another subject. Oh, don't take all the honey.
Yeah. I don't like
That's
explaining that. I don't
no.
like explaining that.
We will. We have to. Because that's another topic. I
So
swear.
yeah, somebody else explain that. I don't like doing it.
Fetishes. And that's another topic. Let's get
No,
back.
I'm talking about a mental disorder where an individual will revert back to a child into
Yes,
a
sir.
mental state of a child.
Yes, sir. I know, sweetheart, but you're stealing another topic for like another Saturday. Get me? Ha.
Yeah.
We got to stay on autism, sexy.
Yeah, I can say a few
Or
things.
our disorder, sexy, because look, he can read your mind.
Yeah, I was just
crazy.
stating it as a disorder.
It is a disorder, and I want to use that one, but I wanted to bring that one in a little bit later when we're talking about that part, when we get to the sex ed. We got to stick with the girls right now. Go ahead,
I want
Peter.
to say something. Yeah. I wrote in the chat that I worked with children who had autism diagnosed or Asperger, and they were the best children I ever met. So I don't know how many. Yeah, Apple and maybe you, Janet, maybe someone else in the chat. I mean, it's not always a bad thing. It's when I worked with them, I always saw it as a good thing. Someone needs help when they're lower on the spectrum, or what you say. But they were so interesting to me because I'm not autistic, and I have to say that all of them loved me really. They said, "Oh, you're coming now, Peter. I love you. I love you. I love you," and they were hugging me, even though many autistic people don't like to be close and touch someone else. So it was strange because they hugged me, most of them, and no one else. And we did crazy things together that they liked. And this was when I studied at the university, so I was working extra. So yeah. So if you have a child that are diagnosed with autism, I mean, it can be. Don't worry. It can be. Yeah, you just need some help, and I think there are more help now, and you can have a very, very good life. Yeah. That was my thoughts.
And we
Okay.
love your Swedish voice, darling. Shout out to Sweden. Shout out to the UK. Shout out to Scotland. Woo, woo. Shout out to the Irish. Woo, woo. To Ireland. Big ups to the Jamaicans. Big ups to my Philippines. Megala shout out, guys. Empress Janet loves you around the world. You know it. Shout out to Z for being in the building. All right, guys. Check this out.
Yo.
This video is running behind. So I literally got to find out where we were behind. Do you know where we were, sister? Because it was just running. Were we on the...
Socialalia. It was
Yeah, we had the word mimic cry. It was somewhere.
Yeah. It was okay. It was right there. I think I saw it.
Two asterisks, and then a girl on the right hand side that had like a fairy dress, a princess dress on.
Okay.
So it was just after that. I think it was just after.
Behavior.
The reason I'm asking. The reason I'm asking in the chat room about an echo is because Moonshine came in and said there was an echo.
No, that wasn't Moonshine. Her name is only Moon now. Somebody cloned her.
There's another one called Moonshine that has a cat avatar, like a cat's face. And she said that, sorry, she or he, I don't know if it's a she.
They.
I'm assuming, sorry, that was wrong.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
They said that there was an echo. And,
yeah, that's Peter. We're not. Whenever Peter talks, so just want everybody to mute. It's fine. If he doesn't have his headphone on, I'm not really concerned about that. They don't have a wrench. They're not a member. If you're a member, you got a wrench. Other than that, we don't care. Our discussion's going on, Nani. This is our world. They're just nuts in it. And we're not hungry. So I would say that I wanted to go back to some of these just because it was the mic of who was speaking. Exactly. It's Peter. But Peter just needs a headset, or again, everyone needs to go on mute when Peter's speaking, and then it won't do the feedback. It will only draw him in. Do you guys mind if we just kind of step back to like right in here?
Yeah, no problem. I'll just mute myself up just now.
Yeah, everyone mute, darlings.
Emotion recognition and recognition of others' distress. You may know that in children with autism, we see difficulties with face recognition. We see difficulties with emotion recognition. And children with autism are less likely to recognize another's distress and respond to it. So you may have the experience of working with a child with autism, or you may have a child with autism who, as a young child, might laugh when another child was crying. And this isn't because necessarily that's so funny, but the child with autism doesn't truly recognize the distress of the crying child. So the question that's outstanding here is that if typically developing girls have a little bit of an advantage than typically developing boys, do girls who have some autism features have a little bit of advantage compared to boys with autism features? Are they less impaired in these particular realms, still impaired but less impaired? And the question is, what is the gap in terms of socialization skills between girls diagnosed with autism and typically developing girls? In terms of communication, there are also gender differences. So, for example, what we call display rules for emotion are the rules that society conveys to us about how people can display emotion. So in our society, in this particular society, anger is much more accepted if boys and men express it. It is much less accepted if girls and women express it. So girls and women very early on learn not to show anger when they feel it. And studies have been done to show that girls and women show anger at the same levels of intensity as boys and men, but they actually are better at containing how they feel. girls actually show early on more pro-social behavior than boys. They're more likely to reach out and to help other kids than boys early on. Girls are better at recognizing nonverbal cues. So I'm not saying that these things like pro-social behavior are necessarily biologically determined. I think they are to some degree, but some of these things are also imposed by our environment. So again, if you're thinking about children with autism, it may be the case that a boy with autism is more likely to act out behaviorally if he is angry. It is conceivable that a girl with autism, particularly a young girl with autism, has learned that although she's angry, she better contain her behavior. So there are these complex interplays between possibly societal constraints and biological behavior that might change the way a girl with autism
we gotta put it on pause, because guess what, y'all? Shout out to the Wasp. He's in the building. You go, Wasp. Hey, leave your channel, bro, so that people can link to you, because Zero Wasp is from the UK. Very good gentleman. I know you want to sub to that channel. I'll even portal jump you over there to him. You would love them over there, darling. Very, very truth tellers. Truth tellers to the point that it's like you'll love to feed off of them. What they keep trying to say, he's a racist. He's not. I'm not sure if he's Scottish or Irish, but he's definitely one of the ones that, like Apple just told the truth in the background. Did you see this in the private chat? Shout out to Apple telling the truth, period. Put some respect on her name. Go ahead, Apple. Say something, darling.
I love the way you've done. I don't know if it's the way you've done your makeup, but you're the spitting image, Erica Badu.
Thank you, darling. They say I'm ugly, darling. They say I'm an old, ugly lady. I think not, darling. I think all this right here, Father broke the mold, darling, because I ain't seen a near one yet, honey. Let me go back and sit out.
You don't look your age either. I mean, I know that people with melanated skin generally don't age.
Oh, hell no. Quickly. I do not look like no 43. They tell me all the time I'm like 30-something.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
I had just got off of 28. They used to say I was 28.
Wasps actually from a place called Wigan in the north of England.
Oh, wow.
And his channel's brilliant because it's kind of like this channel. It's kind of like there's all different characters and personalities, and it's kind of like being in, well, we would say in Britain, like your local pub or your boozer. And it's
yes, this is a cafe, a lounge.
Yeah, yes, it's just in like America. A laugh, and everybody has. It's just brilliant because every night, it doesn't matter what the subject or the topic is, you'll come away laughing. For sure.
Yes, we will. We will do it all, won't we? We'll party like rock stars. We'll get serious. We'll get funny. We'll get ADHD. That's what I said. You can't be in my community unless you have a disability. You could just love too much. Your disability could just be like, you love too much. You welcome here, honey. Because we don't lie to kick it over here, honey. Because you already know, Apple, when he told that lie, I got so triggered, didn't I, sister?
Yep. Oh, yep, I know.
Yep.
And the other thing is, I said it earlier today, only because I've heard you saying it. It's like you will our Apple will mimic me and I'll mimic her. But I was mimicking you earlier because I said to Arash, my partner, I said to him, Real has gone white petty because he's removed me from the Telegram group. How white
period. Because she's going with me. Period. Is you little mad, big mad, or grande mad? Because again, me and her both know, excuse me, I'll get up here, that you lied. And again, we got disabilities that, again, tell him, Apple, you'll tell him to his face, won't you, girl?
Absolutely.
You
I
ain't
think what he
shit,
did was,
motherfucker.
I really don't.
Absolutely disgusting, degrading, and I don't never want to be a part of no shit like that. He made up the fucking story about Brian killing his wife and his children and burning down the house. It was unacceptable.
Oh yeah,
Unacceptable.
Wasp's got 2 channels. He's got one where they do like little, it's like skit videos, which is quite cool, hilarious, absolutely hilarious. And the other one's the live streams, where there's a panel like the panel we're on just now. So he's put both links in the chat. But
yes. Make sure you like and subscribe to both the Wasp's channels, guys. Because again, we'll float to the UK that way. We're not going in the other portal. We're staying away from that portal. It's burned. That access to the real, it's fake. It's on burn notice. You can access the UK through the Wasp. And again, if you come from me, then you better use your manners. Because I'm not playing that shit. Like, not at all, Apple. And that's what I'm saying, Zero. When Apple see me get triggered, she ran with me to the United States, and she from Scotland. She know I'm not no lying bitch. I'm not no lying whore. I didn't do none of that shit that them motherfuckers saying that I did. I will tell my truth till I die, won't I, sister? I just upset a whole family, didn't I? A whole foster family over a truth, didn't I? And you think that mangy, dirty, rat back bitch over there is going to do that shit to me? You got me fucked up. You got me all the way fucked up. I will tell every moment of it. I know word for word. I don't need no motherfucking receipts. I got Dan hands, motherfucker. You over there using Dan. The fuck? I got shit to tell Kaylee too. Trust me. I'm that motherfucking petty. Nigger.
Is it being petty though? Because he's
it's gonna be petty. It's gonna be because he did the shit because he was in love. So he wants to act like he didn't just front around and act like a fucking fool on the YouTube. Did he not?
Yep.
Did he not create a whole? He fucking hit Jupiter's channel because she was over here.
I noticed, and I was.
You're fucking petty, and you're a beta bitch. And guess what? Just because your channel didn't go down, whore mongrel, don't worry, because his channel came back up. Z.
Jupiter is a good one. Honestly, I really have a lot of time.
Shout out to Jupiter. I wish somebody could put her channel in the chat.
Yeah, Jupiter is a lady from London.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to her. I went live.
She's one of these no nonsense. Like, she will tell you how it is, and she'll not like hold.
She's another one we feed off. I feed off of.
Yeah, because she's so like. There's no like.
No stopping her.
She's so down to earth, and I mean that in the most respectful way. She's so down to earth, and I've got so much respect for the woman because the amount of abuse that she's had to take.
Yeah, true.
And she keeps slaying the dragon.
True.
Zero.
Yep, she never lies down to it, and I'll
never surrender, and I'll always have her back. If she calls me like a goddamn Batman, I'm coming for it. And I'm ripping motherfuckers' heads off.
Yeah, that took so much shit from
everyone,
and she's still going.
I'm right here because I'm woman number 2, honey.
Yeah.
Every man on the YouTube is trying to attack me. Every man. And Peter, I'm gonna need you to find headphones. Do you have headphones, darling?
Yeah.
Because your feedback is so cray-cray.
I will change. Wait.
Yes, dear. You can go on mute and then flip it.
Yeah, there's some kind of buzz that I'm noticing, ow.
I know. Put your mic on mute, sir. Peter, put your mic on mute. Please, love. Okay, so you guys, because we're all going around the world, you guys have to have a good headset on your laptop. If you're on your phone, have good headphones for your phone. Other than that, I can usually tolerate it, but It's on a lower frequency that I don't want to be on, so it's probably irritating the moonshine there. I don't want to trigger the people that are here.
I've heard my
actually,
headset is pretty badass. It will overrun my voice over any other sound in creation.
well, yours comes in so nice. It's just like, yes, yes, teacher, yes. Just like how Apple come in like, hey, girl.
Can you hear me better now?
It's still doing it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that buzz is still there.
What
Okay,
are
right.
what are you on? Your phone or your PC, darling?
My PC.
Yeah. So are you your headset there is the system, you might want to turn it down. Like so I can turn my microphone down from here like
Does
this.
he have an Android or an eyeball?
And now I turned it all the way up. Really,
Okay.
phone? It's saying spam. They trying to troll my show, then they got my house number. Don't feel like talking to you. I unplugged the phone and it still rang. It had to get its one ring out.
Is it better now?
No, never changed.
Okay.
So, are you doing it on the computer? Because your computer you can turn the volume down on your computer, or you can turn it down on the headset. Because my headset's connected here, but I have to turn it down there.
Is it better now?
No.
Okay.
There's like no change whenever you're asking, is it better? There's no change.
Yeah,
No. Well, that's a mute, it looks like.
Yeah, he
I'm
muted.
just checking it isn't me.
No,
Because
you're great, love bug, and thank you for your patience because this could trigger you. So the more that you're patient,
it's okay. I'm all right. Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
As
the
long
more
as
that we patient, the better I like to help. It's like a treasure hunt. It's like trying to get to the bottom of this. We're like swimming in the shark with the sharks. Like, what the shitsa? That's why you got to say shitsa. What the shitsa is going on here? That's why I be cracking myself up sometimes with shit. Just like you want to just be like frustrated. No, I don't like those emotions. I don't like to use them. If I use them, it's because I'm feeling something for that person.
Yeah.
Because I don't react if I don't give a fuck. Why is somebody knocking on my door?
I didn't know that about.
Oh, because it's her. Hello, my dear queen.
Hiya.
Hello.
Hello. You know Apple, sister?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you know Peter?
Mm-hmm.
And you know Zero?
Of course.
And you know me, girl. Give me a kiss.
Of course.
When I met DQ, I was like, give me a kiss, girl. You're so sexy. I like big girls. The skinny one is me only, okay? I'm the best skinny girl. You see this? Look at that. That's a little chicken leg.
If I tried to do that, I'd break myself.
I know. See, so let me be all flexible for you, girl. I'll lick it for you. I'll eat the chicken for you, girl. Make you laugh. So, how are you doing?
Oh, fine. I had to help my uncle figure out Instagram. You know, those old people can't figure out new technology.
I'm about to ask you, darling, could you help me with the TikTok app? I'm going to need to learn how to stream with my TikTok app so I can be over there making my little jokes so they can come over here. And I just think you the right tech to help me.
Oh,
You're
I have
so
a TikTok.
fabulous.
I have a TikTok.
a
There's a lot of things over there you might love.
Oh, I love it all, Johnny. You'll see the Matrix in behind us. You see all the boxes.
And there might be a point in time where you come across videos on TikTok and be like, it'll be like, okay, that's enough TikTok for today.
Yeah.
Because look, you see the door behind us?
Sometimes you spend more hours watching other people look stupid than you do try to do to yourself.
Well, you know I'm ugly, right? You know I'm ugly.
Where?
I mean, everywhere.
Where?
My left toe on my right foot when I was a baby. It was ugly, girl.
Aren't we all ugly in our own little way?
And we all got a disability up in here. So check this out. We're looking at autism today, sister. We're talking about autism for the fact that a lot of people in my community actually have it. Our community, I should say, forgive me. And with that, Apple has autism. So we're kind of learning about it so that like we all know that she has it. We want to know what it is, right, sister?
Mm-hmm.
So this is very intensely exciting, and we were in this. Do you know anything about autism?
All I know is a lot of them could be nonverbal.
So the last question, do you hear the echo again?
Yes, Peter. That's why my face was like.
Okay, I will go out now. Sorry about that.
No, just put your mic on mute. Okay, listen. Put your mic on mute, and then go to the private chat and type there, and we will talk for you right there. Until you figure out technical issue, you don't really have to leave if you don't want to.
Yeah.
We'll just get around it. If you have something that you want to say, or whenever you need to talk, we all need to like go on mute, and then it will come in better.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I will mute myself. I will mute myself.
And then we're back here.
My sister.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter. Okay.
Continue.
Yay! Okay.
Bye.
Okay, guys. So you were saying, DQ, about?
All I know is that some autistic people are nonverbal, so they can't form words, and they know the words they want to say, they just can't say it.
I definitely
their
believe
brain
that.
capacity doesn't know how to work their mouth.
The wasp is leaving the building. Does he got a wrench out there? He better. It's like, no, I'm just playing. He does. His channels are out there, guys.
Bye, wasp.
Bye. We'll be there. Americans will be there. We'll salute you, sir. Go get him. He's a liar. You're right on it. Sniff his ass out and tell it. Tell it all, Wasp. Anywho, the reason that we're talking about it, though, is like, again, of the awareness, but there is an issue with it on the YouTube, hashtag YouTube. We believe that people with disabilities are being taken advantage of in these YouTube streets because they're missing the social interaction of rubber banding versus bumper cars. So they're believing everything that they see and hear out here is real. My stage seat is more real with the actual authentic stuff than actually everybody's, act. Everyone's on their own script. There is no script because real life doesn't get scripted. But to have a conversation of a round table, all of us sitting in our house, sitting at the table, drinking coffee, talking to each other, smoking our cigarettes or our marijuana. I need some more papers.
Coffee.
Coffee. Shout out to coffee and tea. Yeah. We want to know things, and I think that it's very important that we learn it like together. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna get back in this real quick. If you guys, sorry, forgive me. If we put our mics on mute for a minute.
Also, with regard to showing empathy, typically developing girls show more empathy early on than typically developing boys. Girls have a little bit of an advantage with regard to taking the perspective of another, understanding others' perspective early on in life. I mean, that skill for understanding what other people are thinking and feeling, that comes online about 3.5 to 4, or between 3 and 4 in typically developing children. I think we may know that children with autism often have difficulty with this perspective. But again, if typically developing girls have a little bit of an advantage along this line, do girls with autism have a little bit of an advantage? And do they look less impaired with regard to taking the perspective of another compared to boys with autism? Typically developing girls are more likely to socialize in dyads, just 2 girls together, than in larger groups. Whereas for boys during preschool years and school age years, socialization is more often in a group. It's more loosely organized. I've read some work that suggests that if a girl with autism is socializing exclusively with just another little girl her age, there may be some ability of the more typical peer to be a little bit more forgiving and a little bit more accommodating in one-to-one play. And that might mean that a girl who has some vulnerabilities in terms of autism symptoms isn't picked up, isn't noticed, because they seem to be doing okay in that one-to-one play. The other thing is that typically developing girls usually have more language-based play than boys of the same age. This could be hard for a girl with autism, and that's where you might find them struggling a little bit. I want to talk about a phenomenon that I've seen in my work here at the Yale Child Study Center Clinic, Developmental Disabilities Clinic. I want to talk about what was coined as sociolalia by my friend Els Bilshuis in the Netherlands, who's a psychologist interested in understanding girls. And what we talked about together, and I've talked about this with other psychologists and nurse clinicians and other professionals, is sometimes with girls with autism, we see mimicry of salient gender normative behaviors. So typically developing girls may be interested in dressing up. You know, they may be interested in being dressing up like a princess or whatever. And what I've seen in some preschoolers, toddlers and preschool girls with autism, and even early school age, is sort of a clinging to this kind of dressing up that is far more extreme than you might see with a typically developing little girl. And in some ways, what Dr. Bilshuis and I have spoken about and thought about is that these girls notice early on that they aren't quite connecting. They don't quite understand what's happening in the social world, but they have been able to glean that girls their age like to dress up and like to do particular social scripts related to dress up. And they may really cling to this kind of behavior in a way that camouflages their real difficulty in understanding the social world of preschool and early elementary school. There's an idea that they may kind of hide out and you might not notice because this behavior might look pretty typical. You think, well, little girls like to do this. But what we notice is that this behavior is an extreme. In another realm, imaginative play is important. So sometimes with girls with autism, what I see is an obsessive interest in recreating the same scripts over and over. So what looks like imaginative play, creative play, is actually just a repetition of the same kind of play scenario that they've seen over and over again. And this can be confusing for a clinician who's not really attuned to it, because you may see a little girl or parents may describe that there isn't a lot of imaginative play going on. But when you really probe, what you find is that it's simply a script that's played again and again and again.
A simulation.
So I want to move on to...
Can I stop right there and say that? A simulation? Can everybody agree? All right.
Restricted and repetitive behaviors, because we see this in children with autism, males and females. And what I've learned through my clinical work here at the Child Study Center is that both boys and girls on the spectrum do have restricted and repetitive behaviors. But what I've noticed is that for boys, the unusual interests seem more pronounced for boys. So I have encountered boys who are extremely interested in elevators, deep fat fryers, train schedules, or electric fans. And these obviously seem odd to children who interact with these boys. I've seen girls here through our clinic and through my clinical work who are very interested, obsessively interested in a particular topic. But the topic itself is not so unusual. So perhaps a girl is interested in Disney princesses, or perhaps a girl is interested in horses. These are interests that any child could have, so it doesn't seem so unusual. What becomes unusual is the quality of the interest. Is the interest obsessional? Is it difficult to get the child to talk about anything else? Is the child interested, for example, with regard to Disney princesses or Barbie or American Girl? Are they interested in discussion and expanding their play and conversation around these topics, or do they just stick with the same thing over and over again? I think this can be hard for clinicians to sort out because some of these things seem very typical. And I think that one way to think about it is to ask yourself, how interfering is this behavior? I mean, if you have a boy who every time he enters an office building has to run to the elevator and go up and down many, many times while he examines the elevator, that can be very, very interfering. If you have a girl who wants to read American Girl books, that's not so interfering unless it becomes obsessive. And so I think for clinicians and for families, that's how you have to think about it. So the next question I wanted to address is, when are differences between the sexes noted, or between girls with autism and typically developing girls? And what some research has borne out is that some differences are not as pronounced until girls begin to enter middle school and high school. And I'm going to describe more about that as I move on, but to suffice it to say that girls and boys have very different socialization patterns, and typically developing girls, as they move into middle school and high school, have a different way of socializing than typically developing boys. So girls, typically developing girls in middle school and high school, start to socialize more and discuss more feelings and emotions and relationships. And when this starts to happen in maybe later elementary, middle, and high school, this kind of conversation can be very confusing for a girl who's on the spectrum. And I'm going to say more about that. So next, I want to try to address what I think are the unique challenges that families and school districts face, teachers face, educators, when they're thinking about girls with autism spectrum disorders. There are a number of different issues that are going to be different for girls than for boys, and consequently, intervention is going to have to be different. So the first is grooming and dress. Of course, as little girls get older and move through elementary school, most girls become more aware of how they're dressing. And many girls, not all, but many girls start to think about how they're dressing and the ways in which they're kind of developing a personal style. And if you have a daughter who has gone through middle school and high school, you might appreciate that this can be a time of great angst, trying to figure out, what clothes do I want to wear? How, do I want to wear makeup? How do I want to wear my hair? This kind of stuff is really fraught for all girls as they go through their middle school and teen years. But this can be harder for girls with autism. I think that in many ways, if they are not moving through this stage and not taking better care of themselves as they move through these years, that can make them really stand out. And these are the kinds of things that we have to help girls with. So, for example, I have a young girl that I worked with in the past, and she is in her high school years now, and she always wears complete pink, pink shirts, pink pants, pink skirts, pink jackets, and after a while, this looks pretty odd. So I think that in this particular situation, girls may need more help with this. Sometimes it's easier to just dress up a kid, a boy in sweatpants and a sweatshirt. It all works. Girls are going to need more help with that. Another area that is really different for girls and boys on the spectrum is, or girls and boys in general, that can be an area of real vulnerability for girls, is privacy. So girls typically do a lot of telling of secrets. There's a lot of confidentiality going on in relationships between girls as they get older through development. And this can be hard for girls on the spectrum to understand. There's a lot of, as I'm sure you know, if you're the parent of a girl on the spectrum or a girl in general, there's a lot of texting, there's a lot of phone calls, there's Facebook and Snapchat and all these different kinds of social media mechanisms. And girls with autism spectrum disorders need a lot of very explicit teaching about how to use these media applications and how to communicate.
You know, I was going to stop it right there. Oh, what did I say? Come on, Z.
Communication is always difficult because they made social studies into history instead of teaching individuals how to speak, because I knew how to make words, I just didn't know how to choreograph them into sentences. And a specific individual that I will not name his name or profession actually taught me how to correlate my words properly in order to plant seeds into individuals'
No, you're
minds.
supposed to be talking 5-year-old. Come on. No, you done fucked up. No.
What I'm talking about is that the way to speak. The school has changed social studies, which is supposed to teach you how to communicate with others, into history.
I'm talking about autism people on the internet need to be safe. Yeah. That's what, see, no. The message.
With other girls.
This was the message. The message.
We're talking about communication.
No.
Now we're on social media. And I was looking back and forth. Now we're on social media. Well, that comes down to the parents being able to allow them to understand what they need to do and what they not need to do, because they are more susceptible to predators than most individuals.
Z, we're talking about grown people on the internet. We're talking about autism people though right now. So I don't know where you were. I'm just gonna bring
you said go to kids. So I'm like, okay, we're in kid level now.
Kid level, meaning I wanted you to stay with the autism. People who have autism need to be protected on the internet. That's what that white lady just said. So I don't know if you were paying attention to the video, sweetheart, but that's what I needed. I needed that message right there. That again, these are people who are like 20, 25, 30. They have autism. Women, that she just said, women are more susceptible on this social platform. And
most individuals with autism have some sort of caretaker that they talk to on a regular basis, or have for quite some time, to allow them to know the do's and don'ts on the internet. If someone states this, you do this. If someone is actually doing this, they're meaning this.
Yes, and if they don't tell them, I've built a community that us as ones that are higher up on the spectrum will keep them safe. Because this is how they're going behind the scenes, hurting them, getting malicious information, literally trying to make them jump out the window and kill themselves. And again, this is not fair. All that rage quitting, all that making up lies and stories to hurt someone behavior, it won't be accepted here. Because you should always tell the truth, even if you're scared. It will always make you feel safer, because you won't feel safe after this. So listen to this again.
Another area that is really different for girls and boys on the spectrum is, or girls and boys in general, that can be an area of real vulnerability for girls, is privacy. So girls typically do a lot of telling of secrets. There's a lot of confidentiality going on in relationships between girls as they get older through development. And this can be hard for girls on the spectrum to understand. There's a lot of, as I'm sure you know, if you're the parent of a girl on the spectrum or a girl in general, there's a lot of texting, there's a lot of phone calls, there's Facebook and Snapchat and all these different kinds of social media mechanisms. And girls with autism spectrum disorders need a lot of very explicit teaching about how to use these media applications and how to communicate with other girls in a way that's appropriate.
And that's why I said right there on our 5, level of saying like explicit. So that means in depth to me. Like in depth explaining.
Yes, you need to go literally letter by letter instead of paragraph by paragraph, explaining to specific individuals the do's and don'ts of the internet, because they need that extra, okay, you cannot be talking about this, but it's cool to talk about any of this, but don't talk about this, don't do this, but you can do everything else, because none of this in society's opinion is morally correct. So
and these people are
individuals with disabilities need to be grandly informed of this, and as soon as they understand this, even though it will take a while, that's why I'm talking about you need to always not drill it into them, but constantly remind them daily or have some kind of note, the do's and don'ts of the internet, because these individuals need that extra assistance.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say about the King of Lions when they were over there attacking him about the videos he was making, Z. They were trying to call him a pedo, sir. And you heard him last night, sir. Sir. Yeah, no. This is why I don't want this story, them to keep doing this simulation to him.
Queen knows an individual that has
Bye, David.
There's a long word for it, but I'm going to layman's term it.
Yeah.
You know how your brain has wrinkles in it whenever you see visual depictions of it? So technically this individual has more and small ones all around his brain, which gives him a disability. His name is Deadwise, and he's from another platform Queen and I roam around sometimes.
Okay.
And the thing is that he can't speak. It's like, I'm not trying to make fun of him. He can't speak. It's worse than a stutter, and you literally have to sit there and listen to him. And he is extremely intelligent whenever he can get out his 6 to 5 words that he can get out every once in a while. And I'm telling you this right now, there's people who have set him up for a bait trap that was literally a 25-year-old man, just so that they can pin that badge on him and start calling him that.
But when he texts, oh my God, you could really understand him more when he uses the texting.
Well, that's a good question. Peter has one in the back. He said, Apple, is this too much for you, or can you concentrate? He's just wondering. Apple, would you like to respond, darling?
Yeah,
I don't hear a buzz.
Yeah, what I've done is I've put headphones in. I did have wireless headphones on, but I think that was potentially what was causing the buzz. I am still getting a bit of a crackle. I don't know why, because the connection should be good. It's relatively new. Sorry, what was it? No, I can concentrate. Yep. No, I'm just thinking. I do tend to zone out a bit, and I did zone out a bit there, but then I've came back and I've caught up with the gist of what's going on. I have actually, I can listen. I was you were talking about like most people with autism have like people whether it's carers or support workers with them the majority of the time. I heard that part, and then about the internet and the dangers of the internet and that kind of thing. So if we're still at that point, then yeah. Other than that, yeah, like I'm in the chat, and then, because I was having so much problems with my headphones, basically it kept crackling, and I thought, am I going to have to leave? But now that I'm off mic, there's no crackle, and Zero says there's no buzz, so that's good. Sorry.
Yep. No, you're wonderful. Remember, no sorry. Everything.
Oh, so I apologize.
If you feel like what?
For zoning out.
You didn't zone out.
I kind of got
everything. Didn't
I kind of got like preoccupied with the crackling on the headphones, and I'm thinking, oh, why does this always happen even when I wear headphones? I mean, I don't have,
because the negative energy doesn't want you here. They want
Probably.
you back over there in that chaos, confusion. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not.
yeah. So it's gonna divert you and try to get you to like trigger you, so to speak. So that's why I told you we'll play a little game. It can't beat you. You can beat it. You can say determined to what you want, and no matter what, it won't change your mind. It'll all work out. It will all fix itself when it's time. But there's something, it's like a test. You know how the test for this TV goes off for the National Broadcasting System? This is only a test. Our TV
If
literally
this were an
peaks.
actual emergency, you wouldn't be listening to this right now.
We don't get those in the UK. We don't get those. This is a test broadcast system. We don't
Oh,
have that.
wow. Look
I
at
know.
that, America. Y'all better be happy about those stupid things that go over across the. That's all we say it is, like that stupid damn thing. But it does. It literally says this is a test from the broadcasting system or something, something, something. This is only a test. If it's not a test and there's an alarm, that shit's still going on the TV. You're like,
And that's why I made my funny. That's why I made my funny. If this were an actual emergency, you wouldn't be hearing this. You wouldn't be hearing this right now.
What about in Sweden, Peter? Do they have like national?
That's a good question, Apple.
Broadcast like warnings. Like, sorry, what are they called?
Do you have anything on your TV, Peter, that would broadcast an alert or an alarm that something's going on around in your state? I guess we'll see. We have states, so or in your community, or because it's more like an Amber Alert. So, like if a child's missing, it's called an Amber Alert. So that'll go out if there's a flood or a tornado, earthquake. They send it out on the TV. He said, we never have any alarm. Yeah, he said they never had any pan either. You want to go down that rabbit hole, Peter? Because I know Z would like to know that. Did you hear me? Yeah. So I'll put it in the back.
I know that when you're in aviation terms, pan means
it's that, but don't say that word.
Yeah.
Because then Nightbot's cousins are coming. Shout out to Nightbot for hitting Shines in his neck.
All right. What did Shines do?
Put some respect on his name. He said, no, come on, stop spamming emojis. Warning.
What did Shines do?
He spammed with emojis.
He was emojiing. Okay, I see now.
Yeah. We'll give him this one, though.
Shines
Who is Shines?
He's a very special individual who does sadly, and I genuinely mean this, he does have, I think he maybe has, forgive me if I'm wrong, Shines, I'm just speaking
well,
from
he better admit if he's got a disability.
Yeah, he does have, I think he maybe does have or has had learning difficulties, perhaps.
That's the only way he can say.
Or it's just that he's not, I don't know. He does come across like, I don't know, Chris. I don't want to sound like I'm being really horrible.
Why? You might be able to project. Let's see. Tell me what you're feeling.
When he speaks, he's very. Oh God, I'm doing it myself though. So yeah, when he speaks, he's very slow to conjugate a sentence. So
you would know then, right?
Yeah,
so
but
don't doubt yourself.
He is part of the dream team.
Oh shit! He ain't allowed here.
Get
him, Nightbot.
I don't know why I can see him all of a sudden, because if it is the original Shines,
shout out to the Wasp. Everybody, shout out to the Wasp. We're on that side of the football team or soccer.
If it is the original, if it is the official one, then and not a clone, then that person blocked me. So I don't know how they can see me or how I can see them. Sorry.
Well, you have a wrench and you can get rid of them at any time. And I like to play with him like a mouse in the chat room. Hint. So that means remove his comment first, then time him out.
Yeah,
never ban him.
I don't know.
It's fine, honey. It's
you have to know the background.
You're giving me exact anxiety. I got to move on because I have ADHD. Remember?
No
so
problem.
like that's that's boring me. I want to talk about Peter's comment. No, he can't spell or count, but he thinks he's a king. Yeah, well, he belongs from the dream team. He's not welcome here, so he's a rat in the chat. In the chat.
He's also been incredibly disrespectful to a number of people, myself included, but that's not, I don't hold it against him. I actually have nothing against the guy.
You never use the wrench, but you can tell people what to do with the wrench in the chat room, darling. So if it's remove, then time out, then remove the comment, then time him out. That's called playing with the rat in the chat.
I see.
You just keep playing with him. Just remove his comment every time he talks. And then when he does come back, then put him on a 30-second timeout. Then when he comes back in, remove his comment again. It's called rat in the chat. Rat in the chat.
I
we
like
don't play that shit. Yeah, we don't play that shit. Taffy was blocked on Zabita today. Big up. He did something right then. Oh, well, you're allowed to like Taffy, Peter. He said Taffy.
No, did you hear that? I was typing emojis and it. Sorry.
No,
yeah.
You're fine, love.
I don't know.
He said, "Why is he a king? We can be immortal. Why be immortal when you can be a god? Why be a god when I know us all as creators?" Exactly. You can create anything, darling. Oops.
Yeah, that's a playoff of that's video. A playoff of Eminem's Rap God and MGK's Rap Devil.
I like Taffy because he never lies. Well, he did lie about me, so there you go. Sorry to break your heart, but he lied about me. He called me a bitch and a wench, and that's not what I am, honey. He ain't got the real story. He's surfing the internet. He should surf his ass to the truth. What did you say, Curse Zero?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
That's a playoff of Eminem's Rap God and MGK's Rap Devil.
I need you to keep talking. Anything? No dead air.
I didn't know. I kind of thought Taffy was, I mean, I don't know. You don't know. At the end of the day, you don't know anybody really when it comes to YouTube or the internet in general, unless you develop a friendship, which can sometimes take months to years. Otherwise, you have to, I mean, there are very few people that I trust on YouTube just from previous experience. And that's not because I have an issue with trust, I don't think. I just think it's because of the harassment and bullying that I've received. But that's a whole nother story for not another day, because it involves the so-called dream team.
I know, because people act like they can't be here. No, you're not allowed to be here if you're the dream team. That was only a joke. Is that what Polly was saying? Here, Polly said, "Oops, sorry, I watched your YouTube video." I don't know.
I don't think they would be referring to the dream team because.
Oh, well, you can watch my video.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I hand out universal pictures and videos.
I think a cut, like someone's asking in the chat. I've never heard cut. What does it mean? I think a cut is like a
kavich. Kavich is a proper word for bitch.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking about something completely different then. I'm thinking about a Welsh word.
Like pseudoscience is a proper word for bullshit.
Yeah, and I know someone that is a pseudo intellect, but she's not here just now, so that's good. And she likes to drink bleach, but that's not good.
Yeah. Well.
Sorry.
Do we know that? We have to say allegedly. Allegedly.
She
Yeah.
has actually.
Allegedly, supposedly.
Right.
She's admitted it on several occasions, and she does
Because she's
promote
part
it.
of the group, so let's.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah.
I cannot exist in the same area, so that's why I came away. I was like, at
No,
least I'll get away.
not like that. Not like that. Not like
Honestly,
that. If she's in a chat, I don't want nobody to be rude to her. That's all.
I wouldn't.
She'll never come up here though.
I wouldn't be rude to her, not at all. And I have actually tried to give her sound advice regarding her mental health before, and
I know, but maybe she's
she blocked
listening
me.
now. But if she listens to me, right, and I'm an entity of you, that's why I keep telling you, you're learning and growing, honey. You got to let that shit go because, like, she might need you, and you can't be with her physically. Then do it for her, like how we're doing it. That's why I said I got OCD and ADHD and all these things, but I have fun with them. I don't make them a big deal. So if I say we got to get back to the video because I got ADHD and we just totally went off topic, then you guys at least know that like everything's okay. There's no worry. I don't take things worrisome. People worry and create lies to worry. If you're in the truth, then you relax. You're on cruise control. Nothing's a big deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just there are certain, I don't know if it's the frequency, the pitch, or the sound or something, but there's something about her that our voice specifically, not her, but our voice as well, that when I hear it does, it drives me up the wall, and I can't.
I know what you're talking about because people do that to me.
That's all I'm going to say.
That David Smith guy did that to me.
He's oh god, he's some character.
I'm glad he was the one that made me realize, like, how the fuck is he up here trying to talk shit on? He is talking shit to me, and that nigga was letting that shit. But I'm green. So what did we pay for? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it started to be like, nah, ain't no motherfucker that ain't green gonna get up here and talk. And this is how he was allowing that. So what was the point of paying for anything? It's a scam.
Exactly.
What are you paying? Just to give you money? Super chat was to get bits in it and get acknowledged for the green, and he stopped acknowledging the green.
And it's still
all the way.
It still seems chaotic over there as well. So nothing's changed basically.
I know. I'm telling you. I agree, Peter. Because at the end of the day, peace of mind, guys. Woosah, right? So let's get back to the video, eh? Because we were actually just discussing, guys, that we have to keep each other safe on these U-Loop streets. And this was a perfect example of this doctor saying that. So people will trigger us. People will start shit. They will make up jokes. They'll make up lies. You're a pedo. You're a teto. And you're a coretto. You're a cheener, changer. You're a banger. You're an inner. You're a sninner. You're whatever. I'm a lover. I'm not a saint. But I definitely will make sure that we get to the victory line. So with that said, we're going to get back to this little video. Everyone are going to go on mute here. It's 56 minutes long and we're into 24:53. So I'm going to play it for like 5 more minutes and then we can jump in. Unless it needs to go a little bit longer just so that we can talk on another topic.
I think it's hard. These kinds of issues are often implicit, and girls intuitively understand privacy issues as they get older. Not so for young women on the spectrum, so they are going to need more help than that with that. It's also the case, as I alluded to earlier, that as girls develop, again, preteen years into the teenage years, the way that they often establish friendships is by discussing emotions and interpersonal relationships. For boys and men, friendships are organized through a focus on activity-related or interest-related themes. So for girls on the spectrum, it can be very confusing to try to relate to other girls because they aren't always up to speed in terms of understanding their own emotions or up to speed on understanding why other girls would care to discuss feelings or interpersonal relationships. So if you have a typically developing daughter or a daughter in the spectrum, sometimes there's a lot of discussion in school about who likes who and who's mad at who and this kind of thing. And for girls on the spectrum, this can be very hard to understand. And it's hard to establish relationships if you aren't up to speed on how to converse, how to be fluent in this kind of thing. Girls on the spectrum often need to learn through explicit teaching how to maintain appropriate boundaries with regard to their thoughts and feelings, how to stay connected socially to other girls that they want to remain friends with. Sometimes I've met with teenage girls who want to be friends with other girls, but they don't respond when another girl texts them. So it's hard, and they sort of aren't understanding, like, why is that a problem? Why is this friend not responding to me? And it's because they, in fact, weren't able, they didn't maintain the connection. A lot of times, typically developing girls, as they develop, they learn how to understand boys and men and how to relate to them, because relating to the opposite sex is different than relating to your same-sex peers. And this is something that often has to be taught very explicitly to girls who on the autism spectrum. And then learning how to relate to parents and other adults, and understanding display rules and how those impact their ability to communicate with other people. So I find that in the typically developed, in the girls with autism that I work with, again, it's very important to be explicit about things like physical distance and boundaries, emotional distance and boundaries. What is reasonable to expect from a friend and what is unreasonable to expect? Sometimes there needs to be, as I just mentioned, explicit teaching about how to use pleasantries to establish connections, how to be reciprocal in conversation, to maintain reciprocal conversation, to keep it going, how to recognize nonverbal cues and interpret facial expressions, and to also have guidelines for online media or any kind of electronics so that there's safety. I think that girls in the spectrum, all kids on the spectrum, but girls in the spectrum in particular need to understand the dangers of cyberbullying. I have had the experience of girls who have been bullied very, very extensively and have not been able to extract themselves from that relationship. And I think that's important. I think you're online and you're trying desperately to make connections with other people, you might be vulnerable to bullying. Another issue is same-sex friendships. So one of the things that are important, again, I actually covered most of this, but I think that what I want to describe is the importance of educating girls around relational aggression. And I don't know if people are familiar with that, but sometimes with boys, if there's a dispute among school-age boys or whatever age boys, there might be some tussling, there might be some rough and tumble, but then it's over and that's the end of it. Girls aggress against other girls in very, very subtle ways, excluding a girl from conversation, not including a girl in plans that you're making, letting a girl know that you're not going to talk to them or you're not going to share secrets with them. There are a lot of very subtle ways that girls and women, typically developing girls and women, show aggression towards other girls and women. And this can be hard for a girl with autism to recognize because it is so subtle. So I think that if a girl with autism is struggling in a relationship, it's often helpful for a parent, an educator, or a therapist to really take apart how the relationship is going in terms of.
Sorry, I got to give it a second because Apple, your device wasn't connected. So it's the camera. But let's see what Z's saying. When you see
I dropped something. Yeah, I dropped something. You want to read it? Okay.
I did. Yeah, yeah. When you see something you don't like, don't feed it. Deal with people that you want to deal with. Don't allow another to determine how you feel about you or the situation. I love it. I love it. I know, darling. It said device not connected. So sometimes if you guys are on your phone, clear your caches, like close all the windows that were open and then try again. The cache would be like, your storage area, like an iPhone, you would swipe up and like get rid of the apps that are open. So just FYI, because StreamYard uses a lot of data. And to use that data, anything running in behind it, it will slow down the process and all that extra stuff. What am I trying to say? Damn it. Because again, apps are being ran in the system. So if all that data
It
is
will
being
overload the RAM, and most computers don't have enough RAM to carry more things at one time once you start loading up the RAM with information, so the computer can't rotate properly, so to speak. Send the information back and forth. That's what I mean by rotate.
yeah. And especially with the phone. So the phone can only take like way less than a computer, right?
And to dumb it down a little bit, it's like the amount of clothes you put in the dryer will determine how long you have to dry them.
Yeah, because I did put clothes in the dryer. Shit. I'm glad you just said something. Look at that. I told you I got ADHD. We're on 2 hours and 45 minutes, though. 11 people in the chat room. Sky's in the building. Thank you, Sky. Love you, Sky Bear. We got Sexy DQ in the building. We got Peter. We got Z. We got Cursed Zero. Put some respect on his name. Of course, we got Empress Janet. Damn it, Janet. I didn't do it, though. You know what, Z? If you could just start a topic of anything, I don't care. I'm going to change the close over. We have another video that Apple wants me to show. So give me like 3 minutes.
I kind of can't talk right now. I have background noise.
Oh, no worries. DQ, you there, boo? We'll just hold the line, hold the door. I'll be right back. Apple, if you try to click the link again and I'm changing the close, give me a second, darling. I'll be right back, everyone. Silence because we're doing stuff. Thank you for your patience. And I didn't do it, damn it, Janet. I didn't do it. Come talk to me. Hit the link. I'll tell you my story. Hola. Here I come. Here I come, boo. Hello?
Yeah,
Can
I'm
you
here.
hear
I just
me?
had the background noise still.
Hi, yeah. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but I did everything that you said to do, so hopefully that'll
Yeah,
be
you're fine. You
cool.
sound good. Nice and clear. Roger that. And I heard you, Zero. I just had to change over the last load of clothes. I'm washing clothes, girl.
Ah,
'Cause you
cool.
can multitask, right?
Well,
And I gotta go to the eye doctor. Cause like around this time, normally
mhm.
you would be taking your children to the doctors and the eye doctor and whatnot to get ready for like winter. So I don't really have any grown children. I mean, any babies. I'm sorry. I got grown children. Damn, I can't even say it. I'm alone. All my kids is
Oh,
gone. I know it's like empty nest syndrome, girl. Because
oh.
my oldest child, girl, but with him having being deaf, he has to stay with me.
Mhm.
You know, he has to. Like, so if
Yeah.
I ever get married again, girl, know that he better know he has to take care of him too. And I wouldn't want no liars taking care of my son who can't hear your lies. I
Absolutely.
hate a
Sorry.
liar.
I hate liars as well. Uh, Peter is saying, Peter, are you getting an echo from me, from us, or is it he's saying about an
Wait,
echo?
I have echo. Yeah, him. He had to leave. Uh,
Oh, all
he
right,
stepped
okay,
down because
right,
yeah, it's
okay.
gone. It's totally gone.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. No, I
No, stop
detest
saying
liars.
sorry. I do too. I want you to
Detest
look at
them.
my makeup. You like my eyes, girl?
Very pretty.
Ooh,
Wow.
it's all pink too. It's like that sheer pink and then the dark pink and like that overlay of like, you know, the gloss that you put on, like that powder that you dust on the
Mm.
eyes just to keep it sparkly, like to keep it
I
from
did
like rubbing
study.
off.
It's really pretty. But then you've got quite a lot. You've got quite a lot of lids, a lot of real estate for good eye looks because you've got so much lid space. So you
Yeah,
could do
up
a
up
lot
there.
of really interesting stuff with your eyes. Whereas mine's are quite. They're not hooded per se, but I don't like if I were to do that style, you wouldn't see the glittery part. You'd see the edges on the outer corners of my eyes, but you wouldn't be able to see the actual shape, the sort of half crescent shape, because
Mm-hmm.
because of the shape of my eyes. Sorry, I did study makeup artistry when I was a bit younger, but
Yeah,
see,
I
there's me
never learned.
going.
I never
Well, I
learned.
used to do like when
Is that
I
you,
used to
Peter? Where's your picture at?
it potentially will. It's not. We do not know.
Breaker 19. Hello, Peter. Turn your mic on. Over.
Yay, it's me.
Yay!
Oh my God, boy, you like the Swedish walk in like hey like
No, but I didn't want to call you because or talk because I think I have an echo, like you said before.
well, it sounds better, doesn't it, Z?
No, there's not a buzz over here anymore.
Really? Oh, great, great.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah,
fixed it. Breaker 19, we fixed it, y'all. Shout out to the chat
I
room.
tried for like 1 hour to with the different earphones and so on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Continue.
Okay, well, shout out to Stephanie. Everybody say hi to my Stephanie in the chat room. That's the
Hi,
head
Stephanie.
mod.
That's
Hi.
Yeah, she's head
that's
mod in the chat.
yeah. That's true, Stephanie. I totally agree.
I know. She totally said I look like Erica Badu. She is not the only one. Because remember Nick from last night? Remember white boy Nick from last night that was giving me the
Was that
songs? Is DQ still there? Are you there, DQ?
I think she's finally gotten back. She had to do something. Like we was all busy and she was busy before we were busy. But she may be back now. Are you
No
back yet?
worries.
Because I read something in the backyard over here.
To make some cushion to it.
No worries. Well, the thing is Nick came up here and he was my internet love, right? And he actually came in one time and said I look like Erykah Badu. That's why he trolls me, but he trolls me out of love. So he's like in love with me. Yeah, he's so cute. His name is Nick. He's like 30. He's 20. No, I'm sorry. He's 28. He'll be 29. But I keep telling him, like, my child is 25. He'll be 26. It's a little awkward, Nick. So he trolls me, like, because he'll come up here like, yeah, like a Janet. But he said I'm an 8.7. And he was like, you're an easy 9.8 and shit like that. And cracking up. He sent me a song yesterday, but it's like a kid song. I can't get down with no kid song. He need to find like some Aretha Franklin and figure out one of those songs and send that shit to me, girl. Like he's because I don't do no 28-year-olds, but you know. But I ain't doing no 30-year-olds either. I like older men. I don't know if anybody heard me ever say that, but I like older men. I like to be the younger one, dummy.
Yeah.
But shout out to Stephanie and thank you.
It's nice to get some, how do you say, confirmation that you're beautiful, or
especially when little uglies are trying to say that you're ugly. Every person that said I'm ugly is fucking ugly. Every person that said I'm beautiful is beautiful. No. Yes, sir. Yes. I mean, yes, Peter. Yes. Every person that said I'm ugly is fucking butt ass ugly. But everyone who says I'm gorgeous and beautiful and amazing is fucking amazing. So again, I've never been affected by the muglies. They're just big mad that I don't want to fuck with them. You're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly, like you're ugly. Why you think Mr. Unknown is chasing me? Even though he's saying I'm ugly.
But you know you're not ugly. Right?
I know, Peter. Yes, darling. Yeah, I'm beyond knowing.
So you don't have to care. You don't have to care.
I beyond care. I beyond it, darling. I just like to talk about it, darling. That's how I get my drama, Apple. Get me?
No, but that's what
you can't make that shit up, right? And it's all real, right?
Yeah.
So rare.
True.
All right, Queenie. Thank you for subbing. I'm definitely okay. Definitely. Everybody's okay. Shout out.
I'm going to be dipping here shortly.
No worries. No worries. You can come back because it's only 3-hour stream. I have to do at least 11. So it can go all the way till whenever, 11 hours. So if you want to leave and come back, the stream's always at the top. Blessings, though. And whenever you want. Or you can speak. You can talk about whatever. I want you to drop the mic before you go. So I need it to be all about you before you leave. Z has to say his final words, Apple. Dur, 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 dur. He gonna be like, brush your teeth. It's like, I'm just like.
Okay. At least you gave me some sustenance to go off of. Don't brush your teeth because it's full of fecal matter, because that's what fluoric acid is.
Say that again. What was the last part?
Fluoric acid is inside of toothpaste. Right. This is sterilized fecal matter.
Sorry. Do it one more time, sir.
Sterilized fecal matter is fluoride, and it's in most toothpaste.
Yeah. So fluoride toothpaste bad. You need to get the non-fluoride good. It's actually Arm & Hammer. Tom's sells it. There's a company called Tom's. They sell it non-fluoride. Yes. I don't use fluoride.
I think the one that we have is non-fluoride.
Fluoride.
Non-fluoroidal. Is that a word? If it's
is that a word?
No. But non-fluoroidal.
We're gonna make it.
I don't know, but
no, let's make it.
A word.
Non-fluoridal. That's our word.
Non-fluoridical.
No, we want fluoridal.
That's easier to say as well.
He said the technical one. edit it out.
But
We're
yeah,
just gonna make up words, throw it in the chat room. Let's have fun with it. But at the end
I
of the
can't remember
day,
what it's. I can't remember what it's
Captain
called, but
Z
it's like
said it.
it looks like an old school type. Oh my goodness, what's the name of the toothpaste? It comes in cinnamon, and you get a like you can get like one of those keys that you put in the bottom, so that when it's like there's only a little bit in the tube, you can use this sort of like, it looks like not an Allen key, but it's kind of like you can roll it out so you can get the last sort of remnants of the toothpaste out. But I can't remember what the name of it is.
Gotcha.
It's a brand. It's a big brand though. I'll come back. It'll come to me. I hate that when I can't remember something. Do you not get that? See if you like.
No.
Sorry, if you get like, if you're looking for a certain word and you can't think of it, or if it's a certain.
Oh yeah, I do that.
And it you
I
just
just wanted
can't
everybody
remember.
to say bye to Z. Say bye, Z.
Bye, Z.
We got DQ up in the building now. She's running the ship. Look how they switch seats. Breaker 19. This is Lollipop. It's your turn to take over. Over.
I had to take a shot, so I was gone for a little bit longer.
Shots. Well, guess what? We have a new video, but you know how I can't get the video out of the messenger? Can I forward it to you? Oh, can you put it in the back chat, please?
I don't know if I can do it on the iPad,
well,
because that's these.
DQ's in our group back there. She could take that link and bring it to the front for us. Yeah, she's real smart like that. See, her disabilities allow her. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All you have to do is copy and paste it.
Yeah, but Mama, remember, I don't have Messenger on my computer.
No, you could easily type it in.
Oh, you mean
device where it is into
the chat room?
Not only that, but if you want to pull it up on screen, you can easily type it into the web browser.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you, sister.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see what she did. She didn't do it for me, did she? She told me what to do, right? And I'm doing it. And I'm doing something else because I got ADHD. Ow. And I'm about to come right back and do the same thing that I was going to do. But no, I thank you for that. That is so cool. Okay. So then I'm coming down into the chat room. Look how I am on my way down here. Look at this. Watch this. Boom. We're going to grab it from the chat room. Shaka. All right. There we go. So I'll take this Apple, and we'll just play this video, okay?
Yeah, it's more geared towards the adult. No, not really. It applies to everyone, but it's an adult speaking. So it's more like a sort of speaking event, but take a look. It is decent. It's one that I do have saved because I've found it very helpful.
Oh, definitely. I'm on it. Give me 2 more seconds and I'll have it up and running.
No worries.
There we go. I know, I love it. No worries. Don't worry. Be happy. All right. Unmute.
Mike, what I've been asked to talk about today is about anxiety.
No,
is
wait.
Something?
Go ahead, Peter. You're buzzing again.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to say something that most people don't know, that people think that autistic people are low IQ. I mean, it's the opposite often. So, like you, sorry, Apple. Yeah. So it's, I mean, people have a very high IQ. Yeah, that's a fact.
We all definitely do. Hallelujah. Rare.
Yeah,
very
most people
smart right there.
have difficulties and the psychological problems. They have a high IQ, and sometimes it's not good to have a high IQ because you think too much, and you know all the like Einstein and so on. They had problems, so it's for good and bad. Yeah.
And
Okay.
that's why, and that's why we're all here together, because again, I might be an Einstein, you might be an Einstein, Apple is an Einstein, Queen's an Einstein, Zero's an Einstein, everyone in the chat room's an Einstein. And when we all come together, that's when we can learn to heal and grow. So we can fix ourselves by being with each other. We don't need all that other stuff because they're the one that needs direction and self-learning and self-worth. We already know our worth. We're trying to keep our peace of mind at any means necessary. So that determination right there makes us all the same. It don't matter what color, don't matter where we're from, Peter, it don't matter male or female. The fact that we want to stay in a peace of mind state allows us to become one in our community. And that's why they're going to get mad and jealous. That's why they're going to do all that hating and coming in and trolling, because they want to disrupt our peace of mind. We're fine with our numbers being low. We don't have anxiety about the dislike button. We don't have anxiety about how many people are out there in the chat, other than blessings to the chat and blessings to the bushes of the people that won't come in because you are trying to understand what that is. If you have a social disorder, that means you're attacking. You have no reason to attack because no one's done nothing to you. So your judgment and your prejudging and your prejudice is allowing you to be alone. And if you're worthy of that, fine. But I'm worthy of peace of mind, happiness, and great people to fellowship with.
Yeah.
Well said.
All right. Thank you, darling. Let's get into it. Mike's on mute, please. Thank you.
That you come what I've been asked to talk about today is about anxiety. Is this something that you come across in your? Sorry, you didn't know there was going to be audience participation, did you? There is. Anxiety in your children? Hands up. Yeah, a general kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. And so what my kind of premise for today, I suppose, is this. But please ignore the extra with, because I've put a typo in there. My premise for this talk today really is that it is entirely expected that people on the autistic spectrum will be anxious. It's not an accident, it's not a coincidence, it's not just a kind of random thing that happens. It's actually a core part of the experience of life on the autistic spectrum. And in order to kind of illustrate that, I'll talk a little bit about myself and talk a little bit about other people that I've kind of met and worked with and all of those kind of things. I just wanted to say this morning, everyone was in Rita's talk this morning? Yeah, and she was saying that people with autism didn't like Christmas. I love Christmas. So I don't have to leave the house. And it's, yes, thank you, Rita, there you are. For me, I love Christmas because I don't have to leave the house. And the house is my absolute favourite place to be in all parts of the world. Leaving the house makes me anxious. Just walking out of the front door. It's also the only time of year. One of my fanatical special interests is cooking. And it is the only time of year where I don't look weird, because I can make 5 flavours of ice cream and nobody thinks that's unusual at Christmas. The rest of the year, they all think that's a little bit strange. But Christmas is my special time of the year to be able to do all of those kind of things without looking peculiar. Apart from all the bloody people that keep coming round and bugging me, Christmas would be absolutely perfect for me, not a problem at all. So talking about anxiety, is anyone here anxious now? I mean, this is not therapy or anything. I really have no way the empathy to deal with all of that. But anybody feeling particularly anxious or worried now? Why not? Why aren't you anxious? You should be. You don't know where you are. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who I am. You don't know what I'm going to ask you to do. There's so much uncertainty in your lives generally. You might not know exactly how you're going to get home. You might not know what you're going to have for your tea. But none of you are anxious. Why is that? That's my kind of question for you, I suppose. For me, right now, I am less anxious than I've been ever since the moment I woke up this morning. I've been here all day, I've been wandering around. I know that some of you are only here because you're hoping to get on the telly. This is the time of the day that I'm actually been least anxious. Anybody got any thoughts about why that would be? Structure? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've been here all day, so that's kind of easier, yeah. Absolutely. I'm here to do what I'm doing what I came to do. The rest of the day has just been a load of sort of hanging around and stuff. Yeah. Absolutely. This is not reciprocal. This is not social. You have to listen to me. It's my turn now. My subject, my script, my agenda. This is not a friendship. This is not a two-way conversation. I can say all sorts of things up here that you will forgive me for because I am here. If I were to have a conversation with you and I were to say something accidentally offensive, you wouldn't forgive me because you'd think that I did it on purpose or it will be kind of accidental. So me talking to you in the foyer, in the break, is terrifying. Me talking to all of you at once now, it's not terrifying at all. There's almost too many of you for me to worry about, so I don't worry about any of you. So, often people kind of say, well, how could you do that? How could you stand up? But actually, I am more equipped to stand up and talk than you are, potentially, because I don't care what you think about me.
Period.
That's not true. I do care what you think about me. I just haven't got a clue what you think about me. And therefore, that kind of liberates me from all of the panic that some of you might have about the idea
I
of
don't give a
here.
fuck.
Or
Suck
what
a
will they think
dick.
of me? What if I make a fool
Suck
of
a dick.
myself? Oh my God, all of that kind of stuff. None of that enters my head. The only thing I worry about is forgetting what I'm going to say because I've got a terrible memory and failing myself so that I feel that I've done a bad job. I'm more concerned with my sense of failure, and this is
not being a liar.
Your children.
I'm not a liar. You be a liar.
Mistake,
you liar.
Causing kind of anxiety.
Liar, liar. Pants on fire.
Sorry, but that's just kind of the way it goes. So I think sometimes it is this topsy-turvy world for people with autism. The things that you might think are fun, other children think are fun. Parties, Christmas,
I don't play them reindeer games. Loyalty,
things
honesty,
for a lot
and
of the kids
truth.
in some of your schools, aren't they? They are just the worst case scenario for them whatsoever. I was watching my grandson's play the other day. I know I don't look old enough. And I was just thinking what an enormously empathic female, and this is something that Rita said this morning, a very female-orientated thing. They're singing, they're dancing, they're holding hands, they're dressing up. All of these kind of things are very much a kind of a female agenda to a degree. And even I'm a woman, but that sort of thing is horror to me. That kind of forced participation, absolutely horrible. And yet other children obviously find this fabulous, absolutely wonderfully enjoyable time of the year. So it's really about having to kind of make that switch and not making the assumption that what some children think is great, somebody else might think is absolutely properly hellish, really, really an unpleasant kind of situation to be in. So why aren't you anxious in this situation? This is a thought of mine as to why that may not. Oh, no, didn't work. is the case.
I love her.
I'm going to have to go up here. I didn't want to, but I can't actually see what I've written up there. So the reason that you're not anxious, if you think about anxiety itself anyway, anxiety really is the feeling that you're probably not going to be able to cope with something that is about to happen, something in the future. They often say that depression is about past worries and anxiety is about future worries. So anxiety is about, I can't handle it, I can't cope, either in the next 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 days, 5 years. It's about something that's going to happen in the future. So the reason that you're not anxious today, and probably in lots of times in your lives, is that you know how you feel. You can understand how you feel. You can feel those sensations. You can name them. You can share them with somebody in a reasonably socially appropriate way. You can say, I'm sorry, I'm not really comfortable here. I think I might have to leave. Something that our children and adults with autism find very difficult to do. Even naming the emotion. You often say to people with autism, how do you feel? And they say, I don't know. And they don't know. They genuinely don't know. The feelings are all there, but it's what you do with them. How do you name them? How do you get them out? That's the problem. How do I share them without running, screaming from the room and being seen as challenging just because I don't have that particular kind of facet? Putting things in perspective, that helps you when to feel anxious. You kind of look around you, you might think, well, actually, nobody else is looking anxious. Other people are coping. I can read them. I can read their body language. I can see them. Everybody else seems okay, so probably I should be okay too. You're probably not even conscious of doing some of these things, but your ability to keep yourself feeling safe by using all of these kind of skills is what makes you okay in a situation where somebody else may not be okay. Understanding what's going on, understanding the language that's been used, understanding the tasks that's been set you as a child, understanding the sense of the whole occasion, thinking about what the consequences might be. How bad can it be? If you were to think about today, you'd probably kind of think, well, I've never been here before, I've never seen this person before, but I've been to a training session before, so it's probably a bit like that. So you're generalizing, you're able to put those sort of concepts out there in order to protect yourself from any kind of feelings of anxiety. The other things that you're good at, a few more things, that knowing that whatever happens, you can probably handle it. These are all the core skills that you just have absolutely easily. Being able to accurately guess what's going to happen next. And I put the word accurately in there because what we're seeing increasingly with this sort of more understanding of differences between boys and girls, men and women with autism, is that sometimes the women have quite a good imagination, that the boys sometimes don't. They can't imagine anything, so they just don't do anything at all. Nothing. No. World at a distance. No.
Boring without me.
I very much fit into this characteristic myself.
Boring without us.
I can sort of imagine everything. So my fears are enormous. If I were to think about the possibilities of a certain situation, I can think of everything from the good stuff to the fact that I get chopped up and left in a ditch. My problem is that I might attend to the possibility of being chopped up and left in a ditch more than I might attend to the more likely consequences. So it might be
that's
that
why
I
he
decide not to
attacked
go for
me
a walk in the
and
countryside
doxed me
because I think I'm going to get chopped up and left in a ditch. Where the chances are
Boo.
probably the worst thing that will happen is I'll get muddy.
I'm not scared of you,
like
dragon breath.
So what we see is this kind of quite a broad span of consequences and imaginations in some individuals with autism. So it's not just none. It might be too many and not very accurately defined. We see in girls particularly, again, things like, very fantasy kind of world, finding it difficult to separate fact and fantasy and those kind of things. And that's something I experience a great deal of. I'm very frightened of things that will probably never, ever, ever happen to me. But I'm so frightened of them that it will stop me doing them. Even though I know they're very unlikely, the fact that there is that tiny, tiny possibility of it happening is too much for me and I won't do it. So there's a kind of mixture within this sort of abstract imagination kind of thing. But for you, you're able to kind of accurately generalize the situation, make any mental leaps over any gaps in information that you've got. These are all the things that kind of keep you safe. You also know that if it does go wrong, you can think of probably quite an effective, efficient strategy to sort it out. Your strategy won't be to punch the person next to you and run out of the room.
That's what I normally do.
Give up your job and never go out the house again. Your strategy will be moderate. It will be a gentle kind of thing. I often think about people on the autistic spectrum as having a toolbox. In fact, all of us have a toolbox. But people on the autistic spectrum, their toolbox doesn't have much in it. It doesn't have the fine-tuned little tools that just tweak a situation generally. When a person with autism opens their toolbox, they either find nothing at all, no strategy, no idea how to solve this situation, or they find a hammer and will use a hammer to deal with everything. And that's often the way that some people kind of deal with things. So it's not the tweaks, it's the, no, can't do it, I'm leaving. It's the hammer all of the time. And socially, it's often the hammer as well. It's not the subtle compliment, it's not the subtle lie, the white lie, all of that kind of thing. It's the hammer. Yes, you look fat. Don't ask me again. That's it. A much more kind of extreme.
Don't fucking lie.
A gentle, subtle response that perhaps other people have. Knowing that your chosen strategy isn't going to cause you future problems. This is massively important. If somebody comes to your door and you don't feel like talking to them, you don't slam the door in their face and swear at them because that person might be your boss. If you slam the door in front of your boss, You might get sacked.
Well,
And
he
if you
didn't
get
pay
sacked,
me.
you
I
might not be able to
paid
pay your
him.
mortgage, and you'll become homeless. This is all abstract imagination. This is all consequences. So your behavior today, subconsciously, is always considering these multivariate kind of possibilities. And again, a lot of people.
I want to stop it right there for a second and say I love this lady. Shout out to this lady. She is freaking amazing. I have to stop it, you know, just so that if somebody hits me with a copyright, I can retract it because, again, educational purposes only. Yeah, I'm with the shits, okay? But yes, I love this. Autism, how anxiety affects everything. Sarah Hendricks. Shout out to Sarah Hendricks, guys. This is amazing. And again, she is so right because this is what happened. This is what Janet did. This is what Janet did. When someone lies, I get triggered and I snap out and I don't care. That's not my boss. That's not my lover. That's not my friend anymore. You are the enemy and therefore you are dangerous. So again, projecting doesn't look good on you because again, you didn't see me do none of that, honey. I sat right here in my queen chair. And I'm going to keep on standing on the throne of the Empress who can tell the truth. I'm the only one out here that is not afraid. So if you're not afraid to tell the truth, then let's go because you'll stand next to me then. I don't play them reindeer games. Fuck out of here. Weak shit.
People with autism are not very good at doing all of those kind of things. So all of this stuff keeps you safe. And all of those things in brackets are the diagnostic criteria for autism. So the things that keep you safe are the things that people with autism either don't have or have in limited quantities or have in less an intuitive way, something that person's actually got to learn mechanically. And again, that's something that Rita said this morning. It's not intuitive, it's mechanical. And therefore it's clunky, and therefore it's prone to failure, it's prone to mistakes. Things are likely to go wrong in that given kind of situation. So we should expect somebody should feel anxious. This beautiful piece of information here, you've got a slide of this because it's ridiculous. You have a copy of this in the back of behind my slides in the copy of your pack so that you can see it a little bit more clearly. I would love to claim credit for this piece of work. Sadly, it's not mine, although I wish it was. I'm not sure if you can see very well. It's taken from a book called Cognitive Behavioural Therapy for Adults with Asperger's Syndrome by a woman called Valerie Gauss. And for me, in a lot of the work that I do, I work with individuals, training, all sorts of things. It's a really nice little understanding, I hope, of autism and how it all kind of fits together. What we have at the top level is the cognitive processing. This is the thinking bit, the bit where you make sense of the world, the bit that says, I'm hot. The behaviour bit says, well, take your jumper off then. What my premise would be here is that sometimes we think autism is at level 2, which is behaviour. It's not. It's at level 1. It's at thinking. If I behave differently, it's because I've thought differently, that the information that I've processed, that I've understood, that I've taken in has been different to the information that you have processed, so that my behaviour has turned out to be different. This works for everybody. We all think something, process it, feel it, sense it, whatever, and then we behave on the back of that. I don't believe people do things randomly. I think behaviour follows processing of some kind of sort. So at the top level, we've got these 3 areas, these gaps, I suppose.
So people don't do things randomly. Did you hear that, DQ? Oh, so that behavior that happened yesterday, that wasn't random. What do you think? You think he was very angry? You think that he was upset about something more than just someone talking smack to him? Yeah. Because again, he could have had, if he didn't care, he would have went on his merry motherfucking way. But he had to make sure he had a damn crybaby story because his feelings got hurt. I did what a bitch won't do.
Processing information about other people. Reading
I'm not
people,
weak.
Facial expressions, empathy, all of those
You'll need
things.
me before I need you,
picking
honey.
up the correct information for the correct situation. The middle one on the top.
Let me stop this because your device is not connected, it says. There we go. Awesome. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's just being...
Well, big ups to Cobra. He's in the building. He said, hi, miss, do you want good or bad news? Because someone is stalking you You know the person named ZTB? Oh. And I found his link video. I will send it to you, Janet. You can come up here and talk to me if you want to, Cobra. I'll listen. If someone's stalking Empress Janet, we might as well add him to the list too, huh, Apple?
Yeah, you are going to probably get this. I don't know if they're. Do you know this? I don't know if you know. Hi, Village and Imperial. I don't.
Yeah,
I've
his
never.
name is Cobra. He comes from
Oh, right.
my community, and
Cool.
the King of Lions. He was here yesterday. Again, we're all in a
Okay.
Discord together. I don't
Awesome.
even know. I do have a Discord. I never really like give out the link because I only want certain people in there. So if people try to swoop in, I would say, I will boot you out. There is not going to be no, you don't like me, but you're in my Discord bullshit, you know? But if you want to hit my Discord with that information, if you want to come to the panel with it, you can put it in the back chat, Cobra. Thank you for the intel. I definitely appreciate that. I'll take intel right out front in this. That's the link right there. Okay, let's get it. I'll get it. Because I can't play nobody's channel shit. Oh, the white boy. The white boy, huh? So I'm not really going to pay attention to it. You know what I mean? To Empress Janet, having a disability is no excuse for negative actions. Deal with it. Well, what do you think? What do you think, Apple? Do you think that's a true statement?
I think
Yeah.
I think it's completely true because, well, it depends. First of all, you have to be a bit more sort of like specific, I guess, because that's too ambiguous a statement. It really depends on what specific disability you have, how
Right.
severe the disability is, whether it impairs your cognitive ability. If it does impair your cognitive ability, you are going to express behaviours that may seem, you know, maybe unacceptable to others. So it is quite a blanket statement. I mean, personally, I am high functioning autism, but I am aware of what's right and what's wrong. Do you
Right.
know?
Some
Because
aren't though.
some
Is that
aren't
a correct statement?
exactly.
Okay, that's the statement I was making. So let's go here. Let's stop right there because that was the statement I was making, that some people with autism may not understand and some may. He's on a spectrum that he didn't understand what they were saying and they were taking advantage of that. So this idiot
That's
right here, go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's bad.
Yeah,
That's sad. That's really sad. It saddens me a lot because a lot of autistic people are quite naive, and I can be incredibly naive and gullible, and so I will take what you tell me, like if as fact. Like
right. So if I tell you I have a
some people
unicorn,
I trust.
if
Yeah,
I tell you I have a
well,
unicorn in my backyard, you're going to be like, huh? But if I tell you I have a garden in my backyard, you're going to be like, oh, okay, that's nice, right?
yeah, but like for example, people like my partner can wind me up a lot. He can say, "Oh, there's so and so." For example, I don't know. I can't give you a specific
Yeah,
example, but
no, you're
he can
saying,
tell me some. He can make up a story about a particular type of animal that exists in this
yep,
area of England, and because I'm from Scotland, I'm like, really? Yeah, it comes out at this time of the year and it eats this, and you'll see it here, and it sounds like this, and I'll be like, really? Like, you know what I mean?
he'll keep
That's what I mean
pulling
by
you
like
in.
gull.
Yep, gullible.
Yeah, gullible, and I'll go along with it, and some of it will start to get really quite outrageous, and
Hmm.
and because I've been like, I'll still be, and he'll be like, "Do you honestly believe what I'm?" And I'm like, "What is this not real? Is it not real?" And he's like, "No, it's no, I'm
So
pulling your
this
leg."
guy has autism too. and he's covering his face. I don't have to hide my face when I say that people with autism on different spectrums, like, because again, Apple has autism, and so does the King of Lions. And trust and believe, you guys are on 2 different levels. You would know, though, to say, even though you're on 2 different levels, I'm on a higher level to know that people without a disability are taking advantage of the fact that you're gullible. So he didn't let me get that out because he was too busy over there talking over me, trying to be disrespectful. And look, can't even get no clout because what the fuck is this? This looks like some bat out of hell. Look like he's up there like, hiya, like, what? Like, you need to be part of our community because you got a disability bad, and then we'll help you out.
Does the guy on the screen have the guy with the
he has autism, and he's trying to say they're talking smack on me.
Right. So then he can only speak for himself. He can only speak for himself because everybody with autism is different. I've worked with autism before I was diagnosed. Right. This is a really ironic story. Before I was diagnosed, when I was in my early 20s, I worked as I was called an autism practitioner. But the people that I worked with were like incredibly low functioning. So some of them were non-verbal. Some of them were they were doubly incontinent. Some of them were you needed help to actually feed them. This is the par and the level. Some were slightly more high functioning, but not like me. Because if I didn't tell you that I had autism, you wouldn't know. But that's me. But there are people who are high functioning enough to be able to have a conversation with you, but still not completely understand social norms, right? So this guy's speaking for himself when he's talking. He's really speaking for himself because that's his opinion. Whereas, I could do something.
Well, they're saying that he's very racist too. So he's trying to attack a black woman and then say, you don't know what you're talking about. But other guy,
I'd have to go and listen to his video, but I'd like, it would be interesting because rather than sitting making a video response, if he felt that strongly about it, why not come and actually have a proper discussion rather than making a video hiding your face? You know what I mean? I'm not going to we got
to get it off of there, so we're going to get that off of there. But I put it in a private chat. If you guys want to take a look at it, it was in the chat. I don't listen because I don't give a fuck. Suck a dick. But I'm not going to say that because he got a disability, y'all. So we're just going to keep
a disability
professional. Well, that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
You have to bear in mind, all times that, if you're speaking to someone with you have to treat everyone equally because you never know. Some disabilities are completely invisible.
Yeah.
But like I say, there are some people that don't necessarily understand social norms, what's acceptable, on the spectrum, on the autism spectrum, and they might do something, or they might act for example, there's a guy, I think there was a guy that was jailed for RAP, E for elephant, another woman. He didn't quite understand that that was on it. He didn't understand it. It sounds bizarre, but he didn't understand that was unacceptable behaviour. And he was he was Asperger's, but he wasn't very high functioning. But he was he did do time for it, which I believe's the correct thing. But hopefully, whilst he did time, he received support and help for his disability. I can only speak for myself and say, well, if I did X, Y, and Z and I knew it to be wrong and I still went ahead and did it, then I wouldn't expect a pass. I've never been given a pass for my autism or any other mental health issue. I've never been given a pass. But
And I'm
That's
not
me.
giving out passes. I'm giving out more understanding in that area because of that.
Yeah, just because, but that's the thing. I'm the same as you. Like I try to be more understanding. That's one thing that I struggle with, and I have struggled with, and I'm getting better at, is being able to be a bit more open-minded. Because people with autism have very rigid thinking, and their opinions are the only opinions that kind of like exist or matter. And so if you try to have a conversation or a debate with them, they're very so stuck in their own sort of their own way with their mind that they find it very difficult. Like they find it very difficult to see your side of the story, kind of thing.
Yes.
Like, you know, or they find
They
it
don't have
difficult to.
patience.
Yeah.
Can you
So
feel
that
for
guy.
others? Can you
Sorry.
feel for other people?
Can I feel for
Can you
other
feel?
people?
Yeah, I'm an
Yeah, I
Yeah.
empath.
Do you know that?
maybe it's
I
a
know. Sorry,
bad
I will say
question,
this
but
because. Yeah, no, I understand, Peter, and this is one thing that really irritates me, because they say that there's
sorry.
actually a newer theory. No, don't
Not
apologize,
you.
please. No, there's a new theory that's just been within the last 2 or 3 years. There's a new theory circulating that, in fact, people with autism have too much empathy, and therefore the reason that
Oh,
they sometimes don't
yeah.
show it is because it's too overwhelming. So they can't allow themselves, because it causes them too much anxiety, because they feel too much. Therefore, they shut down, like they close down.
Okay.
So
Yes,
that
I
has
run
been.
away.
Yeah, that is a hypothesis that's just like within the last sort of 5 years. So when
I'm
people
sorry
say,
about that. I just
no,
wonder.
don't apologize, Peter. No, it wasn't you. You saying it, I understand, because I know you. You know what I mean, and I know that your intentions were genuine, and that's fine. I do understand, but people believe that because of the way it's been portrayed through media and through old literature and old research, that people with autism lack empathy. And I
Yeah,
disagree with that. I totally
yeah.
disagree with that.
I disagree also.
It's more like
Like I
even the
said,
low funk.
like I
Sorry.
said before, when I worked with autism children, and I don't know if you heard that, but they say they love me, all
Do
of
you know
them.
what? That tells me a lot about you. That tells me a lot, because when I started working with autism, there were certain
Yeah,
clients that I was told to stay away from, because they were like physically quite violent, and that
yeah, yeah,
I had to keep a wide berth from them,
yeah.
or
Sounds like
I couldn't do certain things. But for some reason, these so-called people that I should have kept a wide berth from didn't seem to. These were other staff members that told me this, right? Or you have to watch so and so, because they've got a tendency to, hit out at you. You can't sit too close to this girl, because she
yeah,
likes she likes like 2 meters of space between. You know what I mean? But for some reason, these individuals from day one, they took to me like a duck to water. They took to me like a duck to water. Now, I didn't know I was autistic at the
yeah,
time. I suspected I
yeah.
might be, because I felt very comfortable there, and I felt very. Every other job I'd had before that, I'd never felt like I'd fitted in. I always felt like the butt of a joke, or I always felt uncomfortable, or that other people thought I was bizarre, or weird, or just a weirdo, you know. But when I started working with autism, I felt like I fitted in, and these people that the other staff members had issues with, I never ever saw that. They were actually like, I still I still
Yeah, I
proceeded
think
with caution,
because the children
because you have to
can
be
feel it.
you,
They can feel
yeah, you have to be the right type of person especially with low functioning autism. I believe that they have some kind of not necessarily instincts, but senses. They're able to sense
it.
whether your
Yeah,
intentions
yeah,
are good or bad, or you know, if you're a bossy person, or, you know, if you're going to try and control them, or if you're going to try and assist them or aid them. And there were staff members who were very bossy and overly controlling. And those are the ones that tended to play, the clients that they had tended to play up with them. But the staff members who were calm and helpful and took a little bit of a back seat and gave them more rein to do what they wanted, they were more inclined to have less behaviours.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did a funny thing, I think. There was a boy, an autistic boy, Asperger's, that thing. Every time we cook dinner for him, and he always refused to eat all the time. And the other, it was mostly women, but they said to him, "Oh, you have to eat, you have to eat, you have to eat." They could sit for 1 hour, 2 hours, and when I began there, I took his. I said, "Do you want to eat it?" No. I said, so I took the plate and I ate it in front of him. And he was so surprised. He was so surprised. Maybe I just find it so.
See, that's the thing that.
You know, the next time we sat at dinner, I sat beside him, and he ate. And the other people said, "Oh, he hasn't done that for like 5 years or something like that."
Yeah, to work with such a challenging, because low functioning autism is very, very challenging, and it's difficult. I mean, I had broken ribs from people. I got my nose broke, and it was all my own fault. It's just because I got too close when I shouldn't have. But there was one particular client that I worked with, and I adored him, and he was very small but incredibly strong, and he loved. I know this sounds strange, but he loved getting under cars or buses and pulling off the exhausts. I don't know why. That was just his thing. So trying to get him on the bus was a 2-man job. So, or a 2-person job. And that's where, I ended up with like a broken rib, because he was so strong, but no one would be prepared to take him out in the community, because there's a lot of cars on the road. There's a lot of parked cars. And they were scared that if they took him out, he would run away and try and get under a car and rip the exhaust out. But what I realised was that his memory wasn't very good. And so I kept repeating to him every, like, say, 2 or 3 minutes, we're going to the cafe for a drink and a cake. And he kept walking, and then he'd stop and you'd see him, and I'd be like, we're going to the cafe. And I just kept repeating it, and I got him there. And everybody was like, no one in 15 years has been able to, like, go out, because he was always a client that required at least 3 people to go to have him out. And I think it's because, I don't know if it was because I'm on the spectrum, that I could kind of understand. And you have to be the right type of person for the job. So that tells me a lot about you.
I'm not on the spectrum, but some people can feel it.
No, but you do have was it
I
bipolar, you said?
Yeah. Anxiety, everything. Depression.
So you would, and a lot of the people that I worked beside were very average. I don't like using this term, but in comparison to, like, for example, Janet, you, me, DQ, they were very average, run-of-the-mill people. Do you know what I mean? Like, they were very like standard. Like, they had, like, you know,
Yeah, we all
they
have
didn't have any.
something, and we don't want to be triggered with
Yeah,
noise.
they don't
Yeah, so
know how to
they
handle
found.
people.
Yes, exactly.
Mm.
They'd never. I don't think they had the tools, because a lot of the behaviours I saw remind, like, there was one guy, he kicked off and he started throwing chairs about the room and stuff like this. And I was quite new in the job at the time, and somebody said to me, "You're not scared?" And I went, "No, that reminds me when I was 5, because I did
Mm.
the same thing."
Yeah,
Actually, I used,
yeah.
up until I was like in my teens, I would throw ironing boards down this, you name it. I would, I'd lash out, and
Mm.
I don't
Yeah,
do that now, absolutely not.
yeah,
But it's frustration because they don't have any control over themselves. So these
yeah.
staff members were exerting more control, telling them, right, we're going here and you're doing this. Whereas I took a more
Mm.
sort of like laid back approach and allowed them to have more like choice. Do you want the xylophone, or do you want the castanet, the castanets, what they called,
Mm.
the Spanish things that click together, for example.
Mm.
Or do you want the keyboard, or I'd let them choose. Like, there was a timetable in every room with an itinerary of what was to be done at what time, because they say autistic people like
Mm.
routine. Well, I know that's
Mm.
not true. Well, it is true for some, but not for every
Yeah, yeah.
autistic person, because the very low functioning autistic people don't. They really don't. They do as they do when and when and where. You can't get them to
Yeah,
stick to a routine because the
yeah.
people, the you know, that's why, you know, and that and then it was quite funny
Remember
because after I left
one
that.
kid. I remember one kid. There was many, but he was wearing how do you say, earphones, just to keep sounds out. How
Hmm.
do you say, headphones? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like noise
And they,
cancellation to stop the.
yeah, and they said he would never go out. He will always stay at inside, and he can never go out. And we had a carnival in my city, so I thought, why not? We can go there, and I took him, and he was holding my hand. And we went there, and you know what? When we came there, when it was the loudest sound, he took his
Hmm.
yeah, the earphones out. So he was very happy. So you have to.
I think it's because he trusted you. I think that's a big
Yeah,
part
yeah,
of it.
yeah. We were holding hands, and we were watching
Yeah,
everything, and he was very happy. So
it takes a certain kind of person to, and I'm not saying that, oh, I'm special or you're special because, we're above everyone else. No, that's not what I'm saying. When I say it takes a special kind of person, you have to have you just have to be different. Like, if you're used to like working in an office 9 to 5 and you've no experience um, of mental health
yeah, this
issues or
was
disability, it's
when I
difficult for
studied.
people.
So this
Yeah.
was just extra work. So yeah.
But I had to leave the job for a number of reasons, but one of them was I was very unhappy at the way that the facility was being run and how they were
Mm,
treating the
yeah, yeah,
clients.
yeah.
And I wasn't, there were certain medical procedures that I hadn't been trained for that I refused to partake in case I caused further damage, like epilepsy. And I mean, yeah, I did have to deal with some people that had seizures, but there were some patients that required like rectal Valium, and I wasn't trained to do that. So when I took them out, they would say, are you taking the kit with you, the rectal value? I said, no. And they said, why not? I said, because I know there was no way that I was going to try and perform a procedure that I hadn't been trained to do. And I'm responsible for that person's life. So if I get it wrong, you know, if he takes a seizure, if it's a clonic tonic, if it's really bad, something really, that comes back on me, but not just me. The person could be injured. So I said, no, I've got a mobile phone. I'll call 999. If it happens, I'll call 999. And that's one of the reasons I left, because of the way it was organized. I think they got a grant for every single client that came in. So I think it was, you know, it was a bit overcrowded, and I just didn't want to be responsible for something going wrong.
I left also because there was so much fighting between people working there, and they were not sensitive. I mean, they were not caring that much. But
that's what I found.
the children, and it was other things that they were upset.
There was some people there that worked there that were absolutely brilliant, but it happened that those people also had like kids with disabilities. So, you know, it just goes to show like they had mental health problems themselves, like depression and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because when I applied for the job, I said, well, yeah, I do have depression and I do have ADHD. I'm not going to not disclose these things. And then they said, oh, what would you do if it got too hectic? How would you cope? I said, I'd book a flight to Jamaica, like jokingly. I said, I'd book a flight to Jamaica. And they looked at each other and then they burst out. I was kind of like, and then they burst out laughing. I thought, phew, that went over okay. You know, you just have to be a certain, not a special kind, but a certain type of people.
If you're not, sorry.
No, sorry for interrupting. I'm going to change.
If you're not into it, I mean, with the heart and so.
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
And some people worked there for 30 years, and they were fed up, and they didn't care about people. So.
Yeah.
You have to change. You have to change.
And I didn't like how they would say, oh, this person will never accomplish X, Y, and Z. They will always be like this. And I'm like, no, they won't. That's what you think, but I'm going to try and get them to do, you know, I'm going to try, like, you know, there was one guy who was in a wheelchair and they thought it was practically impossible to get him to go sailing. He also had cerebral palsy, and I managed to find someone that was willing to, you know, allow him onto the boat, and we made sure all the safety measures were in place, and managed to get him sailing, because it was all about enhancing. You're there to the main objective of the job was like the main was to enhance their lives, not. You know, and a lot of staff members.
I can tell you 100 stories, but. But
I'm not going to say a special kind of person, because that sounds like I'm being, you know.
You're special. Don't worry.
I know. I mean, like
you are special.
Like a certain.
Of course. If you work with them,
because it's a highly challenging.
I wanted to tell you something. One thing. There was one kid, a boy. He was so afraid of dogs. I mean, when I used to take him for walks, and he was so afraid if he saw a dog along way ago, he was he got anxiety and so on. But I had a golden retriever, a woman, or how do you say, female. She was so nice, so I took her there, and everybody liked her. And even him liked her because, he was laying down on the floor, and everybody could,
Yeah.
how do you say, pet
I think,
her.
like I
No.
say, it takes a certain type of person that can
Yeah, and
help.
then he loved dogs after that.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
he did.
brilliant. That is really cool.
He went to like how do you say, Rottweilers and everything.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's brilliant. That is
Yeah.
really cool. That's so cool.
Okay.
But I think you're right. I think it's such a challenging job that people do become jaded if they've been in it for a long time, and they do go into like robot mode. It's just like,
Yeah.
you know, and you can't be like that because no 2 days are the same when you're working with that type of disability. You have to pre-prepare. Anything can happen. That's actually one of the things I enjoyed about it. Whether it was good or bad, like your days are going to be different. But
there were many
yeah.
young people, mostly girls, and I always said I wanted to show them how to do and so on, because the old one, they were tired, tired of the work.
Yeah. It's just had enough, and their heart wasn't in it anymore, probably.
Not at all. That's why I get distracted. I feel like I'm bored. I'm moving on from that. I can't.
You would be brilliant working with autism. Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you, love.
I think you would, because you've got that personality. You've got that like caring aspect as well. You know what I mean?
feel like
It's
I want to
like,
help inverted people because I'm an expert.
yeah.
But I have like inverted ways too. So I feel like they can help me, but I could really help inverted people because they're happy
Well, you can
inside.
always
They
learn.
just can't bring it out, and I want to bring it out for
Exactly.
them.
I noticed that with Sky. Like that, you were brilliant with Sky. Absolutely brilliant with Sky, and she
they
was
hated
happy.
on
You
that.
were happy, and
Yep.
that's what's so sad. It angers me. It really irritated me. It's like she's safe. She's happy.
She wasn't safe and happy with them, but they
no,
were
but
mad.
with you she was. But with you she was.
Right. And they can't take that away. And thank you for claiming it, because they can't never take that away.
No, they can't. But for some reason, it's like she was better there than anywhere else with you.
No. Hello.
But
for some reason.
Yo, what up?
What's up?
Yeah.
Do you have something in the background playing? Hello.
Can you hear me?
There's like something.
All
Yeah.
right, I hear me.
Yep. Your YouTube's playing in the background.
I will mute for a while.
No
Yeah, let me.
worries.
I had to turn off my whatchamacallit.
Take your time.
I don't think I'm good now.
Okay. Welcome, John.
What up?
What were you talking about in the chat?
No, I was saying last night on the road, she deleted the 2 live streams, but
Who?
last night MJ, she just went full-blown racist. Her
Who's
on the
MJ?
panel. I was all kind of inverse, everything else. Wavy was up there, he seen it.
But who's
But
MJ?
I got a nice little clip of it though.
You got to tell us who MJ is. Hello? We don't know.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, we don't know who
MJ is. She got the channel called The Thought Commodity, but it should be THOT Commodity, not Thought, because she dumb as fuck. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
I mean, how you gonna have black kids, but you sit up there and let people on the panel talk all kind of crap about black people? You know what I mean?
Right.
She pretty much sit there and let them talk about her kids and wonder why she don't got her kids. Probably because she ain't a good mother.
Oh, wow. I don't know. I'm sorry that happened. You were there? They were talking like, were they talking to you or directly?
They're talking to me. Then after me, they were talking after her. I think the videos got struck though because I told her, hey, you're going to stop with this racist shit. I'm going to strike your channels. But the videos are gone now.
Is that you, David?
Yes, darling.
Hi, darling. Thank you for coming, darling.
I don't want to interrupt your conversation, so just carry on, and I'll ask you a question later.
Thank you, dear. I just had to put the cover up because everybody was coming up. If you guys,
that's okay. Just you guys carry on your conversation. I'll join in when I want.
Yes, dear. Thank you for coming. John Kuminati's here. We got David Simpson here. We got the Queen in the building. We got Peter and Apple. So, John brought us some information that MJ was being racist on her panel, and clearly a white woman with biracial children, you said?
Yeah.
And she was saying the N-word, or she was calling people that, were they
She was letting
her?
everybody else call it that. She would let everybody else call everybody else that. Like Wavy was up there. Wavy was up there too. Wavy Cam.
Yeah. And she was calling him, letting people call him N-word.
But I was the problem though. Like, I'm not supposed to get mad over that shit. You know what I mean?
You have a right to feel frustrated.
So I told her that clip I have, I'm gonna spread it all around YouTube. I'm gonna go to Twitter next. I'm gonna go to Facebook. I'm gonna go on the World Star. She about to be famous. She wanted to be YouTube famous, but she got her wish. Your wish has been granted, MJ. You're famous now. You're about to be famous.
So this is a situation where an African American person is injured by the NIGGER word because it was thrown around in a way of what? Was she throwing?
And it's not the first time. It's not the second time. No, it was clear, blatant racism talking about black people. It wasn't just thrown around casually. Was no A at the end. It was a hard ER.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Why don't you just say the word instead of spelling it out in letters? Because when you're spelling it out in letters, you're giving it more gravitas. With that it deserves.
No, it's not that. It's just at the point that people like that shouldn't be on YouTube. You know, they shouldn't be on social media at all. They should be exposed. They should be a victim of cancel culture.
Pal, I'm not defending the person that said that.
I know. Let me turn my headphone up because I hardly hear you. Can you say that one more time?
I'm not defending the person that said that. Believe me, I am not racist. What I'm saying is, when African Americans, rather than say the word, say the letters, they give it more gravitas. Just say the word.
Right. But this is a situation.
I'm not going to say the word, but
yeah.
If you guys say the word, you will give it less gravitas. Do you not think that makes more sense?
It's not really the word itself. It's not really the word itself that bothers me.
Yeah, it's the context.
I don't like racist people. I can't stand them. Like I really don't like them. I don't like those. I don't like racist people.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not trying to equate my situation with yours because
I know, honey, and you're across the pond. So remember, we don't talk the same. We're in America. You're a boy, and you're okay. So just be sexy, and stay sexy.
I'm not going to say the word, Janet.
No, we don't want you to say the word. We want to figure out why MJ nigger. Stop saying the word niggers, guys.
You just said that. See, you listen,
David's Scottish. It's not his fault. He's a Scot.
You're one of them.
He's hit him with the Scott. Well, let's introduce ourselves.
You've made my night, Janet. You've made my
night. Let's introduce ourselves. So Apple, go ahead and introduce yourself, sexy.
Hi, I'm Apple, but my real name Apple Charlotte, but my name's Charlotte, and I am Scottish, but a different type of Scottish to David.
She's around like Miss Brittany because I'm a biracial, but I'm a special biracial, honey. Right. And so you're from Scotland, but where are you living at now?
Well, I'm in England at the moment because
Big ups to the UK.
My fiance's English, so that's where we are just now. But I'm from the east coast of Scotland, and I think, David, your accent sounds like you might be west coast.
Well, if you want me to introduce myself, I will.
Yeah,
I am.
Let him introduce himself. His name is David.
Do you want me to introduce myself, or you want you to introduce myself?
Well, I had to bring you in. I had to bring you in hot. Go ahead, David.
Oh, of course. I am David from the west coast of Scotland, just outside the which should be the capital, Glasgow.
No, it shouldn't.
There you go. This is where me and Charlotte have a wee arguments, but it's all
the
common.
Castle's in Edinburgh. The castle
Yes,
is in Edinburgh.
I know. There you go.
Big
Where's
ups,
the castle
big
in Glasgow?
Where are you going though, David? Where are you at right now? Come on, David, bring it in hot. Is it the UK?
Right now I'm in South Lanarkshire. I'm not actually in Glasgow. I'm in a little place called South Lanarkshire, which is a county in Scotland. But I'm from the same country as Charlotte, but in a different area. And me and Charlotte will argue about that, but I won't argue about it.
Yeah, because we got to move on to Peter. Peter, you up there, dog?
I'm not going to argue with Charlotte.
All right, put your mic on mute, sexy. I know you had a couple of pints. Come on. Peter, are you there? Breaker. Come on, Peter. He's from Sweden. We need to hear your Swedish accent, sexy.
I thought I was straight Dave.
Oh, you are straight. That's straight Dave is Peter.
All right.
Yeah,
I don't know why he calls himself straight Dave then.
It's a joke. Everybody's handle's different. He's John Killing Kuminati. His name is John Kuminati. Well, Peter is from Sweden. So shout out to Sweden, shout out to Scotland, shout out to the UK, because that's where Apple is. John, would you like to tell everybody what state you're from? Big ups to the USA.
John Illuminati. I am in California right now, just sitting watching the world burn, trying to spit as much truth and expose these globalists at any level I can, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, whether I'm in the street, whether I'm driving, wherever I come across, I'm telling everybody the truth, though, because you're not going to get the truth anywhere. You're not going to get it on CNN. You're not going to get it from NBC.
All right, we're supposed to be introducing ourselves. He got ADHD, guys. I figured him out. He got ADHD. But listen, John, you're on the west. I'm on the east. So is this me and Apple? We're on the other side, and you and Dave are on the west. Because Callie's on the west of us.
There's a big difference in Scotland. There's a big difference.
Well, there's a big difference from Cali.
The East Coast massive.
Big ups to the East Coast. Whoop whoop.
But the thing is, I've got.
Wait a minute, Dave. Wait a minute.
No matter what part of Scotland she came from.
Davey, sexy Davey, up above you, DQ. She's from Cali too. So they're actually, yep. They're actually 3 hours behind me.
Shout out to my Cali sister out there, DQ.
So I'm at 5:01 p.m. Eastern Standard. I know that's right. Guys, focus on me. Focus on me, though.
Okay, I'll focus on you.
David, there's a mute button. You press it.
I'm sorry, when I want to go, I can't stop talking.
I love you. Thank you for coming.
We know you get excitable, but
come on, Peter. You got too many avatars up here. What's going on? Peter, breaker. Come on, you got to speak. You know that the troll is coming for me.
I want to.
Do you think
tell
you dropped
you a
out?
little bit about American
No, Peter's
politics.
come in twice, guys. Please let me see what's going on.
I think there's an echo.
Okay, I'll get rid of this one. Hold on. You have to identify yourself, sexy. All right, there you go. Is that better?
Who sent you? Who sent you?
Yeah, you are sexy.
Janet,
all right, so
Peter, give a
No,
little speech
David.
about American politics.
I love you. Kisses, but it's about Peter. We got to tell Peter. Peter, you want to tell everybody where you're from, sexy? Oh, he don't like sex.
if there's no echo now.
There's no echo. Go.
Okay. I'm from Sweden. People are laughing. I know. When you think about Sweden, you think about dumb people, naive people.
Bitches.
And I'm just like that. So
well, you are from the country of one of my heroes, the great
Really?
Henke Larsson.
Henke, yeah.
Yeah, the great Henke Larsson, the
Glasgow
greatest
Rangers.
player I ever seen.
No, Glasgow.
Our beloved Celtic.
Yeah, Celtic. Yeah.
And Johan Mjällby and Mikael Lustig. There you go.
He's great. He's living close to me.
Henrik Larsson is living close to you.
Yeah, he's living like 30 kilometers from me.
Oh, that's cool, man. I didn't know Henrik still lived in Sweden. But what I was wanting to say was to the Americans here, that your politics died in 1974. And why did it die in 1974? It died because of Watergate. And what happened in Watergate? Who got removed from the office in Watergate?
All right, I had to get some chicken.
Talking to Americans. And
I
Americans
know.
Yes, I'm talking to Americans. I'm trying to teach them the politics unless they don't.
But you
Not
don't
today.
teach Americans. You don't
Not
teach
today.
them about their own country.
Not today. We're talking about autism. Hello. Do you know anything?
Autism. Okay, I'll show up.
Yeah. I got topics on my channel.
I know a little bit about autism.
Okay, well, let's start.
I know.
I'm not going to stay here then if that's what you're talking about.
I know the largest settlement.
David.
But because it's not, I'm not wanting to sit in a panel and talk about mental illness. It's boring.
It's not mental illness. Autism's not a mental illness.
Yes, it is. Autism is mental illness.
Autism is man-created.
Because I live next door to a man that's got autism.
You know
but so does Apple. So does Apple, David. You're being rude.
You do
Apple has it.
I'm being honest. I don't want to listen to this.
Well, that's
fine, David. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you do
Then
know
you can go away, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, because now you're triggering people who have disabilities. This is a disability community.
You know, can I say something? People with autism is not the problem. It's the fact that there's been a lot of information kept from us about autism. Like it's where did it come from? It just came out of nowhere.
Right.
But if you look at if you line it up when people started getting vaccines, and you taking it to the fact that the largest settlement ever paid in history by any company was by somebody who sued somebody for autism vax.
Don't be sorry, David. It might just not have been the time right now, David. This is a topic panel, David. We're not in the zoo. This is a topic panel. We're talking about autism. Thank you for everybody in the chat room. Thank you for David. Everybody thank David for coming. Because again, if people are coming in hot, we just want to represent them. And, again, he's more than welcome to go to the chat. He's more than welcome to go anywhere else. Everyone has a sleeve, so everyone's equal. But Apple has autism. We all have a spectrum of it. Mine and David and Peter and everyone else could be different, but we know that Apple needs you guys to keep your voices kind of calm. Please do not shout over each other. Someone's talking, don't talk over them because that irritates her. And if we know that, then respect her. So this is why we're talking about this topic, because people with autism are not getting respected in the YouTube streets. The people that think they're better than them are triggering them with these bullshit reasons. So let's put our mics on mute if we're not talking. And then again, if we can talk one-on-one, anyone that wants to talk about it can come to the panel and speak about it. Thank you, Jay, for coming. Blessings, Jay. Blessings, God of Coins. And blessings, Dave. And Stephanie, I know you're out there. Love you guys. All right. So did you want to explain what you knew, John?
No, I would just bring up the fact that like the largest settlement ever in history came from, you know, the same people that are telling us to get the vax. They're the same ones who got sued for autism, so they have to pay out. There's a secret fund they have for vaxes, except for these new ones that aren't really vaxes. There's a secret fund they have where they paid out millions and millions of dollars just to keep it on the hush, to keep it covered up, so they can keep poisoning our children and giving them this stuff. It's all by design. It's depopulation. You got to think about
Right,
like
but
this.
we gotta focus on autism. Like, stay with
No,
that.
I know what you're saying. Though,
Okay,
but
because
the thing is like
we
I
have
was
a
about to go there
video.
though.
We have to get back to our video. I'll show the video. Like, yeah, we're in the video of autism. So, do you know what it really is? Do you know anybody that has it, and has it affected you, or have you talked to somebody with it?
Yeah, I know people that had it. They kind of like some of them got into trouble. Got in trouble with cops and stuff. Short attention spans, all that other stuff.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
But if you pay attention, if you look at it, it's the younger generation. It's not so much the older folks. If you pay attention.
No, you need to pay attention because I'm old and we have it. So a lot of us old ones have it. It wasn't never diagnosed to us. So now we have to figure out we have it, John, so that we can help.
I'll give you a perfect example. Like when they start vaccinating people, like the autism rates in places shoot up like 150%, 200%, 300%, and that coincides with the vaccines. And then you gotta think about like this: when we were growing up, we didn't get that many shots, and you look at what they're giving these children now. I'm not surprised that you see all these children where they're more affected by it than
I want Apple.
our generation.
I just want Apple to reiterate when John's done. Sorry, John. Continue.
No, I don't subscribe at the moment to the vaccine theory only because there's no scientific data to back it up. But that does not mean to say that I completely rule it out. It could be. I was born in 1981.
Okay.
So I'm going to be 40 this year. I wasn't diagnosed until I was an adult. And I've done some research, and apparently, from what I know, from a leading neuroscientist who specializes in autism, the autism brain starts to develop in the second trimester of pregnancy. So that's when the differences begin. The brain is literally, it's not like, how they've scanned brains of people with autism, and they're physiologically, they look different. They're not the same shape. They're not the same size or weight.
Okay.
They've used, but like I said, I'm not ruling out the vaccine thing because we never know. We don't know at the moment. And even though there's no link towards it, doesn't mean to say it's not the case.
Right.
There has been, with regards to people that have, I know also another thing I can say is that the diagnostics for autism have improved from the 80s, because in the 80s they never even believed that girls could have autism. So if you think about it, if they've went from the point of view in the 80s that girls couldn't have autism to now knowing that girls do have autism, I think there's like, for every 1 in 4 boys, there's one girl for every 4 boys, there's like one girl will have autism. Now they've established that, more people are going to become diagnosed. But I only accept, personally, I will only accept professional diagnosis. I would, like, if someone believes they have autism and they come to me and they tell me, and I say, well, have you been through the assessments? Have you had any scans and stuff? And they say no. I say, well, you might be autistic, but I can't, to me, you're not until it's been shown that you've been, because it's not something that, it's such a complex and complicated, it's not even a condition, it's a cognitive disorder, I guess, for lack of a better expression at the moment, right?
Right.
But when we were kids, like, I do agree with the fact that when we were kids, we only had, like, how many shots did we get? I think it was like 3 or 4. And now I'm told, because I'm not a parent personally, but now I'm told that from people with kids now, by the age of 2 or 3, they're getting up to 25 vaccines. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, the immune system hasn't established itself at that age. So why, if you're...
Exactly.
Why why are these kids being given this amount of vaccines if their immune system hasn't fully established itself? That is a bit. I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I do have a lot of questions. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, when I was diagnosed, I asked, because my mum smoked whilst she was pregnant with me, and I asked the autism specialist. I said, can smoking whilst pregnant cause it? And he said no, but they believe that there's a link between alcohol and so like alcoholism during pregnancy. But my mum never drank when I was pregnant, so that was obviously, we don't know in my case what it was. Was it the mRNA vaccine? I think it was. I don't know what it was called in the US. I don't know if you guys had.
Oh yeah,
mRNA.
we had a lot of. What would
it was like the measles, mumps, and not
that.
mRNAs.
That's what do they call that?
The three combined. The measles, mumps, and rubella. Yeah. I don't know.
We would just call it the
There are
baby shots. You gotta get your shots.
Yeah. I mean, I can
There is a
understand.
technical name.
I can understand if you're a parent, right?
Vaccines, I guess. Yeah.
And you've got a baby, and you start to realize that, like, a lot of these parents say, oh, they were smiling, they were laughing, they were giggling, they were making eye contact, and then they had the vaccine, and then they became a different person or a different child. And but I can't take that experience. That is their experience. That's what they've witnessed. But I do feel that when something like that happens, as a parent, you would be looking for something to blame. And I'm not saying that it's such a touchy subject, because, I don't know if there's someone listening to this that could, you have to be very careful. But until they establish a definitive link between vaccines and autism, I wouldn't say for sure for my generations, at least. Maybe now, like you say, like there are more cases, but I do also know that you have to take into consideration that they have better tools and education for diagnosing girls as well. And girls I'm reading a book called Neurotribes at the moment, and the two people that originally coined the term, like Asperger's, etc. They actually, it was initially called child schizophrenia, I think. So it's gone through so many different changes. Sorry, I was zoned out there. I was reading David's chat. David, honestly, I'm cool with you. Right, totally.
Right,
cool.
everybody's
No problem.
fine. Respect of a person. He talk about Irish flame, but everyone's allowed to be in the chat. David should be honored that he got to come to the panel, because not everybody gets to come to the panel. But I don't X anybody out. There's only one person that will not get a wrench in my chat room. Only
I'll tell you one
person.
thing though, David. David, if this were a gossip channel, I would not be on it. Okay,
right? So we're not doing all that.
No,
we're sharing truth. That's right.
But,
look at Steph. Look at the head mod coming in. Talk about respect it. Respect the chat room, because that's who's in charge of the chat room right there, Stephanie. All right, continue, darling.
No, I'm just saying, have a good night, David. No, I've not got any ill will towards you, but I would just be very careful if you, in public, if you refer to someone with autism as mentally ill, because just for your safety. Do you know what I mean? They might have parents with them, and they might not take kindly to that, because it's not acceptable.
Exactly.
And I'm saying that for his benefit, not for, like, the autistic person might not even understand it, but you might end up getting like.
That was offensive to somebody.
Yeah. Like what do you call it? Throat punched, Janet.
Yeah,
you just don't know.
Throat punch you.
You just don't know. But
got throat punched. That's why David was like, "Get the fuck out of here." You see how he did that? Like, that's me. Like, that energy that's get created, we make it go away, because that's not peace of mind. But again, it's no disrespect to David, That's why we have to flip it back and do it again, because it's no disrespect to him. He does not know, because he has anxiety too, but he's not accepting it. That's why he doesn't want to talk about it, because he's running from it. Once he accepts it and then he can deal with it, then he would have been able to take the rebuttals, and then he'll come back. So you don't push anybody away because they don't understand, but we don't allow that negative energy to be created when, again, we're doing something for ourselves to help ourselves. Just like if you look in the back chat,
further division, doesn't it? If you were to push everybody away that didn't understand, you're just helping with the sort of like divide
you're
and
causing the
conquer sort of
divide.
scenario,
And it's not helping anybody, because then you're lonely, sad, and depressed. Now you're taking it out on everybody else. You just caused the whole eruption in the universe for what? Because you told a lie, because you couldn't be honest, because you couldn't calm down, because you couldn't relax. I mean, these are the things that we learn as triggers that we have. And then we're wondering, like, why are you trying to call me crazy when you're the one, So it's like, no, don't do that. Just understand that, again, what I say, even though we have disabilities, we're giving each other a chance. That's the difference. Give a person a chance the same way you would want that, because you might not understand, or it might be another way that, again, I talk too fast for Peter, but then I remember, like, slow down, and then he can get what I'm saying. You get what I mean, Apple? So I'm doing that, and I'm learning. Others can learn like that too. So John,
you know how, like, I used to always talk fast and stuff, and you told me to slow it down and stuff?
Yeah.
So people can understand and comprehend a little bit better.
Because you have a great voice, you execute well, you have the knowledge. So we have to, like, take it in. That's why it has to go slow. That's why I think you would like Curse Zero. You guys are on that plane, and you guys could sit here and literally go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and enjoy each other. I will say that I have a code yellow. I have a code yellow. Code yellow in our community means that someone needs our attention, so we have to stop what we're doing to give them attention. It's not a bad thing, because you never know when someone's in need of something. So DQ, are you okay? Are you there, darling?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm going into a depression.
I know, and I'm right here, okay? We're all right here because Apple, her child, again, she had a miscarriage. Basically, she birthed the baby. She birthed the baby and he died. So he was alive. And it's rough. It's his birthday in February. So imagine losing the baby in February, then having to go through these months of like, oh, get over it, like everyone's telling you, but yet the baby's birthday's coming again. How do we address this to make, again, feelings of, how do you tell someone to stop feeling? I feel like you should never tell no one when they should not feel to feel. So she's feeling really depressed about losing the baby, guys. If there's kind words that we can give her, does anyone want to start?
I would just say that time heals all wounds, It'll probably be like a roller coaster. Some days better than others, though, but you got to just take it slow. You got to realize it's not the end of the world. You can't get back yesterday. You can't change any event. You can blame yourself all you want, but that's gonna just diminish the grieving process. The grieving process. Like what I did when I had somebody close pass away, you know what I did? I was on the internet. I was looking up videos. I was looking up research, and I had to look up the stages of grief, and I had to go through that thing. I was like, wait a minute, that's what I'm acting out. That's what I'm acting out. Like once you understand what your mind is going through, it's it's easier to heal. It makes the time go by a little bit quicker, though, but you can't really put a time limit on it because everybody's brain is different. Everybody's built different. Like what affect me might not affect you, and vice versa. Just gotta take things one day at a time, pretty much. That's it.
Good. Thank you. Apple? Peter, are you there? Apple, are you there? Your mics are on mute. I'll go next though. I would tell you that you're allowed to hug him. You're allowed to share a memory. I know you don't have too many, but I could tell you that the times that you laugh about eating the candy and stuff, that makes you happy. So if you have to go to a place where you're happy, if you want to just go into that room and then remember that thought. And then with that, sister, just know that he's there. He might needed a hug. Might needed you as much as you needed him. Sometimes depression can lead us down a path of frustration, anger, and sadness.
And destruction.
And destruction. Destruction, sometimes you can't come back from it.
And a lot of times, having postpartum depression on top of your severe depression doesn't help.
Yeah, that's true. Your body's going through all these changes. I've never been through that because I'm a guy. I don't understand that too much. So, but I would recommend it's just like, you know, what postpartum depression, how your body's missing chemicals and it's trying to make up for it and trying to go back to normal. So I would like eat foods and drink stuff that has those chemicals in it, so you could get that stuff into your body to get your mind functioning on a better level. You know what I mean?
And even though the postpartum depression may go away eventually, the aspect of losing your child does not. And I've known people that have lost their child 14 to 16 years ago and they're still not fully healed from it.
Well, I'm hugging you because you're right. It's just a feeling of when you're feeling this, what could we do for you to make you feel better? Is that a safe question to ask? Sometimes I don't want to feel better. I just want to feel the moment. Do you just want to feel the moment?
A lot of times it's me what I've wanted, and I always constantly say, my child, my child.
Yeah.
Nothing could ever be better than my child. Mothers usually take their children for granted.
Yeah.
You don't know how much some people spirit pray every single day just to have their child back. Or
Yeah.
to have one.
Or to have one. A lot of parents don't appreciate their children. But then all of a sudden the child, you know, is there and then they're like, oh God. But there's others that could never have them.
And then to lose your child before they even take their first breath. So much more pain. So much more.
Well, Stephanie said there's a group of people that have gone through the same thing you've gone through. Would you maybe want to do that? Like maybe find a group that you can like sit in with? I would sit in there with you if you found it online, maybe.
There are groups and everything, but they just mostly show what they've done for their child that they've lost. And sometimes it gets hard to see them. Because some of them, they lose them so young in the pregnancy. I mean, half of them are after the second trimester, they've lost them.
I understand. Peter, he said my ex does not care about his 3 sons, so he's basically raising them without their mother. So that's an example of what you just said. You would have loved to have those 3 sons when she's not taking any of that into consideration. And Stephanie just said that she can't have kids. So I'm her child. You get me? Because again, I didn't never have a mother. So I'd rather have a woman that never had a child to be my mother than a person that'll hurt me or treat me no way. Stephanie's always giving out good advice. She's always there for me. She's always supporting me. She's always giving me a good way. She's never saying anything bad or negative. And when she has to redirect something, she just basically says what she has to say. She said, Janet, no more boys. Pure and simple. She didn't say, oh, I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings. It's not always women, but mostly. I know that's right.
And even though you can have a giant support system, you still feel like you're going through this alone.
Yeah, I bet.
Because I don't have his father with me to grieve with me. I don't. Took off. And a lot of guys do that these days. They take off on women.
I'm sorry that happened. I mean, I was married to the father of my children, but he still cheated on me. He still ran around. So I get what you're saying. Some aren't worth the skin they're printed on. Everyone feels different in this world. And Dave said, sorry about that, Stephanie. That Stephanie, she said she has a niece, thank God. And she got me. Again, I appreciate her. I hug her. We're in a group together. She's in my Discord. She's everywhere. And again, we're all just right here in our houses, in our place, but we still have each other. Even though we're far away, you can still be really close to someone. This is how we do it. Okay. Did you read the back chat, DQ? She has to do her dialysis. So everybody say peace and blessings and good night to Apple because they're like 5 hours ahead of us, guys. Love you, sister. Blessings, blessings. Good night. David. John, did you want to say good night to the Scottish girl?
Hey, good night. Stay up, stay blessed, and always seek and expose truth.
Always. Oi, oi. Love you, boo. If you want to bounce, go ahead. Yep. Drop the mic, sister. Just release and let it go. Hang up already. She said, same to you, John. Oh, I love her sexy face.
Yeah, she sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. And that's her real picture.
And the thing is, like, it don't matter if you're overseas or not, though. If you got a great mind, you got a great mind. You know, you speak truth, you speak truth. It don't matter your nationality or anything else. Nationality is what they put in place to try to divide us and keep us from coming together and realizing our true potential and coming against them.
Oh, yeah. My community doesn't have anything to do with color. It has all to do with unity and acknowledging oneself. We are our own bosses. We're the truth tellers. That's what we do. We're going to keep telling the truth until it makes them feel better.
Oh, yeah. Half the time I have to yell at Janet not to use the N-word.
Oh, I know. Please forgive me for even saying it today. I know.
Speaking of which, I gotta get behind the bar and link to the MJ video. Just because. Fuck you, MJ. My bad. Sorry. You're a racist. I don't got respect for you.
Well, I want to know, like, if you could start the story on, wherever when it started. I need to do something for
remember how months ago?
Yeah.
And I sent you like, wait a minute, what's she doing in this? Like, what's she doing in this chat with all these racist people? Remember that?
Yeah.
And then behind the bar started saying the same stuff though. I actually defended her until I'm the type that I need more proof.
MJ's that white girl we on the page with. You talking about that white girl, and she was in my chat.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, but I want you to tell DQ the story. I got to do something for like 10 minutes. Can you guys hold the panel? Yeah. If you hear a ding, text me DQ, okay? I got to handle so I got to call my boyfriend, my little friend you told me to get down with girl. I gotta call him. I know she's like, just do it. Breaker 19. This is Lollipop over. I'll be right back. Yes, I am. I'm always hot. And I'm gonna come in and make sure it do what it do, John, just like you. Happy you're here, sexy.
Yes, ma'am. MJ is pretty much like, she hangs around a bunch of racists, and she's racist herself, because if you're around people using the N-word, disrespecting people on your panel, and you're only talking about me, and you're letting the other people fly and slide with it, though, not just once, not about twice, but multiple times, you're a racist. My thing is, how you gonna have black kids and sit up there and let them people talk all that stuff about black people? Is that why she don't really have her kids? Because she really didn't love them? Is that what she thinks of them? Because she got black kids too. That's the sad part about it, though.
Well, she could also not have her kids for many other reasons as well.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of mothers out here who don't have their kids, not just because they're biracial. They're bad mothers. They neglect their children. They don't treat their children correctly as parents. They do bad things with them or to them. There's multiple reasons why she could have lost her kids.
Probably drugs.
Drugs
is the number one thing in that, though. I mean, I get it, though. I know sometimes CPS is crooked. Sometimes they take people's kids, but that's not always the case, you know?
There are some people who deserve their kids taken away.
I hate to say it, but that's true. Some people really don't make good parents.
Mm-hmm. Quite frankly, they should give a giant test to people who are going to become parents.
Yeah.
And see if they're fully qualified for it.
Or people should just make responsible decisions before they sit down and have children with people. Because you're creating a life. You got to nurture and take care of that life. And if you don't want to give up part of your own life to do that, then you have no business being a parent.
Exactly. Man, I would be sitting there very much pissed off that she would even allow people to be doing that.
I don't get it, though. Then sometimes just people act like it's everybody else's fault. My kids, if you ain't do this, you ain't done that. No. Slow down a little bit, Turbo. Mm-hmm. Let's rewind back to the fact that you aren't being a responsible parent to begin with. But they blame everybody else and everything else.
My late son is biracial, and I wouldn't condone anyone stating that. Not on my channel, at least.
Hold on 1 second. Let me take this call.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have a hard enough trouble with racists in my family. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I chose to live homeless to be with a black man. I chose that. And I'd do it again. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I'd be homeless. I don't care. We can't choose who we fall in love with. We can't choose their race. We can't choose who they are. We can't even choose their looks. So what's the point on even being racist? And for the people who choose to be racist, my son, if he got to stay, he would have never been accepted by my father's side of the family. Not even to
random calls for other people, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to get a hold of so-and-so? Why don't you call their number?
That would be the smart thing.
I know, right? You probably have a better chance reaching them if you call their number. But I am going to take off though because I gotta do some car work. I gotta go do some running around. But it's been good being on the panel. Tell Janet I said what's up, and I'll be on another panel sometime soon. And everybody stay blessed.
You too.
All right, take care, everybody.
Yeah, but some people believe that some people in this world who still believe in the old ways.
Yeah.
And still are raised.
Should I shout out to John? Was he coming back? Did he lose the signal?
No,
I don't know.
He's got to go do some stuff.
No worries, no worries.
So I was just sitting there telling.
Talking to Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You choose on who you fall in love with, no matter their race, looks, color.
I know, I'm going for the white man.
Gender, nothing. You can't choose any of that. That's pre-done before you're even born.
Wow. That's the thing. I'm biracial for a reason.
And if you get a lover that happens to be your same race and your soulmates, great. More power to you. But for the ones that are, be open. Be open to who you're with. Be open to who you want.
Right.
Be open to who your twin flame is. You don't
right, David? This is the perfect point to come back, David. See how we're not talking about that subject, David? Then this is when you drop it like it's hot, David. You hit that StreamYard and you come up here and you change the topic. Rare. Again, the topic had to stay for Apple because that's what we were doing. We were educating ourselves on autism about her. And we will continue that that stream. Matter of fact, I want to continue it while we're moving on. Oh, it's an old friend, darling. It's not even a boyfriend. Old friend that I've let come back in so I can get me some real pee-pee instead of some ashy little pictures. Dirty, ashy pictures. That shit was nasty. I had OCD staring at it.
Rose, processing information.
I'm going to play this. Put your mic on mute. I'll be right back.
The sensory world.
When this
feeling
goes off.
overwhelmed, being able to manage that as your emotions kind of over, show, get up and down, all those sorts of things. The third one is processing information about non-social information. That's your abstract stuff. That's planning. That's knowing what's coming next. That's decision making. That's organizing yourself. All of this is quite abstract. You think about the school day, there is a huge amount which is unsaid and unspoken, unless you're in a special provision where you're using schedules and timetables and all of those kinds of things. But you can fill in those gaps. You do that well. You can guess, you can generalize, you can pick up all those kinds of things. The next layer down is the behavioral stuff. If you don't read people properly, if you've missed some signals from somebody waving at you, smiling at you, being upset, your behavior might be that you completely ignore them. They may be crying and you may be waving at them beautifully. You may say, "You're all right," and they say, "I'm fine," and you say, "Jolly good," and off you go. You've missed some of the signals. Your behavior is different than expected as a result. The next level down is consequences. So if that's how you behave to people, eventually people don't like you very much. They're going to ignore you. They're going to bully you. They're going to reject you. They're going to think that you're not a very nice person. This is a very, very quick view of this. This is a much longer and more complicated thing. On the other side, we have processing problems, decision making. This might be somebody who, where they get a letter and they're too frightened to open the letter and they think, well, I'll just throw the letter away. Straight away, your problem's solved. It's gone. The letter's gone. Problem solved. Stress level down. Smashing. Sadly, that letter was from the benefits agency or the electricity board or something else. And the knock-on effect is that you end up in court, you end up evicted, you end up in debt, all of these kind of things. It's astonishing to me how many adults you would think that a person with autism would have quite a small and safe life. But a lot of independent autistic adults get themselves in all sorts of bother because they're trying to manage their stress on a very fight or flight basis. Get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it. without being able to see the consequences and without knowing that if I sort it out today, all the bad stuff won't happen kind of further along the line. All of the stuff about adults is relevant for your children, because if you can teach your children these skills now, they won't have the problems that adults like me have, who didn't get diagnosed until much, much later in their lives. So you can do something to change the outcomes of the children that you're working with, so it doesn't end up having to be this way. So as we can see, if you think like that, you will behave like that, the world will treat you like this, and the outcome will be anxiety. It's natural for this person to be anxious. It's natural. Things will go wrong for this person because they're missing something at the cognitive level. And that's where I would say that we need to support people. The behavior level is one thing, but actually the best thing to do is to try and help people to fill in the gaps at the cognitive level, to be able to understand what's going on out there in your world and be able to try and fill in some of those gaps a little bit. That's not trying to make people normal. That's not trying to take away who they are. It's like giving somebody an instruction manual. If you go to France, you buy a guidebook on France. If you live in your world, give these people a guidebook to your world. Because if you want them to be successful, if you want them to be independent, you need to know this stuff. You can't go into the workplace getting this stuff wrong without offending people, without getting stressed, without things going kind of wrong for you. And that's kind of where you're moving your young people onto, into education, onto kind of the workplace. So it's a kind of knock-on effect, really. You think like that, you behave like that, that's how life treats you. You eventually will be fed up with it. You'll be frightened, you'll be scared, you'll be generally kind of fed up with all those kind of things. I think there's an extra one that comes down there, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, and I think that's physical health. That actually being anxious for a very long time causes you physical health problems. So some of the kids that you work with, you may see them having little bits and pieces which may actually run right the way back up to the autism. The anxiety is caused by the autism. You can't treat the anxiety, the autism remains. We've got to go right up the scale and treat people right towards the back. All right. The other thing, I think, just some general kind of thoughts about why these individuals find the world all just too much, is the sensory stuff. The world's just too unpredictable. People change their plans all the time. One day my friend liked me and then they didn't like me anymore. That's stressful. I don't know what I did wrong. How is that? I always have my blue cup for breakfast. Today my blue cup's not here. I don't know why that is. That's really stressful. What we're likely to see from all of this is what we call challenging behavior sometimes, because the person cannot work out what the hell is going on. If you've ever been in a situation where you didn't know what the hell was going on, you were anxious, I'm sure. It's that feeling you're out of control, you don't know how to be, you don't know what's going to happen, you don't know how to solve it. This, I would argue, is how most people with autism feel, to a degree, every minute of their waking lives, particularly when they've left the house. Home is a kind of sanctuary. Bedroom is a kind of sanctuary. It's as soon as you step out into the world, which is full of people, that things start to go slightly awry, slightly wrong. An example is that there is one person in this world that thought this carpet was a good idea. Anybody else here been freaked out by this carpet all day? Thank you, madam. Thank you. Absolutely. I stayed here last night. There is a worse, I'm not sure if it's worse. Have you seen the one without the squirrelies that's got the little yellowy browny kind of bits in it? I also suffer from vertigo, a type of vertigo that means if I turn my head too quickly, the world all starts kind of spinning around all over the place. You try that on that carpet. I think they thought I was pissed. I was kind of walking along the corridor, genuinely hanging on for dear life, because this carpet is physically wibbling around all over the place. I'm sure most of you know about this kind of sensory stuff. And I think there is a perception sometimes that actually, that it's an option, that it's kind of like, oh, they'll get used to it. You know, it's only a carpet, it's only a light, it's only a thing. But it's not. For some people, this visual stuff, if I were you, I would not have been able to sit in this room all day and listen and learn with that carpet. The amount of capacity it takes to deal with that visually and cognitively would stop me from being able to concentrate. I feel a bit sick. I've had to walk around the hotel like this, so I can't see it. it's a massive thing. So, I mean, if you think about kids who are less able even to be aware of it, you might just be in a room and feel rubbish. As a 5 or 6-year-old, you may not know that that's because of the carpet or the lighting. So some of these things, it's massive. It's not a choice. It's not a fussiness. It's not being particular. It's as important as a wheelchair. You know, that's a strong statement, but it really is in terms of making something accessible to some of the people that we're with. And it makes you anxious. The carpet makes me anxious. It's a feeling of, oh, can't cope with it. It's a weird thing, but it's a genuine thing. Where are we? No idea. There we go. So these are all these kind of things. Environment, short-term memory, that's frustrating. That makes you anxious. It makes you worried because you know you're going to forget things. You know you're going to kind of get things wrong. Not being able to know what you need, that you're going to forget something. All of this kind of stuff, it all builds this whole kind of picture of somebody being kind of anxious. And feeling that you're failing all of the time. Feeling socially that you're going to fail a lot of the time. I've just started kickboxing classes. Thank you. I have the physique for it, surely. And I was, well, in the kickboxing classes, one of the worst bit is that you have to partner up with people. And it's quite a big room, it's like 20, 30 people. You have to go and find yourself a partner. I'm genuinely incapable of doing that at all. I lurk at the edge in an uncomfortable fashion. And the other week, I was approached by a 13-year-old boy, about this big. And kickboxing and martial arts are quite formal, so it's all sir and ma'am kind of stuff. And this 13-year-old boy came up to me and he said, "Mom," he said, "don't just stand there waiting for someone to come and be your partner. You have to get out there and find one." How do you tell a 13-year-old boy that you're a 45-year-old woman who cannot approach another person to do 10 minutes of kickboxing with them? It's embarrassing, it's shameful, but actually that's the situation that you find yourself in on a constant kind of basis. And it doesn't go away. I think one of my big messages often is that we think that if we put all these strategies in for children, at some point they'll leave your school, they'll be sorted, it'll actually be fine. But it's not. And that's not a bad thing. And doesn't mean that you should stop. But actually, this person will be autistic forever. And that they will learn different strategies for themselves. But actually, you can start that process and help that person later on in their life. When they're 40, 50, 60, 70, they will still not be able to approach somebody in a kickboxing class. They will still find it very stressful when they forget everything. That stuff isn't going to go away. But the way they feel about themselves can change, and you can make a massive difference in those kinds of things, and that's a huge kind of thing. So the signs might not be visible. We have kids who don't make very many facial expressions. You might not be able to see some of this kind of stuff. You might not be able to see the difficulties. You might not be able to see the autism. You might not be able to see the struggles that these individuals are having. There again is some suggestion that again, it's a kind of boy-girl thing, that a lot of the girls are much better at hiding this stuff. And that the knock-on effect of that is greater mental health issues, bigger problems than the boys. And my partner, Keith, also has Asperger's. I chose very well. He has no mental health problems at all because he does this to the whole world. You suggest anything to my partner, Keith, and he says, no, nope, nope, nope. And you have to convince him 100%, every single crack of detail has to be provided before he would say yes. You've got kids like that in your classes? Yeah, they will just say no, because no keeps you safe. No doesn't make you anxious. No means I stay where I am. I know where I am. I'm absolutely fine. Here I go. What seems to be the case, and I'm generalizing here in terms of gender, that a lot of the girls, they say yes because they want to fit in. They don't want to stand out. They don't want to be different. But the more you fit in, the more you're bending away from your natural self, and eventually the more that has some sort of potentially mental health kind of knock-on effect. So I'm going to show you just as a personal kind of thing, I suppose. This is my world. I've got a caveat up here because I do not want any of you going away and diagnosing everyone with autism who happens to have any of these kinds of things. That's not what this is. This is a personal illustration. I just wanted you to see that being older, being clever, I was a gifted child, doesn't make this stuff go away. I have a lovely life. I have a good life. I'm very lucky. I'm a very fortunate kind of person. But actually, behind the scenes, as in some of your children, I don't want to frighten you either. All of this stuff's going on. That's my life. That's what happens to me all of the time. When I'm not standing here with you, I would be picking my fingers. I would be plucking hairs out of myself. I have an anxiety level, which is probably at a 3 or a 4 every single minute of every single day. My chest is constantly tight. I am always frightened of something or nothing or whatever. That's just there all of the time. And possibly you find that a little bit hard to believe because I'm up here being gobby. This is my safe space, as I told you. That's real. And some of this stuff might be happening with some of your kids. So what I'm saying is if you've got these kids with autism, look out for some of these things. These are signs of anxiety. Do you have the nail biters? Do you have, kind of pickers? Do you have all of this kind of stuff? This is a sign. There might not be any others that this is someone who's anxious, and they're anxious because of their autism. So don't tell them to stop picking their fingers. That might be the only thing that's getting through the day. We've got to deal with it from sort of top down, if you like, in that kind of thing. I want to mention this one at the bottom here because that's scary. And this is something that I've come across with other people with autism, young people and older people, is people freak out about the idea of suicide. Yeah? And anybody work with young people who've talked about ending their lives? Yeah, a few of you, definitely. I'm not going to say that none of those people are suicidal, not in the slightest. What I have come across, and this is my experience, is that it's a sense, when you shut your computer lid and it just hibernates, that's what I want to happen. I want to be temporarily not existing. To me, there is some kind of qualitative difference between that and being suicidal. Yeah? Does that make sense? And other people I've spoken to have said the same thing. They just want it to stop for a little while. Just stop now. But it's not, and my understanding of general suicide is limited. It's not quite the same kind of thing. But I think that we freak out. If somebody says, I want to be dead, we freak out about that. Of course we do. It's a terrifying thing. But it may be that actually what the person's experience is it's just too much. Make it stop. I don't want to think, I don't want to hear, I don't want to be here, but it's not necessarily forever and ever and ever. It's just for a temporary kind of thing. And that's really normal for a lot of people. And I think part of that is about not being able to manage your emotions terribly well. So if my emotions feel overwhelming, I just want to be gone. There is no means, it's black and white. I'm either fine or just get me out of here. I just don't want to exist anymore. And that happens very, very quickly. I'm sure your kids have flash tempers. They go from being okay to not okay extraordinarily quickly. Yes? This is a commonly recognized kind of thing. We don't seem to be able to moderate or recognize the signals. It's a bang, can't cope, need to be out of here. A much more extreme kind of version of that. But for me, and I can't speak for everybody, obviously, it's not the same as actually wanting never to be here ever again. My partner always thought I was a hypochondriac because he has none of these problems at all because he lives in this ridiculously tiny world with no people in it, no change, no activities, nothing happens. He's never anxious, he's never worried because his world is tiny. When he was at school, he used to be. Now he's an adult, he doesn't have to conform to all of these kind of patterns. He lives his own life and it's tiny. So he thinks I'm mental, completely and utterly mental. But he's increasingly understanding that my much bigger life has this as a payback. As I mentioned earlier, there's also physical things that knock on this as well. And this has been a very recent thing for me because this hypochondria that my partner accuses me of is all of these niggly little health complaints. This is my life. I said I have vertigo. I have lots of problems with eyes and all these kinds of things. Random things, nothing majorly serious, but they're niggly, they're annoying. I'm always bugging and moaning about something or other. And I started doing some research, and what I discovered is that every single one of those things has some kind of either causal or exacerbating anxiety factor in it. So that they're not necessarily all just clear kind of health complaints. A load of other stuff that I've seen people with: colitis, irritable bowel syndrome, I'm sure most of you kind of know about, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome. These are all things, and in balance, I don't know a single non-autistic person who has colitis. I'm currently working with 3 autistic people who have colitis. That's a pretty poor sample, I will admit, but it seems to be that there's certainly, the anxiety is not where it stops. If you're stressed for long enough, more will happen, and these will lead into kind of physical things. A lot of these are adult complaints. You're not going to see these in kids potentially, but there might be things. Nosebleeds. I had tons of nosebleeds as a child. I was looking at that. Nosebleeds are caused by raised blood pressure and anxiety as a causal factor. All of these little kind of bits and pieces. What I want you to notice is that possibly there are signs of anxiety that you're not seeing. It might be mental, might be anxiety, might be physical kind of outcomes and those kind of things. So what's the point of all of this self-exclosure about all of my medical problems? Is there any doctors in the house? No, bugger. Could be cured. Autism, as we know, for certain individuals can be quite invisible, hidden, masked, maybe manifesting as a mental health condition. And again, in the women category, it seems that the mental health conditions are often diagnosed earlier than the autism, particularly for adult women on the autistic spectrum. Anxiety may also be invisible. Nobody knows I pick my fingers. Nobody knows I do these things because I do them in private. When I come out here, I don't do those kind of things. A lot of your kids will be learning to hide that kind of stuff because people tell them to stop it or because they know that it's not an acceptable kind of thing to do. It may manifest as some kind of physical condition. Any kind of stomach upsets, bowel conditions, sickness, all of this kind of stuff. These are all classic stress reactions. When you get stressed, you feel sick. When you get stressed, you need to go to the loo. It's exactly the same for this person, but it may end up turning into something much, much more serious in terms of a physical kind of health condition. We mustn't presume the extent of either the autism or the anxiety by the external presentation. You don't know what's going on inside. You don't know how much work this person's kind of doing. And they're not separate. Don't try to treat the anxiety by itself. The anxiety is just a symptom of the life that this person's leading. So if we go back to this kind of thing, as I said before, this is just a symptom of this. This is where the processing difficulties are. This is where the gaps are. So we need to try and fill in some of those gaps, or at least to understand that the gaps are real and that these are causing all of these knock-on effects for this person. You go in at behavior level and try and help people in terms of their behavior. If they don't get it at a cognitive level, it won't stick. They won't continue to do it. If you say hello to people when you walk into a room, they'll go, I have no idea why I'm doing that, so I won't bother. Won't stick because it has no meaning. The things that we do them because they have meaning. There is some benefit to you. There is some consequence that you understand and that you go along with to a great enough degree to make you stick at it. It's the same for everybody. It's absolutely no different for a person on the autistic spectrum. There's a lovely, you're all aware that the diagnostic criteria have changed in the DSM. Yep, there's a really nice little line, which I'm quite happy with, which is nice. They didn't ask me, obviously. But it says, obviously, it has to be present throughout life, but it may not manifest itself until social demand exceeds limited capacity. And I think this is a really crucial line. That the kids that you work with, they may go past you and nothing's bad going on, past another, it might be junior, it might be secondary, it might be FE, it might be university, it might be having a baby, it might be getting a job, it might be leaving home. But that point of capacity might not be reached. And at the point of capacity, that's when the autism kind of shows itself sometimes for the first time, and particularly with individuals with no intellectual kind of disabilities. It might be really late. I did an assessment with somebody who was 81 the other day, who wanted to know whether he had Asperger's syndrome or not at 81. Actually, it was his wife that wanted to know, because she'd read an article about it a few years ago, and she phoned me up and she said, "Before I shuffle off this mortal coil, I want to know if I'm right." So this poor 81-year-old gentleman was dragged along to my house to find out whether he had Asperger's or not. She was right. So practical stuff we can do. Expect less on a bad day. This is all cumulative. This person will become overwhelmed on a cumulative level. If they've already not had their blue cup, if their cornflakes have run out, if their taxi driver has changed, by the time they get to you, they're probably at an 8 or 9 on the anxiety scale. Expect less, or find a way to get that scale back down again by time out, headphones, whatever it is that child particularly kind of needs. make things explicit. The more certain the world is, the less anxious I feel, the less anxious most people with autism feel. It really makes a big difference. My day is completely and utterly scheduled from start to finish. I wake up about an hour before I get up and I think about exactly every single thing, and I run through every single important conversation that I'm likely to have all day. And all of those things allow me to function in a really good and high level. At the end of the day, I go home, have a migraine, and eat a lot of chocolate, which you shouldn't do if you have migraines because they make it worse. The bit in the middle is copable, but the bits on the side are extremely well managed and hidden in order to kind of deal with all those kind of things. Short sentences, allowing people to be successful. Let's not make this person a balanced human being. They will always be good at certain things and rubbish at other things. Let's let them be good at those things and find ways to get around these other things. That's what you did. All of the things you were terrible at school, I'm betting none of you do them for a job now. Why are we making this person be an all-rounder? They're not. They have a spiky profile. You know that. Good at certain things, avoid the things that you're less good at. What happens next? This is huge. You often get kids asking you, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we going to happen next? When's lunch? Who's coming? Who's coming? This is them saying, please give me certainty. I don't have it. I need to have the information. I'm feeling anxious. It's reassurance. It might be highly irritating, but you may be able to stop some of that with a nice timetable or a schedule on the wall and sticking to it. There's no point having these kind of schedules if you're not actually going to stick to them and do something about it. Obviously, we know about sensory environments and all those kinds of things. In terms of, I mean, this is probably for slightly older children and certainly intellectually more able children. Trying to actually shift the cognitive understanding, shift that top level of kind of thinking, translating your world, telling people why they're getting it wrong and how they can get it right. There is no point in telling somebody that certain things are not appropriate and taking that out of the toolbox unless you put something better in the toolbox. Otherwise, next time, that hammer is going to come back out again. We have to replace the ineffective strategy with a better one, actively teaching. It's no good to say, don't say that, it's rude. What shall I say then? Give me something else to say. We've got to actively teach that kind of stuff. Teaching skills, teaching benefits, making the benefit very explicit. My partner will not do anything unless it is very clearly beneficial to him on his little set of scales, that what he's going to get out of it is better than all of the stress of the change. And you've got to do that for your kids. What is it that they want? What do they respond to? What do they like? What motivates them? Then they will change easily. It's when you've got that resistance, when there's uncertainty, you will get a no. Because if you don't know enough information, you ain't going to risk it. This is not somebody that can imagine those kind of things. Teaching the mechanics of anxiety with older people, with teenagers. I get them looking on the internet. We learn about the response. We learn about the physical response. We learn that everybody gets anxious. If you're a person who doesn't have any friends, nobody talks about anxiety. To actually know that this is normal, it's not just you, is a massively important thing. To know that when you want to expand your comfort zone, when you want to do something new, being anxious is perfectly acceptable. It's fine. We don't always have to be afraid of the anxiety. We can just go, oh yeah, I'm feeling a bit worried because it's new, but it'll go away again. So we're actually taking the fear out of it, talking about it, getting hold of it, actually kind of dealing with the thing in itself. That it's useful. It helps to protect you. It helps to warn you. It's only when it kind of gets out of control that it's a bit of a kind of problem. So as I said, this is about having to learn mechanically what other people kind of do intuitively. I've got to stop pretty much now, but I just wanted to show you one extra thing. Because I appreciate some of this looks a little bit kind of bleak. Does anyone know what that is? Sorry? Cigarette end? Cigarette end? No, scale's slightly wrong. Good guess. Anyone know what that is? It's a what? Yeah. It's a lamppost. It's a lamppost that's been knocked over. I drive past this lamppost on a fairly regular basis. And I'm kind of worried that, I give you this slightly bleak picture. I don't want you to think that life is bleak for your kids. It's great. It's interesting. Having autism's fab. It's really fascinating. So on the one hand, I was talking about imagination and feeling you know, that if I'm considering something, I consider all of these options. I consider being chopped in a ditch. I consider all of that kind of stuff. That's the kind of negative side of it, where you can frighten yourself by things that aren't really happening. The positive side, and I kind of mentioned this idea of finding it difficult to separate fact and fantasy, is that when I saw that, I thought it was a penguin. I didn't think it looked like a penguin. I thought it was a penguin. I thought that a penguin by the side of the road was possible in Brighton. Your world has got lampposts in it. Mine's got penguins. It's not all bad. It's much more interesting. Thank you very much for your time.
Janet, it's done. Janet,
Thank you guys all for being here today. We're really excited to talk about this topic. So we're going to start off just introducing ourselves. So my name is Dr. Karen Barnes. I'm a psychologist at Seattle Children's Autism Center.
Hi, everybody, and I'm Dr. Jess Peterson. I'm also a clinical psychologist at the Autism Center. I'm excited to see you guys all. And we have one more here.
Hello, I'm Natasha Lewis Harrington. I'm here as a community partner. I am on the spectrum myself, and I also have my doctorate in clinical psychology, and I'm doing postdoctoral training at UW.
We're very lucky to have Natasha with us today. So what we're going to be doing is Jess and I, we're going to be providing a lot of the content today in our presentation. And then we'll have some opportunity for Dr. Harrington to come and share her personal experience. And then at the end, we're going to have about 30 minutes just open for questions, discussion that will be for all three of us. So thank you all for being here in person who are here. Thank you for our sites that I know are participating online and Facebook Live as well. So we're really excited to have everyone here. So start off talking about Julia. So for those of you who don't know, this is Julia. She's a new character on Sesame Street. And Julia is a girl diagnosed with ASD. And this was done intentionally because most media portrayals of individuals with autism tend to be males. So Sesame Street's workshop executive vice president talked about why they developed this character. And they said, we made sure she was a girl, namely because autism is seen so much more often in boys. We wanted to make it clear that girls can be on the spectrum too. We're trying to eliminate misconceptions, and a lot of people think that only boys have autism. What I also love about Julia is they talk about her strengths. She's a budding artist. She loves to draw. So I think that's great that they highlighted that as well. So our goals today are going to be talking about basically what are the rates between males and females currently in diagnosing autism, how autism may present differently in females with ASD, some specific challenges that might be specific to females with ASD. We want to identify strengths and supports for females with ASD, and then allow some time at the end for questions and discussion. So just starting off just with some background terms, we want to make it really clear when we're talking about gender and sex, that these are two different concepts. So sex is really the biological and anatomical expression, but gender is more socially constructed, right? So there are socially constructed roles, behavior, attributes that society kind of attributes. There's two different parts of gender. There's gender identity, which is one's internal sense of self. And there also can be gender roles, so the behavioral expression of that. And so it's just an important reminder that, we're not thinking of for everyone that biological sex necessarily equals gender. Another thing we just want to review is talking about really how we make the diagnosis for autism, because I think this is really important to talk about in terms of how we think about how girls may present differently. So we diagnosed in two main areas. So the first one is social communication challenges or deficits or differences. So one is social emotional reciprocity, so kind of back and forth engagement. The second one is nonverbal communication. So that includes things like eye contact, use of gestures. The third one is relationships, so difficulty developing, maintaining, and understanding social relationships. And also the second category is really more the presence of certain behaviors. And so to meet criteria, you have to meet 2 out of these 4 symptoms. So the first one is repetitive behaviors. The second one is insistence on sameness or rigidity. The third is fixated or intense interests. And the last one is sensory differences. So it could be sensory sensitivities, but also sensory seeking behaviors as well. What's I think is a really important addition to the DSM-5, which is kind of our statistical manual for diagnosing autism, is that the developers put in this clause, and it says, symptoms must be present in early developmental period, but may not become fully manifest until social demands exceed limited capacity, meaning that we might not see these challenges until later in life, maybe adolescence, maybe adulthood, where kind of social demands become more complex. Or they may be masked by learned strategies in later life. And so we'll talk more about this concept, but this may especially be true for girls, for females who are learning strategies to kind of compensate for some of their challenges. So there's a great book out there called Girls Growing Up on the Autism Spectrum by Shauna Nichols. And in their book, they talk a lot about some common descriptors for girls and women. So the idea that girls and women are often underdiagnosed. It sometimes takes longer to get a diagnosis. Girls tend to fly under the radar, tend to be more shy, so they might not be referred. They seem to have fewer communication deficits. Girls tend to be less aggressive and intrusive. And girl symptoms tend to be more internalized, so anxiety, shyness, which can often be overlooked. So, how do females, come to receive a diagnosis of autism? So there's lots of different paths that may be different than males. So one path we see is that sometimes, like I mentioned before, there might be increased difficulties as social and academic worlds become more complex. And so those challenges become more apparent. A second idea is that there maybe is this missed diagnosis. So meaning that clinicians, providers didn't see ASD for that person, or a misdiagnosis, meaning that they maybe received different diagnoses instead. So we hear a lot about, diagnoses such as ADHD, OCD, anxiety, eating disorders being really common in females and they don't receive the diagnosis of ASD until later in life. So, and it could be that there's also these symptoms as well, in addition to the ASD, but I think what happens is some clinicians are only looking through that lens, and they're not thinking about the possibility of ASD as well. Sometimes we see that females maybe have difficulties coping with puberty or just a lack of typical adolescent female interests. And sometimes it happens that maybe there's a sibling or another family member who has a diagnosis of ASD, who receives one, and then it starts to be that, there's maybe similar characteristics or traits in other family members. So now I'm going to turn the mic over to Dr. Peterson.
Sure. And we're going to start our focus just looking at the differences in rates of autism between males and females, which I think is, makes this subject a great area of interest because there is differences in the rates. And we're going to look at that a little more closely and kind of examine how that falls out. So most folks, or many folks, have heard of the current kind of updates in terms of the prevalence of autism in the United States. So the Center of Disease Control, the current kind of estimates of how common it is. It's 1 in 59 children in the United States have a diagnosis of autism or ASD, and that's updated as of 2014. So clearly, it's a big significance to a lot of folks. And when we look at that prevalence, 1 in 59, we look at that by gender or sex, we see it's much more common in males, just in terms of the data that we're seeing. There's 4 males diagnosed with autism for every female diagnosed with autism. So that's a pretty significant difference there. And we even know, so it's 4 to 1 right now, but that gap has closed even a little bit just in the last couple years. And that's due to kind of a relative increase in the prevalence of ASD in females since about 2012. So they're coming a little bit closer, but there's still a pretty significant gap there. All right. And if we break that larger number, so 1 in 59 kids, right? If we break it down by gender or sex, we see that that turns into 1 in 38 males and 1 in 167 females. So I think that difference becomes kind of even more striking there. But we don't really understand why this is the case, why there's this supposed kind of male bias that we're seeing across, at least within the United States and other countries here. So we're trying to understand there's probably a lot of factors that come into play, and we're going to be discussing a lot of those today. But it leads to a lot of questions in terms of, why do more males have autism, at least from what we've collected in terms of the studies. Is there, why do less females get the diagnosis? And is there a true kind of difference in susceptibility? Are males more susceptible to this diagnosis or this condition? So we will be exploring that today. All right. And major organizations like the National Institute of Health, so the NIH, are starting to kind of be interested in this topic as well. They're starting to highlight it. They're starting to ask questions kind of in the public and in the research community about what's kind of underlying this difference in diagnostic rates by sex. Are there females that are passing under the radar? Is there an under diagnosis of females going on? And I will switch back over to Karen, who will talk about that a little more.
So yeah, these questions of why are these maybe females not being identified, right? So one idea proposed out there is that, maybe we're seeing more media portrayals of males, right? And that's kind of start to be part of our prototype and what we have as clinicians or as parents or as, people in society in general have as our idea of what autism is. So, for instance, we hear about Rain Man. There's a boy on Parenthood who has a diagnosis. Recently, Netflix has a show called Atypical. And although not stated, the idea is Sheldon from Big Bang Theory likely is also on the spectrum. So I think, we have to think about how this may influence our own idea of what autism is. And does this, start to become what we think is the only example? And, then we have to ask the question, are people in general just more biased towards more of this, classic, more what would be a male prototype, right? So not saying that only males are diagnosed, but this is kind of what was first identified and described in primarily males. And really either sex or gender could be present with this, but, the idea is that, maybe we're missing some of these girls if they don't fit into this certain prototype that we have in our minds. And so there's been a theory out there. Tony Atwood has done a lot of research on females with ASD, and there's lots of recent research that we'll start to highlight that looks at differences that how females may present. And so there's a hypothesis out there called the social camouflage hypothesis. And it's the idea that females with ASD may develop social skills and coping mechanisms that allow them to blend in or camouflage themselves into society. So it may be that girls, look to other female, girls in society and kind of look to see how they're interacting and kind of develop these internal scripts of ways to interact socially with other people. So one example of this was an example saying that one 6-year-old girl I met several years ago seemed at first to have good social skills. She responded appropriately when I introduced myself, complimented my outfit, and politely answered all of my questions. It was only when I saw her again a few days later after I understood her family's concerns. She made nearly identical overtures as if our interaction were part of a play she had rehearsed. So I think this is an example of we only see, kids or teens once, we might not really capture the big picture. And this is why it's so important to get other reports functioning like, parent report or teacher report. Another way that females may present differently is that, we actually classically hear sometimes that people on the spectrum maybe don't have strong imaginative play. And we actually see that females tend to report, their parents tend to report that they actually have really strong sometimes imaginative play or imagination.
But what may be different is that maybe their imaginary play tends to be more rigid, or it has to be set up the same way, or it tends to be more scriptive, and so it's not as flexible. And so there's also this idea of masking symptoms, which I talked about a little bit when we talked about the DSM-5 and the new criteria they talked about. So it may be that girls may behave very differently in schools and suffer social confusion and isolation on the playground, but may appear quite differently at home. So the opposite of a cooperative and compliant. They're more likely to melt down at home where it's safe. So we kind of hear this from families where, and individuals themselves where they're trying to keep it together and hold it together during the day and kind of come home and kind of able to let it all out. And so there was a mom who talked about, much of this rings true for my 10-year-old daughter with ASD, particularly masking her symptoms at school and went out socially, being polite and giving eye contact. And, remember from the DSM-5, one of the criteria is fixated or restricted interests. So in general, clinical observations and reports from parents suggest that both males and females have restricted and repetitive behaviors. However, for males, sometimes they tend to be more kind of what classically people think about, like vacuums or train schedules, whereas girls may have similar interests as other females, but they just tend to be more intense. So examples we hear about a lot are, animals like horses or cats, sometimes pop stars like Taylor Swift here. Art tends to be a really big interest, or fantasy or kind of sci-fi. That tends to be another area. And so really when you're asking these questions, you have to dig a little bit deeper and think about, okay, a clinician might hear like, oh, they like horses, other girls like horses too. But how impairing is it from them to talk about other topics of interest? Or do they only want to talk about horses or only play, with horses? So I'm going to hand it back over to Dr. Peterson. So one thing we thought was important to highlight or kind of ask ourselves and ask of you guys too is this even appropriate what we're doing, right? Should females with autism be compared to males with autism? There's sort of this belief, right, that among folks on the autism spectrum, that males and females aren't different, right? Kind of how they behave, how they are emotionally in terms of their kind of intellectual functioning or capacity. But do we actually believe that for males and females kind of in the wider population? And we wanted to highlight that generally the answer is no. We know there's a lot of differences between people in terms of gender and sex, right? Large scale studies with the general population that have found that females demonstrate kind of on average more advanced skills kind of interpersonally, emotionally in terms of their social skills. So they might on average show more advanced face and emotion recognition skills, knowing when others are in distress or need comfort, kind of pro-social behaviors like comforting. They might also show an advantage in terms of perspective taking compared to males. So these are important differences for us to recognize, and you can see how a lot of these, it's not that males don't develop these, but on average, females might have somewhat of an advantage. And you can see how a lot of these characteristics are kind of symptoms of autism, or at least challenges that are listed as part of what autism looks like a lot of the times. So if we think that in general, there's differences by sex or gender, that's probably going to influence the expression of autism symptoms according to gender and sex, things like that. So it's just important to keep in mind. The other important point we wanted to make was that, this difference in diagnostic rates by male versus female is seen in other conditions and other concerns. So things like intellectual disability and ADHD and disruptive behaviors have been found to be more common in males than females. There's a higher proportion of males diagnosed with these conditions than females. Same with what we call internalizing disorders. So things like anxiety and depression. From large scale epidemiological studies, we see that females are at higher risk for these conditions over the lifetime. Females are twice as likely as males over the lifetime to be diagnosed with an anxiety disorder. And when females reach adolescence, they start to be about almost anywhere from 1 to 3 times as likely to be diagnosed with some type of depressive disorder as their male counterparts. So it's not just autism that we're seeing this discrepancy. All right, and at this point, we would love to bring up Natasha here to make some comments about her own experiences.
So I have experienced some of these diagnostic difficulties that they're talking about. My diagnostic journey ended up being kind of circuitous. So I was, in some of the ways, I was a lot like what they talk about with the typically developed or the typical autistic girls. Like I was very imaginative, but it was really scripted. I had my interests that were celebrities, animals, cats, wolves, those kinds of things. And I was, the shy and cooperative girl. And on the other hand, I was different in a lot of ways. I don't think I did a lot of the masking when I was young. I remember having a lot of difficulty. I was very focused on my interests, and it was well into, I think, high school before I started kind of learning to dial that back and to understand what people expected of me. So I'm not entirely sure why I wasn't diagnosed as a young child. My mom, I remember, had I think it was the Tony Atwood book. She had all the dog-eared pages that sounded just like me, but I think maybe the awareness just wasn't there when I was a kid. And then by the time I got into high school, I was starting to get a handle on some of these things. And so I actually did ask my psychiatrist when I was in high school. I said, do you think I have Asperger's syndrome? That's what it was at the time. And she just totally laughed the idea off. She didn't look into it. She didn't even give me a reason for why she didn't think that was the case. But yes, I just didn't seem autistic to her. And so that, she laughed at me basically, and I was so horrified that I didn't bring it up again for years and years. And then I went into college and I really struggled with making friends. I got kind of the typical package of misdiagnoses. I was diagnosed with ADHD, OCD, anxiety, depression, social anxiety. And then I started to figure things out. I did a ton of reading. I got really interested in psychology and sociology and those kinds of things. And I just did a ton of reading to figure out how people thought, what people wanted, and so on. And, eventually I got to grad school and I was doing well. I got married. I had, I was doing well in school. I was doing well, for the most part, doing well in the workplace. And so I looked back and I thought, oh, well, I guess, maybe it wasn't autism. I guess it looked like autism, but I outgrew it. So, and then actually I think I was about 27 or 28. And one of my friends got diagnosed. One of my female friends got diagnosed with autism. So I started learning about how autism looks in women.
Breaker 19, this is Lollipop, over.
Over.
I'm back, girl. Girl, he gave me some chicken liver with some mashed potatoes and some green beans. Made me some Dunkin' Donut coffee, girl. Gave me some marijuana. And I had to go get this paper. Because someone told me that if you have a house and you have rent, and you paid your rent through the pan, there's a relief. There's a relief money. I don't know how they're saying it. They're just basically saying there's money for people who did the right thing, so that you could get some relief, like having to pay all your bills. But I didn't know about this, so he was explaining the paper, and then I got the paper because I got to fill out the paper. Actually, I go on the website, put my information in, put the proof of income, put the proof of your how much you pay and all that, your lease and all that. Upload it to this website, and then they'll give you the determination. You'll log in, get an account, and then from there, I guess I'll get the money, girl. So yeah, that was fun. So now I got me some chicken liver for dinner. And I'm actually going to switch the stream because this one was about autism. So I'm glad that that did play. I'm glad that nothing happened. Thank God, because I literally was outside in the real world being gangsta. I was like I was going to say some NIGGA stuff, but you know, you know how you want me to respect you, and I love you, DQ. So I want to talk about realms. Do you want to talk about realms?
I think that's also we should wait for Z.
Realm.
He knows a lot. He knows more than I do about him.
He does. What's he doing? Little ugly.
Spending time with.
Well, I mean, I could start it and then.
Yeah, you can bring it up and everything.
And that I want to talk about. Yeah, because I have some information that I want to share that I actually really do have. I have some, you know, I've got the facts, girl. We can't talk unless we have facts, girl. We can talk opinion, but we need facts. Oh, is Ostrich in the building?
Oh.
Whoop, whoop.
I don't know.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if he's still here, but he still came. He said, welcome. Big ups, big ups. I got to take my pants back off. Shit, it's so hot. It's just so hot. You know how like clothes make shit stickier?
Yeah.
When you're in the house, you don't need clothes, man. You can be pantaloonious. My cat is on the end of the bed looking at me like, what are you talking about? And who is you talking to? She like turned and looked at me like, she's like this. She turned and looked, was like, I smell the weed. Girl, it's still in the bag, girl. My cat be trying to grab the weed, girl, play with it like it's the catnip. Oh shit, my shit's gonna be on the ground eating. Did I tell you I went to the doctor today and I got my old lady checkup?
Yep.
I was so happy though, because they were all like, oh, you're so healthy for 43. I was like, oh. But the best part about it was I was talking about the anxiety and stuff. And so hold on, give me 1 second. All right, I had to wash my hands. So with all the anxiety and not being able to sleep or whatever, they finally gave me the code, because you know with insurance you have to get, so your PC is a regular doctor, then we got coochie doctors, right?
Yep.
But then we've got to ask your PC doctor for a referral to go to any other specialty doctors.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to speak to a special, because I met somebody in the UK, her name's Moon, and she was talking about multiple personality disorder. And I was wondering if I might have that because, you know, of all the injuries or whatever. Shit. I know I got ADHD because I got to take these dogs out, but I'm still trying to get to my damn plate. All I'm thinking about is my food, and I got to do these dogs because they're kids. So you have to do the kids before you do yourself. So, you know, an animal might help you too. Come on.
Yeah, we're trying to find one.
Yeah, you might be able to get a service animal. My daughter, when her dad got murdered, she actually turned her dogs into service dogs because she has so much, like, you know, anxiety or whatever now. So, yep. She turned them into service dogs. They got their little service tags on them and everything. Come on. Dolce!
I'm going to get a parrot. Not one of those big old parrots, but more like conure type parrots.
Girl, I'm outside without my pants on.
What the? Well, you're braver than I am.
I know, man, because of the dogs. And I told you I got ADHD. I forgot that my fucking pants were on. Like, what the fuck? That quick, I forgot and shit. I don't give a fuck. They better keep driving. I don't give a fuck, girl. They better not look up this way. How about that? How about they look somewhere the fuck else? How about that? How about whoever's staring at me out there, there's 7 people? How about that? How about I don't care? I gotta take these damn dogs out, bro. I'm trying to eat this food. So I wanted to change the stream over to gangs too. I want to talk about gangs. I want to talk about all the gangs. I want to talk about how me and you and him were a gang last night. Get it? I want to talk about gangs. Let's talk about the old school ones, because back in the day, we used to have a lot here. I want to talk about how people gang up when they're lying. They become a gang. You know that, right? When they're telling a lie and they're all telling lies. Bacon's in the building. Welcome, Bacon. It says smash the like button. Please hit the like. Please hit the dislike. I don't give a fuck because it gave me a view. Oh, dog grabbed my butt cheek. A little ugly. Let's see if I can show you the dog. There they go. They over there biting each other.
And your connection is sucking. And not in a good way.
Told you. I got a bad reception on the porch. I got 3 people back here. It says I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah, and up the front porch up there.
That means I got 2 things open. There we go. Well, I know how to get down with the get down, honey. What's up, Bacon? How you feeling? We're gonna switch the stream over. I'm just trying to think of what I want the topic to be, because if Z does come back, I want the topic to be something that he can talk about. He's so funny. I love him. He's so smart. And guess what? He was like, this is where I need DQ. I was cracking up. He was like, because he's over intelligent, you know what I mean? Yeah. He don't know how to go all the way down to like 5. I told him to go to 5. He's like, what? 5?
Yeah.
No, I could never. I said, and then he did though. But he did though. He went down. Yeah, because he's so smart, girl. Like, and it's so crazy because like I know exactly what he's talking about. Like, I just have to tell you, that shit's a turn on, DQ. I see why you like him, girl. I mean, you don't like him. I'm just saying. Without saying. What the fuck did I just say? Did I fuck your shit up? Girl, that's how Nigel did me, girl. Nigel fucked me over. Fucking love you, Nigel. You just should have kept your fucking mouth shut. Everything would have been fine.
Actually, I got a lot of love for Z.
I know, darling. He's amazing. He's definitely amazing. Frida's in the building. What's up, Frida? How are you? We're about to switch. Empress Janet's about to switch streams, darling. We're going to jump. We're going to portal jump after I find my coffee.
It's like I wish he did relationships, but he doesn't.
He don't do no relationships, honey. That's what we should label it. Ooh.
He don't do
relationships, huh?
Yeah.
I think I've only got a stream off of Empress Janet. I've been on the other ones too, because I want to put some content on my other channels, because once I get this one monetized, I'm going to monetize Fellowships Online too. I'm not monetizing the fear one. So if we want to cut up, we need to cut up on the fear channel. So I need to know if you guys want to cut up. You guys will have to hit me in the Discord, hit me on the Facebook Messenger group that we have together. But if you guys want to cut up, Freya, baby. If y'all want to cut up, we have to do that on my my fear channel, because that acronym fear, y'all know what it is. And so, yeah, we could cut up over there. But this one and the Fellowships Online, because Fellowships Online is actually for the mental, for the disabilities. I will be putting more streams on there about the disabilities. I'll be working on that now that my time is, my time. So I definitely will do that. Girl, I hate the smell of garbage, and I fucking smell it. Like, somebody the fuck outside needs to fucking put that shit away.
Well, you know, you can do live on one channel, and then after it's done, you could take it off of that channel and put it on the channel you want.
Oh yeah, that's why I streamed off of them both so that I could add content. Because like whenever like I said, whenever this was done, when I start to do fellowships online, I'm gonna add the Fear channel with it just so it can kick content. But I've been streaming on this one because I gotta check. Let me go back here and check. See, I got ADHD. I'm on one focus. I will make the stream. Just give me 1 second. Let's go and look at our progress. Because again, I'm getting monetized. Not a near demon's going to stop me. That's what that demon was mad about. Because you can't stop me. Yes, I am getting my channel monetized. That's what the fuck everybody else is doing. That's what the fuck you did. Like, how you going to say, oh, all she wants is monetization, dummy. You did too, dummy. Yes, we're at 1,532. Whoop, whoop. All right, all right, all right. So we're moving on up. Well, we finally got a piece of the pie. Okay, the fish don't fry in the chicken.
Once you get it up, I'm going to go over to the channel and get on to my laptop.
Yeah. Relationships. Let's see. Relationships. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I love it. Can't wait for Josiah to come back. Josiah, he's gonna be so proud of me.
Freya asked a question.
Yeah, can you answer it? Or can you read it out loud? Because I'm not in that window.
What happened to young men and their attitudes towards women nowadays?
Oh, that's a great question. That's a great question. I like that. Holy shit, I like that.
Ooh, somebody write that down.
Write that down, honey. Write that down.
The new to the new stream.
Yeah, I'm going to. Hold on, baby. I'm going to
go over to your writing application and copy and paste it to your writing application.
I'm going to put that at the top of my description box. That is an excellent fucking question. All right, let's get the question.
Straight Dave says relationships don't matter. It's all fake.
Huh?
Straight Dave said relationships don't matter. It's all fake.
Oh, damn. I'm so sorry. He goes through a lot with relationships. I think he'll like this next one then. Because, Dave, we're going to talk about them good or bad. It's all fake. I know that's right. But good or bad. All right, where was the question? Okay. We're actually going to use your question. So big ups to Freya, because we're going to use your question in the description box. That is our question. What happened to young men and their attitudes towards women nowadays? Beautiful. Oh my God. Let me cut this. And yep, I am, darling. Thank you for helping me. Mm-hmm. All right. Hashtag Freya. We're going to put hashtag Freya Bay. BABEI. All right. Because that was the question from the community member. And that is the best question ever. All right. So we're going to go in hot. Where do you want the StreamYard link now? You want it in the back chat?
No, because I'm gonna go over to my computer to get in.
All right. Well, I'm going live. Yep. It's live. So we're gonna portal jump. So we're gonna jump, guys. Hold on. What the fuck? Help doing too much. There it went. The dinger went out. There it is. Please hit the like on your way in, guys. Let me get that. Y'all need to cut it. Y'all price is way too high. But yeah, girl, so I get to go next Thursday, or not even next Thursday. Oh, Stephanie said she's first. Whoop, whoop. Go, Steph. Period.
Okay, I'm going in.
All right, let me get the other link. Yes, because that means my dinger's working again. Come on, shut the front door with that. All right, there's the link, Dave. Touch the link. Y'all touch the link, and then we'll jump over there. Wop, wop, put a wop, wop, doo wop, 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 wop. Wop, wop, doo wop, wop. Hold up. Should we play the song before we go? We should play the song before we go. This is for all the butthurt men that couldn't treat Empress Janet the way I was supposed to be treated, honey. I know my worth, honey. Do you know yours? You should check it. You should check it once, check it twice, check it all day long. I'm renting space in your motherfucking mind, and I'm loving it. Because I don't give two near shits here. So trust and believe. We're going to end it over here on a good note and begin it in the other door. Everybody go to the other door or listen to the song. Check it out. Check it out. We're out of here.
God damn, you gonna call me like multiple times talking about this is what Janet did. 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 I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I'm so hurt. This is what Janet did. 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 I'm Mr. Unknown. Nobody knows my phone number. I don't know if you really know. I might not even been in the military. This is what Janet did. 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 I'm Mr. Unknown. I'm so hurt. I had a mask over my face and I wore a shirt claiming that I worked out, but you ain't got guns like this. Mr. Unknown, you can suck on my dick. This is what Janet did. 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 It's always